of the uh, three languages which is used in the web browser. In order to run the website in the browser, we need three languages essential: HTML, CSS and JavaScript. HTML and CSS comes to the design part, and JavaScript comes to the logic part, and also the whatever the animations or any dynamic structure if you want to show it in the website. So it will be useful. JavaScript will be useful. If you go to the Wikipedia and if you see about the JavaScript, if you see here, JavaScript is a programming language that conforms to the ECMAScript specifications. This means ECMAScript is nothing but the JavaScript. ECMAScript and JavaScript is one and the same only. Right now, what the stable version running is ECMAScript 2020. Now there are so many advanced features in the ES6 or ES 2015 representation, we can say, but old browsers doesn't support that ES6. For example, if you go to IE11 or IE browsers, ECMAScript 2020 version will not be supported. Why? Because that one is that browser is developed long back before the ECMAScript introduction, ECMAScript 2020 introduction. So that is the reason. So ECMAScript old version ES5 only it will be working. So we will be writing that one both in the ES6 representation and also in the ES5 representation we can write. For ES6 representation, what we need to do is, if you write the code in the JavaScript latest version, we need to use some type of compilers so that it could be converted into the old version. That is the reason we will be using Babel compiler, Rollup compiler. These are the compilers we will be using. So what we can say is JavaScript is a dynamic programming language. Dynamic programming language means, for example, for a variable you can assign a string, and immediately if you go down you can assign a integer or anything values you can set. JavaScript runs only in the web browsers only. So if you go here and if you see any website, JavaScript runs in the web browser only. But there are some languages like Node.js which runs in the server side also. The Node.js has so many features related to the server side, but the core language what we will be using is the JavaScript only. And what we can say is, in the JavaScript have the syntax similar to Java only. It oftenly said as curly based language, we can also say. Now it has a prototypes, object oriented representation, and all those things you will be having. If you come to the history and all those things, you will be able to see all. JavaScript is the dominant client-side scripting language of the web. Within 95% of websites using it for this purpose. So 95% of the websites, all the websites in the web world, we will be for the client side, in order to execute, we will be using in the JavaScript only. So nowadays you will be able to see that using JavaScript we are able to develop mobile applications also. They are called as hybrid applications, something like Ionic framework, React Native, and these all things you will be using for the mobile applications. And also JavaScript is the base for all the frameworks also. JavaScript library frameworks, which are whatever the frameworks coming in recent nowadays, something like Angular, Vue.js, React.js, and all those things are developed based on the JavaScript language only. So that means JavaScript is the basic foundation for all these type of frameworks. So in order to learn this Vue.js, Angular or React and all the things, you should be more familiar with the JavaScript library. If you are familiar with the JavaScript library, then you will be able to understand Angular or Vue.js or anything very easily. So this is the overall introduction of the JavaScript. So in the later videos we will see how we can the topic in later videos we will cover all the topics related to the JavaScript, and also we will see some of the examples also. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see how we can execute the JavaScript. If you search in Google like JavaScript online editors, you will be able to find so many online editors like W3 Schools also it provides some JavaScript online editor, JS.tutorials point. Everyone has a JavaScript editor. For example, if you open JSBin or anything, any editor if you open, you will be provided one editor, so that we can write our JavaScript code anything, so that we can see so here we can see the output. Let's try to write some JavaScript code. Where we need to write the JavaScript code, as we already discussed, JavaScript is nothing but the client side browser side language, which could be understood only by the browser. So HTML language is one of the language which is understood by the browser. So we can write JavaScript language in the HTML file itself. Where can we write the JavaScript code? In order to write the JavaScript code, we will be opening tag as script. Okay, in between the script tags, we will be writing the JavaScript code. Let's console the as hello world. Okay, now if you see here, if you console.log hello world, what it will do is you have written console.log here, but you are unable to see the output. Let's write some JavaScript HTML code also. What I will be doing is here I will be writing JavaScript coding or something else. Yeah, okay, we got the JavaScript coding. Let's make it as h1 tag. Okay, now when you are writing console.log in the script in the JavaScript code, if you go and see the console and if you run with JS, you'll be able to see the hello world. See the code what we have written is console.log. So please log the output in the console. Hello world, we have written the code. Now this is nothing but the JavaScript code. Where we need to write, it should be written in between the script tags. Where we can place the script tags is before the head tag. Now HTML, as HTML is a top-down approach, top to bottom execution approach. So for example, here if you see doc type HTML, it will execute line by line, comes down line by line, and if it sees the script code, whatever the JavaScript code written, it will be executed immediately, and we will be returning console hello world here in the output. Now again it goes down and it executes the line by line until it reaches the end of the line. In this way, HTML file will be executed. In the same scenario, JavaScript also will be executed. If you copy this file, if you copy this code and if you write it here at the bottom, if you see the output, run with JS, again the same output comes. That means the script code in between the script code, wherever you write here in the HTML, you will be getting the same output. Okay, so that the best way to write the script code is before closing the body tag only. Why? Because before the closing the body tag means, as we already discussed, so HTML execution will proceed top to bottom approach. So it will execute line by line, and here the body, every HTML will be rendered into the what we can say h1, and everything will be rendered into the browser, and then afterwards script tag will be executed, so that it can increase the performance. And also in the JavaScript, if you are trying to use any DOM element h1 or any DOM element, if you are trying to use, you can there will be no problem. So already the h1 tag or anything will be already executed, rendered here, and it will be able to find easily. For example, if you paste it here, script will be executed first before the HTML rendering, and if it tries to find the h1, it didn't execute this one, it already didn't render this line already. So what it will happen, it may get a chances to get the error. So this is the reason it is better to write here at the bottom line only. Okay, now in some cases you will be able to see, you will be having a special attribute known as type is equal to text/JavaScript. Okay, now if you automatically run with JS, again the execution will come. So this is the default attribute. So if you mention this as a type is equal to text/JavaScript, or otherwise if you don't mention also, there will be no problem. For example, in some browsers, users what they will do is they will try to disable the JavaScript. Okay, disable the JavaScript. So in those type of scenarios, we need to show a message something like JavaScript is not enabled in your browser. Please enable the JavaScript. We need to show, if there is a need to show that JavaScript, we can show that one also. If your project heavily depends on the JavaScript, for that one we can use no script tag. Okay, if you use no script tag, okay, if you use no script tag here, and if you try to use JavaScript is not enabled, okay, you will be able to display this message. For example, right now if I run, this is not rendered. Why? Because means JavaScript is enabled in my browser. If I try to disable the JavaScript by going to the settings, and if I search for the JavaScript here, you will be having a option in the site settings. So here you are able to find JavaScript is allowed in my system. Now what I will try to do is I will try to disable the JavaScript. Okay, now I will try to execute this one. See, here you will be able to see this one, JavaScript is not enabled. Okay, in this way you can have a special scenarios, so that in order to provide a information to the user, please enable the JavaScript and all the things. You can whatever the things you need to display with the JavaScript is not enabled, you can wrap it in the no script tag. Okay, so this is how we can execute the JavaScript language in the HTML file. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen how we can write the JavaScript code in the HTML file and also how we can execute that one. Let's see another process how we can execute the code. For example, in the previous video if you have seen, we are writing both the HTML and the JavaScript in the same file. So if there is so much of complex code and all those things in the JavaScript file, writing in the HTML file itself, it looks very pain, and also if you want to edit the code or anything, it looks very pain. So JavaScript provides another option of writing the JavaScript code everything in another file. Let's see that thing now. Now what I will do is I will create a new folder with name JavaScript, so that whatever the code you will be writing here. Okay, and I will create a new file, something like basics. Okay, I will go to the basics, and sorry, the spelling is wrong, mkdir. I will write the basics folder. Okay, I will go to the basics, sorry, cd basics. Now I will open this one in the Visual Studio Code. If you open this one in the Visual Studio Code, let it open, and we will try to create a new HTML file. And now I will try to create new file with name index.html. Whatever the HTML file you want, you can create. Okay, the new file will be created. I will be creating HTML markup. I will try to create HTML option. Okay, automatically the blueprint will be printed. In the previous video what we have seen, in the script tag itself we have written the code console.log hello world. Okay, now what we will try to do is we will try to execute this code. Now if I want to execute this code here, if you go to the inspect element, and if you see in the console, and you will be able to see the hello world. Right, now what we will do is we will try to create a new file, main.js or something like script.js. Okay, now what we have did is we have written the script file here in the HTML. Now what we will try to do is I will write the source file, and I will try to include the script.js here. Okay, now what I will do, I will try to copy this one code, and I will paste it in the only script.js. So whatever the JavaScript code it is useful for that project, we will be writing in the script.js file. And how we can import that file is same thing, just like the script tag. We will open the script tag, and it takes the attribute, source attribute. In that source attribute we will try to give the path of the file, JavaScript file, where it is located. In this way we will be importing the external JavaScript file into the HTML. Now if you try to see the output, you will be able to see the same output. Now you will get an option that if you write, you will get a doubt that if you write here console.log script between something like this, if you write, what could be the output you will be expecting. So if we execute it here, you will be not able to see the output. If you mention the source tag here in for the script tag, the whatever the code written in between the script tags will not execute. If you remove the source tag, automatically the code in between this one will get executed. So this is the process for the script tag. Now what we will do is we will give the source file, and I will try to remove the script file, and you will get another doubt that opening script and opening this thing. So if you don't write anything in between the script tag, why to open and close? We can directly do this one. So let's do this one, and we will try to execute. If I try to execute, nothing is getting executed. See, so the script tag must be opened and must be closed. This is the old-fashioned thing, so it should be did like this only. So it should be written like this only. So script should be opened and also the script should be closed. Okay, now you get a doubt. And again, another thing what we can do is if can we import another script file? Yeah, we can do the another script file also. We can import, for example, script1.js, and I will be writing console.log. Okay, script2 file. I will try to execute this one. Now what I will do, I will try to include the same file. Now if I try to execute, here you will be saying the script2.js is not available. Okay, script1 is there. Okay, fine. We will be trying like this. So if we execute here, script2 file, another file also got executed. If you see here, first hello world has been printed, and another one script2 file is there. This is the top down approach. First script.js is executing, and another time script1.js is executing. So the order is the very important, and also we can copy that one and we can paste it below the body tag also. Whatever the order the script files are placed, it will be executed in that manner only. So script.js file will be executed first, then after executing everything, script1.js will be executed. In this way, if you sometimes you will be adding jQuery files or any library files if you want, those should be mentioned at the top only. Then after only you will be able to use the custom script file what I have used, so that the jQuery functions what you have imported earlier, you will be making use of those jQuery functions in your custom script code file. This is the order is more important. And sometimes another one what we can do is you can add differ here. If you see, if you had differ here, and if I try to execute this one, script2 file is executed first and hello world is executed next. So that means differ will do in such a way that it will stop the execution of the script file, and the script source file will be executed first. So it will stop executing. After that, after executing all the script files which are not in differ, then those script files after executing only, then the differ files will be executed in the top down approach. Okay, so this is the use of differ. Actually differ what it will do is, so the script files which are having differ things will not execute. First the script files will execute which are not having differ, then after differ files will be executing. For example, if you have differ for this one also, it will check first, it will check for the files which are not having differ, those will execute. Then after it will start from the top down approach which is having first differ, then that script file will execute, and after this script file execute. If you see here, now hello world executed, script2 file is, both are in the differ, it will follow the same thing only. Tomorrow if you have any jQuery thing or anything, don't mention that file as a differ. So why? Because the script1 file will execute and jQuery file will not execute, then you will then your file will run into problems. Hope frankly saying that I am not that much fan of differ, using that differ. So if you want to use differ means, so please keep it in mind. This differ will not execute first. Whatever the files present in the without differ, those only will execute. Okay, if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see about the JavaScript variables. How can we declare the JavaScript variables? Let's go to some online editor. Now JavaScript variables can be defined using the var key. If you come from different programming languages, you will be able to see some data types like integer, float, double, string. char like that, but here JavaScript supports var keyword. Okay, now we can have the variable name and we can assign any value, let's say 5. Now if I want to print that variable, I can directly write variable name. Okay, now if I see the output, I'm able to see the output as 5. Now what I will do is I will try to see the type of what is the data type of this variable name. So in order to see the data type of this variable name, there is a keyword known as type of. Okay, now if I see the variable name, type of variable name, okay, somewhat like this it will be. We will check syntax error. Okay, fine. Okay, you will check it like this and we will clear it and we will check again. Error, type of is not defined. Okay, let's have small like this. Yeah, we will be having like this type of. Now if I clear this one, if I see, I am able to see the number. Okay, that means the variable name, the data what it is storing, the variable name has a data type of number. Now what I will try to do is I will try to store string value. If the string value must be always stored with using single quotes or double quotes, so I will store hello world like this. Now what I will try to do is I will try to print the variable name and also the type. Now if I clear this one and if I try to print, here I am able to see the text data what is present in that variable name and also the type of that variable, the type of the data what is that variable is having. Okay, so this one is previously it written that 5 as a number. Now this hello world it is written as a string. Now what we will do is we will try to save the boolean values true. Okay, true is the reserved word keys one. There is no need for us to keep the single quote. This is not a text, it's a boolean type. Okay, now what I will try to do is if I see here true, we didn't get similar like hello world came as a double quotes, but here true is a reserved word keyword. So this represents true and this represents the boolean data type. Okay, these are the data types which it supports. For example, if you take 6.5 something like the floating numbers, 7.5, if I try to check the output, this one is also sending as a number only. Whatever the data it might be, numbers, all the things it will consider as a number only. 7 also it considers as a number. Okay, this is how we can declare the variables and also we can check the data type of the variables. And another one is the variable declaration must not start with a number, something like 1 var. If I give, this one will be an error. Okay, var is a reserved words, so very little are there reserved words. We should not use that reserved words for keeping the variable names. We can keep something like var1 and you can do the console.log. Okay, if I clear this one and if I check here, you'll be able to see the 5 here. So this is how variables are declared in the JavaScript. Okay, so we need to give the var variable name and the value, and you can, and also what you can do is you can also store the variable name. I can store the var1 data in the variable name. For example, if you have here string something like this, okay, now I am storing the variable name here, and also we will check the type of that variable also. Okay, what will the output it will be coming. Okay, first I have taken the what is the code right now I have given. I created one variable with variable name string, and I am printing that variable. I am checking the type of that variable, and here I am declaring another variable with 5, and I am assigning that var1 variable into the variable name. Now I will check that variable name, what is that variable name it is having, and the type of variable name. Okay, let's see the output. See now what it has happened. So here the variable name first it displayed as a text here. Okay, it has the text value. Okay, fine. And now it is telling that the type of the variable name, the type of the data it is storing, variable name is storing is string. Then what I did again, I assigned var1 data into the variable name, so it's changed to 5, and again it is telling that type of variable name is number. So immediately the type of the variable name is changed from string to the number. This is nothing but it is not a strongly typed language, it is a dynamic typed language. So it can change the data types of the variable. So we can assign string or also we can assign the number in the variables. So this is how the variable system work in the JavaScript. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends. Up to now in the previous video you have seen the different data types like number, string and the boolean. Now we will see another set of data types, data structures which is supported in the JavaScript. Let's see. I will show it in an example. Now I will take only the JavaScript and the console. Okay, let's say I have a variable with name x and I have assigned it as a 5. Now I will try to console.log x. Okay, I will console.log type of x. Okay, now if I try to check the type of x, you will get a number. Fine, it's expected only. Now what I will try to do is, now I will try to remove this one x and I will not assign any value to the x variable, and I will try to print the value. What could be the output? Let's see. Now if I try to print, I got undefined. The value of x is assigned as undefined and the data type of that x is also undefined. Here we can think of something like new data type. So if any variable which is not assigned any value, if it is not assigned any value, and if you are trying to use that value, use that variable in any place, you will get a value like undefined. Most of the things what you can be used as, it's like something like an error. If you are getting some variable as undefined means, and you are using that variable some arithmetic calculations or anything in any place you are using means, it's gonna throw undefined. So this is one type of data type. Now you can say if undefined is an error or it is showing it as data type, so what could I assign? If I didn't assign any value to going on the coding, I will assign the value. If it is not a value or anything, so what could we assign? Now let's see. X is equal to null. So what I did, I don't know what I want to what I want to add to this one. By going on, I'll be adding some data, something like number or string or anything. For the time for the thing, what I did was at the declaring I did as var x is equal to null. Now we will try to print the x value and also the type of x value, what it could be. Now let's see. It's shown as the value is null. Okay, fine, expected, and the type of that x is object. It is saying it is object. Here we can see another new data type known as object. Okay, what is this difference between undefined and null? Let's see. What we will try to do is, we will try to check whether this null and undefined is one and the same. Okay, now I will try to check whether this null and undefined is one and the same. Why? Because previously I assigned nothing, now also I assign null means nothing only. So what is the difference between null and undefined? If I check this both thing, you got true. That means what you are able to see, that null and undefined are nothing but the same. Now what I will do is, I will copy the same thing. Okay, now I will paste the again I with triple equal to. Now let's see the output. It's interesting, it's saying false again. Here I assigned a variable x is equal to null. When I tried to print the value of the x, it showed it as a null. Okay, fine. I tried to check the data type of that x variable, it is telling it as object. Okay, so then now I am checking that whether this null and undefined is one and the same. For example, if you have var y. Okay, I will try to print these both the things down. So I want to check the y and I want to check the y. Okay, if I clear this one and if I run, here see, the value it is telling for the x is null and the type of the value is object, and the value of y it is saying it is undefined, and it is saying that it's the data type is undefined. But if you check that whether x is equal to y, if I check that if is x is equal to y, means it is saying it's a true. But if I check that x value with y, I try to check the x value with y, it is saying that it's a false. What is the difference between this one, this x is equal to y, double equal to y, and triple equal to y? It is saying that you need to remember this is the main concept. What is the saying that double equal to is checking only the value wise only. So x and y variable value wise, this null and undefined is one and the same. But if you check triple equal to, it checks the type also. Type of also it will check along with the value. It also checks the data type also. But the data type of null and the data type of y variable is object and undefined. Is both are different. So that is the reason it threw false. So triple equal to checks both the value and the data type, but double equal to checks only the value. This is the main difference between the double equal to and triple equal to, and this is also the main difference between the null and undefined. So mainly what we can think is undefined is nothing but some type of error. So if you are getting any undefined variable in JavaScript, you need to solve that one, or otherwise if you unable to solve means if you are unable to assign any value to that one, just simply you can assign a null to the variable. Okay, and now let's see another type of data type known as var z. Okay, I will assign it as nan. Okay, nan itself tells that it is a not a number. Now I will try to print the same thing z. Okay, now what I will try to do, I will try to do the same thing type of z. Okay, now I will clear these all the things and I will try to print. Here what it is saying, the value of z, it is telling that it's a nan. Okay, and the type it is telling that it's a number. The nan itself it represents that it's not a number, but the data type of z is telling that it's a number. What is the difference between that one? It is telling that it is nan is nothing but what we can say is it's a number which is not a number. Okay, the data type of that z is a number, but it is not a number. This is also one type of something like undefined error wise. So if you are getting any nan or miss, you need to solve in your code that you should not get nan. For example, in which scenarios you will be getting nan is, for example, I have 4 here. Now when I try to do the z by some, I am doing some arithmetic calculation, z into some string, okay, text or something like that. Now if I try to do anything, now what I will be getting here, I will be getting Nancy here. Okay, so if you are doing any arithmetic calculations for the number, if you are trying to make any arithmetic calculations for the number, you will be getting a nan, that number only, it will try to return the number only which is not a number. So these are the main differences between the undefined, null and nan. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see about another two important data structures known as arrays and objects. Let's see how we can define arrays and objects in JavaScript. First we will see arrays. Array also we can declare, we will be declaring with var only. We will have variable var1. Okay, array should be declared as square brackets open and close, and in this one you can mention the items what we can have. So now if I print the console.log var1, if I try to see the output, you'll be able to see 1 2 3. Okay, in the same scenario what we will try to see is console log, we will see the type of var1, what could be the output. Let's see. Now if I try to run, I'm able to see object. Okay, that means array is nothing but it is the data structure of this array is nothing but it's an object. Okay, if you want to access the single variable in this array, okay, how you can access using console.log var1 of 0. So always the index starts with 0 in arrays. If you coming from the programming language or anything, you will be able to know that array always starts with the index 0. So if you access var1 of 0, you will be getting 1, var1 of 2, you will be getting var1 of 1 will be getting 2. Like this you will be getting on the values. Now if you try to run the value, you will be able to see 1. Fine. Now what I will try to do is, I will try to get the value of 4. Here you have only 0, 1 and 2. You don't have 3 and 4. Let's try to get the fourth index. What is the fourth index we are having? We are getting undefined. So this is how arrays will be declared and will be used in JavaScript. Now we will see another important concept known as objects. Object, we can have var2, we will be having curly braces. Object always will be in the key value pair. For example, I have name. Okay, I will be declaring this one as a hello world. Okay, I will be having age. I can have 22. Now if I try to console.log var2, and if I try to run the see output, you are getting as object age 22 and name hello world. If I want to access the name from this object, you can do console.log var2.name. Okay, now if I try to do, you will be getting hello world. Now what we will try to do is, we will see the type of that object. What is the type of that object? We will try to see var2. Okay, now I will try to run the code. You saw this is an object. That means that the data declared as an array is also an object, and also this one is also an object. This is how arrays and objects behave in JavaScript. Objects, to know about the objects, there is a lot of things to be known about the objects. In JavaScript, objects are important things. We can have properties, names, and also you can have the methods, functions also. We can implement in the objects. Later in coming videos, we will see more about the objects. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends. In the previous video, we have seen all the data structures and the data types that supported in the JavaScript. Okay, we have this is a simple HTML file, and here we have one script file. It is imported, as we have seen in the previous video how we can import it. And now here is the source file. We will go to the source file. Here we will be able to see that we have declared a variable with var variable1, and we are consoling that variable. Now let's try to see this one in the browser. Okay, now we will try to reveal in file explorer. Let's check that one in the file explorer. Okay, fine. Let's try to open it in the browser. Okay, now we will try to open that one in the browser. It is still trying to save, saving.index.html. I don't know why this. Okay, fine. Let's open this one. Okay, we will open this one in the inspect variable. Now if we see in the inspect variable, we should get console, we should get 5 as an output in the console. If you go to the console, yeah, if you go to the console, we can see the variable, it's a 5. Okay, fine. Now we are able to see the output. Why this one is taking so much of time, I don't know. Okay, fine. Yeah, now let's what we will do is, we will try to remove the semicolons here. Okay, now we will try to remove the semicolons and we'll try to save it. Okay, actually I have an extension in the Java in the Visual Studio Code, so that it is trying to keep, if I remove the semicolon also, it is trying to keep the semicolon at the end of the line. Let's try to open this one in the Notepad++, so which do not have any plugins or anything. So whatever we write the code, it will save as it is. Okay, so modified by another word, do you want to read? No. Okay, now what? Okay, now it is trying to save. No. Okay, we will close this all the file again. We will try to open it. Okay, if we try to open this one, yeah, this is the code what you have seen in the Visual Studio Code. The same file I have opened it one in the Notepad. Now I will try to remove the semicolons. Okay, now I will try to remove the semicolons. So the file is saved. Now I will try to check the output. If I try to check the output, I am getting the same output. So in almost most of the programming language, you will be able to learn that every line at the end of the line you need to keep a semicolon. But here it's not mandatory. It's looking like it's not mandatory. What we will try to do is, now we will try to remove the var, the declaration. So we will be having in any other programming languages as int double or something like that. So we will try to remove that variable one, and we will try to execute it again. Again I am getting the 5. What is happening here? So if I am changing everything, if I am removing everything line, it is executing. What I will try to do is, I will try to do like this. So we will check it if it executes or not. Yeah, now we got the error here. See, that means what the thing is happening here is, if you didn't keep the semicolon or anything, browser assumes that for every new line as a as the end of the line, so it will try to keep the semicolon. Browser itself tries to keep the semicolon at the time of execution. And also now you didn't declare the variable here, so browser thinks that you are assigning variable 1 is equal to 5, and it is trying to think that okay, he declared the variable and it is trying to keep the var variable here. Okay, now these type of things, what will happen, these are the things browser will be taking care. So if you write like this of code, what will happen is browser goes on executing this type of code and tries to think of all the things. This could result to the performance issues. So what we need to do is maximum try to keep all the semicolons and all those things. But you can say that it is not showing any errors or anything. How can we know these all things? So for this reason, what we need to do is, we need to JavaScript provides an option so that you can use strict. Okay, we can use by using this strict option. Now let's try to execute the code. Okay, now we will try to remove these lines. Okay, now we will try to remove these all the lines, and we will try to remove the semicolons, and we will execute the file. If we try to execute, see here you are trying to get an error, variable 1 is not defined. Yeah, okay, fine. What we will try to do is, now we will try to use the var here. Now okay, fine, we used the var here. Now we will try to execute this one. Now we got the error, we got the output as 5, but you will be able to observe that here we are not using semicolon. Then also it is trying to display that one. Why it is displaying is, in Chrome browser this one will be taken as default, but in other browsers like IE browsers and any other browsers, so it will throw an error, semicolon is not defined, so line number is not defined, something like that, it will be throwing an error. But in the Chrome you will be not getting the error. So it should be better if you write semicolon like this. So in this way, if you write the code, what will happen is the performance issues will not be getting, and the performance boost you will be able to get. So this is how we will be using the strict option in JavaScript. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see about the dynamic typing in JavaScript. Let's take one example. For example, I have var1 is equal to 5. Okay, I have the another variable known as var1, again var1, but v is capital. I'll keep it as 10. Now what I will try to do is, I will console.log var1, and I will do the same console.log var1. Now let's see the output. What could be the output? Let's see. Now I am clearing here and I am trying to run. You see, now for var1 you are getting 5, and capital var1 you are getting 10. By this you will be able to understand that JavaScript is case sensitive. There is difference between the small var1 and also the var1 with v as a capital. So these two variables are different. We cannot consider these two variables as same. Okay, now what I will try to do is, I will try to remove this variable. Okay, I will also remove this console.log for this one. Now I will console that I will assign 5 and I will console that variable value, and what I will try to do is I will change that one to 10 and I will console.log again that var 1. Okay, what could be the output? Let's see. Now if we see the output, you'll be able to see that here first 5 is printed and again 10 is printed. So that means from top down the code execution will be going. So now first var1 variable is assigned as initialized as 5 and then it is printed, and again it is reassigned as 10. 5 is gone and 10 is assigned, and again console.log you are getting the 10 here. Okay, now what I will try to do is I will take it as a string here. Okay, now I will try to print it again. What is happening here? We are able to print 5 and 10 as a double quotes. Now I will try to check the type of. Okay, here also I will try to check type of, and now I will clear this one and I will try to run. You're able to see here first at the time when it is assigned as 5, you will be able to see here console type is number, and again when we assign a string here, it is again changed to data type is changed to string. That means you can change the dynamically change the data type of this variable also. In JavaScript this is known as dynamic typing. In most of the programming languages you will be not seeing these option, but in JavaScript you will be seeing that we can assign integer and also we can change this one as a string also. This is totally valid, but my opinion is stick to only one data type. For example, if you assign here 5, so stick to the integer only. Okay, don't change this one as a string and all those things, so that you will be getting confused when the logic is becoming more and more complex. Okay, so this is nothing but what we can say is dynamic typing languages in dynamic typing in JavaScript. Now what I will try to do is, for example, here I will initialize the value as 5. Okay, I will try to console.log as var1. Okay, now what I will try to do, I will reassign this one. Okay, now what I will try to do, I will try to print. Okay, still I am getting the 5 here. So this, what is this happening? If you write this one in the strict mode also, for example, if I took this one and if I try to open that one in the strict mode also, you will be able to get the same without any error. You will be getting the option. You will be getting the output as 5. What is happening here? So normally what will happen is, when the browser executes the JavaScript, it will be executed 2 times. So it will fetch the 2 times. First time what it will do is, it will take all the variable declarations and it will try to hoist the variables at the top. Okay, whatever the variables these are declared, it will try to declare the variables at top, and now it will try, and then it will try to initialize all those things and it will print the value. This is how this is how JavaScript tries to execute. This is known as variable hoisting. Hoisting the variable is nothing but what we can say is, the variables initial declarations and all those things should be declared at the top only. That is the first behavior. Okay, so if you write it here down also, it's not a problem. Programmatically what the browser will do is, it will try to declare it at the top only. Okay, now what I will try to do is, I will try to copy these 2 things and I will try to paste it below. Okay, yeah, I will try to remove this one and I will try to paste it in. Now what could be the output you are thinking? Now if I try to see here, you are getting undefined. Why? Because declaration of variable is not that much of important. Initializing the variable is important. For example, you are trying to use the variable var1 before declaration only. Okay, before initialization only, you are trying to use that variable. So when it tries to console the variable, it is not initialized. Okay, so now after console.log, it is we have initialized as 5 and then we have declared that one as a var. This could not be affect the behavior, but var1 is not assigned up to now. So that is the reason we have that is assigned as undefined. Now what we will try to do is, I will try to declare it at the top, but I am initializing this variable to 5 is assigned to the variable var1 after console.log. Now we will see what could be the output. Still I am getting the undefined. See, so declaration of the variable is not that much of important. All the time if you write it down or top also, browser will try to initialize it at the top only, but initializing with the value is much more important. So always remember that initialization and declaration should always be done at the top, so that you will be not run into a weird problems. Okay, this is nothing but variable hoisting. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see about the functions in the JavaScript. Now what is a function in the JavaScript? Function is nothing but what we can say is it is a set of code, so which can be executed at any time whenever we want. So it is not executed immediately in the JavaScript. So if we want to execute a block of code at any time we want, so we will be using that set of block in a function. And also the advantage is we can execute that function multiple times. Now let's see how we can declare the function. Function is always declared using function keyword, function, and the name of the function name. So what we can say is get text, something like this, and we need to open and close brackets, we need to keep, and we need to keep the opening and closing curly brackets. Don't think of this one as an object, that one, but it is the set of code where we need to write the block of code in between the function. Now what I will try to do is I will write console.log hello world. Okay, now what I will try to do, I will try to execute the code. Now here I execute the code. When I try to run the code, we didn't get any output. The browser executed this function, but it didn't execute this code. So we need to explicitly call this function in order to print the hello world. So how we can call this function is, we need to write the name of the function get text, and we need to open close this brackets. Now we'll try to clear and we'll try to run the code. Now we will be able to see the hello world. Now we will try to remove the brackets, and now we will try to execute the code. When I try to run the code, we didn't get anything and we are getting an error. So it is thinking that get text is a variable, so we need to expect a variable, and it is saying that it's throwing an error, expected an assignment or function call instead saw an expression. Okay, now this is the, so we need to call the function like this only. Now we understood how we can declare the function and how we can call that function. And we can also declare the function in another way, something like we can assign this one in a variable get text is equal to, and we can do like this also. At the end we need to keep the semicolon. Okay, this is also another way how we can declare the function in the JavaScript. Now I will try to print again get text. Now if I try to print the get text, now we are able to get the hello world. Now what I will try to do is I will try to console.log the get text. Okay, type of get text. I will check what is the type of the get text. Okay, now see, if I try to do the type of get text, what we are getting here, we are getting hello world and undefined. So what is happening here is, here we are executing the get text, that means it is printing the console.log, and we are checking the type of the return value of this function. Right now the return value of the function is nothing is there, so so that's why it is printing undefined. Now we will try to remove this variable, the brackets, and we will try to check only the variable of the get text, what could be the type of the get text. Now if we clear that one and if we try to run, here we are getting a new data type function. So that means this get text variable is of type function. Previously we have written another type, right? So we will try to do the another type also. I will remove this function and I will try to use this get text here, and I will try to print the get text. Now if I try to print the get text, again this get text is also getting as a function. That means both the types is returning of the variable type get text. Now what I will try to do is I will try to take another variable where is equal to another function, and I will try to print the, and I will try to assign the get text here. Okay, now what I will try to do is I will try to call this another function. Okay, now if I try to run the another function, what could be the behavior? You'll see. If I try to run the, it is telling that another function is not defined. Okay, I have written the spelling wrong, so we will see here. Now we will try to run the code. If I try to run the code, it is saying same the hello world. That means this get text variable, what we are having the get text, it is assigning the whole function into the another function, so that we can call this method using this another function also. Now what I will try to do is I will try to keep the parenthesis here, and I will try to call the another function. If I try to call another function here, it is saying that another function is not a function. Why? Because if you close, if you enclose this one with brackets, what will happen is the return value of this function is assigned to this variable, but the return value of this function is not there, nothing. So that is the reason we got the error. Now what I will try to do is I will try to remove this one, and I will try to execute the code. Now we got the, sorry, no we didn't got anything. Now what we will do is we will try to do the console.log another function. Okay, what could be the output? We'll see. So if I clear here and if I run, now we will try to check the type of this variable. If we try to check the type of this variable, and if we try to run, we are getting undefined. Why? Because we are not returning anything of this function from this function. So that is the reason. So there is no return value, and the type of this return value is also undefined. So this is how we will be declaring functions in the JavaScript. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen how to create functions and also how to declare, how to use that functions, declared functions. Now in this video we will see how we can return the data from the function, and also how can we pass the data to the function. Okay, let's see. I have one simple function with a name add. Okay, so in the previous video what we have did, I have written hello world. Okay, now I can call this function by using add. Now we will try to, we got the output as hello world. Now what I will try to do is instead of outputting here, I will try to send it back from this function. Now I will try to execute. I didn't get any output here. Why I am not getting any output here is, in this function we are not trying to do anything to show the output. So just we are trying to send the data, whatever the logic we have done here in this function, at the end we are trying to send the data. Now what can we do is, here I can do the console.log of add. Now if I do the console.log add, now we got the hello world. See. Okay, in this way we can return the data from the functions. And also remember one thing, you cannot send multiple returns, so you can send only the single return function only. Okay, single data only you will be able to send the data from the function. And another one is how we can send the data to the function. Let's say I have add here. Okay, I want to add the two numbers. Now how we take is, I can take here as number 1 and number 2. Now what I will try to do is, here I will calculate where sum is equal to number 1 plus number 2, and I can return that sum. Okay, whatever the variable we need to return, we can return like this by assigning the variable also. Okay, now what I will try to do is, I will take the data. Okay, I will take the I will try to take the data, and what I will try to do is, I will try to console log the result. Okay, now let's try to see the output. Now if I try to see the output, you are able to get output as 3. Now what I will try to do is, I will try to use this variable outside the function. Okay, instead of returning, why can't we use directly this variable? So let's use this one. Now if I try to return if I try to use this sum variable, what is the error is coming? Sum is not defined. That means this variable is defined and the scope is defined up to this function only. Coming outside this function, before or after, so this variable will not be defined. So this is the benefit of using the function. So the variable, whatever the variables declared in this function, it will be used in that inside that function only. Okay, now this is the data, how we can pass the data to the functions and how we can get the data from the functions. Now what I will try to do is, I will try to write 3 here and I will try to use this one. Number 3 is 3 is discarded. See, only the first 2 numbers, how many arguments are defined here, it will be using it will be used those 2 numbers only, and rest of the arguments it will be discarded. Now what I will try to do is, instead of trying to add parentheses, I will try to add like this, and I will send, okay, like this. Now we will check the output. Still I am getting the 3. Here what is happening, just I am entirely taking this function, and this function I am storing in another variable, so that this variable also will become a function. If you check the type of this variable also, it will be a function. If I check the type of result here, type of result, if we check here, it is a function. So that means we can pass this refers to directly this function. So automatically I can pass the arguments, whatever the arguments I need to pass, I can pass through to this function. So this result will nothing but what it will point is, it will point to this function only. So this is how we can pass the data to the functions, and also we can get the data from the functions. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will go to the next concept known as conditional statements. So how we can use the conditional statements in the JavaScript. Let's assume I have one condition. I'll make it as a true. Okay, so if this condition is met, if it is true, I need to execute some logic, or otherwise I need to execute another logic. For example, we can write like this: if condition, so we can write console.log condition true, okay, or otherwise else I can write console.log condition not true. Okay, we can check this condition. So now what we will try to do is, we will try to execute this logic. Now if I try to execute this logic, what we got? So we got the condition true. Why? Because so is here the variable his condition is true, and here we are getting it true, so then it is executing this block. Now what I will try to do is, I will try to make it false, and we will check here. If I try to clear, now we are able to get the output as condition not true. So here what is it? So condition is false. So if condition, yeah, it is not true, and it is going into the else condition. So this is the thing how we can write the simple if condition. Now let's think that I have another condition. So let's think that, so with variable I have another condition, this is true. If this condition is also true, then what I need to do is, I need to execute the condition as true, some logic. Okay, so now how we can write that one is, so we can use else if here. Else if another condition, if another condition is there, then what we can do in this else if, we will write to console.log another condition true. Now we will try to do, so I make this condition false and I made this another condition as true. So we will try to check the condition, how we got the output. Now if I try to clear and if I try to check, see, we got the output, another condition is true. So here what is happening is, it is trying to check the condition, whether this condition is true or false. Okay, this one is false, then what I need to do, I need to go to the else. In this else card, again we are checking if another condition is, if this another condition is true or not is checking. Yes, it is another condition is true. So it is trying to execute this console.log. Okay, it's not going into the else, it will not go into the else block. This is how if else, if multiple conditions are there, how we can write this one in the if else. Now what I will try to make is, I will try to make this one as 1 and I will try to check the output. Now we got this one condition as true. Why? Because condition is equal to 1. If condition, then it is executed this one. So here remember that 1 and true. For example, if we check console.log 1 is equal to true. If we check this condition, what it will throw? It will tell us true. But if we, so true means, so here 1 also, if condition is true means, then it is trying to execute the condition true. Now what I will try to do is, I will try to make this one as triple equal to. Now what it says is 1 is not equal to true. So that means it is not equal to. So now triple equal to clears the clear definition between the boolean and the number. So if you check with this one, what we can say is true and 1 is nothing but same only. In the same scenario, if you take 0 here and I try to check this 0 as false, and now I try to execute the code. Now here we got the true. So that means 0 and false is nothing but same only. And if I try to check this one with the triple equal to, and if I check here, we are getting now false. So that means 0 and false is now not equal when compared to the type also. So here what we can think is boolean variable 0 is nothing but, we can think false are both are same, and 1 and true are both are same. Okay. So 0 and 1 and true and false, these boolean it will take as a boolean also. Now let's see, we will write it as 2 here. Now what will happen? So if I write 2 here and if I check run, then also we are getting condition is equal to true, but here we will try to check whether 2 is equal to true or not. Okay, so according to this condition, if condition console.log it is going into this condition means we can say that condition is equal to 2 is also true, but we are getting false. See here, why this one is throwing false is 2 is not always equal to true. Why? Because in boolean numbers 0 is false and 1 is true, but 2 it doesn't come into any other boolean. But here in the if condition you need to know about the important concept. Other than 0, anything is true for in the JavaScript. So if you write 1, 2 or 3, 4 or anything, it will be true. It will consider as a true in the if condition. Now what I will try to do is I will try to keep the -1. So what will happen in this situation? So if I try run, again this one is going into the condition true. Here it is going. So that means -1 also it will take it as a true only. So that means 0 only will be considered as the false, and 1, 2 everything other than 0 it will be considered as the true. Just remember, just note this point in the JavaScript. Now what I will try to do is I will try to keep the null here. Okay, now what it will happen, we will try to check. Now if I keep on run, now we got see another condition true. We went into the second, that means this condition became false. So null is also considered as a false in the JavaScript. So important thing you need to know in this if conditions and all those things is 0 and null is always considered as a false. Okay, other than 0 or anything it is considered as a true. JavaScript takes this one as like this behavior. So this is the important concept in the if condition. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see about the switch statement. Switch statement is used when we need to execute multiple conditions. For example, I have one variable by name something. Let's assume that we have a number is equal to, let's say 3. Okay, now I need to write the condition. If number is equal to 1, okay, we need to do console.log number is 1. Okay, now what I need to do, if number is 2, I need to execute another code. So I can write else if number is equal to 2, it is 2. And also another one, if number is equal to 3, it will be number is equal to 3. and if none of the conditions above satisfies, I need to execute another code. So else, so I can write console.log nothing, something like this. Okay, so this is simple multiple nested if conditions. So now if you check here, the number is 3. It will check here number is equal to 1. It doesn't satisfy the condition. Then it goes into the else condition. Number is equal to 2. It doesn't satisfy this condition. And now it will go to another third else statement. And here it will be able to see that it satisfies the condition, and therefore it prints the number is equal to 3. Now let's see the condition. Here we will be able to see the number is equal to 3. Whatever we expected, it executed. But tomorrow if it comes number is equal to 7, you need to go on write like this else if conditions for all the numbers, and for all the numbers we need to write. So if there is logic something like single line or 2 lines, it is okay. For if you have so many lines of code in the nested if statement, it will become some tedious thing. So in order to overcome this all the nested if thing, we can also write in another way in the JavaScript. That is nothing but what we can say is switch statement. Okay, now what I will try to do is I will try to remove this all code. I will try to remove all this code, and I will try to implement the same logic in the switch statement. Okay, so now what I will try to do is switch, and we need to take the number. Okay, so it will open a curly brace, and this curly brace we need to write each condition. How we can write the each condition is, first is the, if you go here, if number is equal to 1, right? So now we need to write here as a case, and the number we need to take case 1. If it is the case 1, there is no need for writing the curly braces here. Just you can write the console.log number is equal to 1, and again another case 2, and you will be writing that number is equal to 2, and for the case 3 you will be writing number is equal to 3. Okay, if none of the conditions satisfies, none of the cases satisfies here, you will be having default. Okay, like something like else statement here, none of the conditions, so you can write here console.log default or nothing, something like this. Okay, now what I will try to do is I will try to keep this one like this only. Okay, now I will try to execute this one. Now if I clear this one and execute, here we are getting both the things as nothing. Okay, fine. Now what I will try to do is, here I will try to change here 1. Now if I try to execute, we got different error, different output. What is the output? We'll see here number is 1. This one has executed correctly, so number is 1, so it has printed only this console statement. Its one is correct, but when considered the switch statement, it has printed every case. Number is 1, number is 2, number is 3, all the consoles it has executed. It didn't follow the condition, so our requirement is it should go only to the case 1, and all the cases it should not execute. So what is happening here? So now if you see, if I try to change it to 3, and if I try to execute this one, and here we got nothing is printed. Oh sorry, we have to give the space here. Okay, now if I try to execute here, we got number is 3 and nothing. That means this case is not satisfied, so it didn't execute this one, and this case also it didn't execute. From case 3 onwards it has executed, and then afterwards it is not checking any conditions, and then afterwards it is going on executing everything. Now let's check the 2 thing. So now if we check in the switch statement, if you see, case 1 will not be printed, and from case 2 onwards everything is printed without checking any conditions. So if we have, yeah, we got the same output what we expected. So that means switch statements, whenever the case is satisfied, for example case 2 or case 3, whenever the case is satisfied, then afterwards it will not check any condition, and it will go and execute one by one line without anything, and it will try to execute everything. So in order to stop this one, we need to use the break statement. Okay, whenever the condition is satisfied, it will execute those case and it will stop executing. Okay, here we can use the break statement. Now we will try to execute the output. If we try to execute the output, now we got the expected output as the if condition, nested if condition what we get. Now you can think, for default thing there is no need for us to keep the break. Why? Because after default nothing is there to execute. For example, if I write here something like 10 or anything, if I run, I am getting nothing here, right? So if I remove the break and if I try to execute, the same output I will get. Why? Because after the default there are no cases to execute. So that is the reason we are getting the correct output. So if you want to keep, you can keep the break condition, or anything you can remove the break condition also. So remember that only the last case only you can remove the break condition. Why? Because there will be no other cases down the switch statement. If there are any other cases, means automatically all those cases below that one it will execute. This is the switch statement in the JavaScript. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see about the looping structures. Up to now what we have seen all the conditional statements. Now we will see the looping statements. What are the looping statements available? First we will see about the for loop. How we can write the for loop in the JavaScript. So the for loop can be represented by using keyword for. First initialization you will be having for where I is equal to 0. Okay, another condition, so we need to end with semicolon, and you need to write the condition how long this loop has to be proceed. I less than 5. Okay, less than 5 means until 5 you proceed. And incrementation means incrementing the variable I plus. So incrementing each one I value to 1 plus 1. Now what I will try to do is I will try to print the console.log I. Now let's see the output. Now we can see it is printed as 0 1 2 3 4. What is happening here is, so first it is initializing to I is equal to 0, and it is checking that whether the I is less than is 5 or not. So 0 is less than 5. Yeah, it's true, and it will print the 0. And again what it will do is, again it will not initialize the I variable. Here it will go and it will increment the I to 1. And again it will check the condition whether it is satisfying the condition or not. 1 is less than 5, then it will print again. So in this way it will go each time incrementing and going to here. If you want here, I can increment it to 2 also. If I check here, I will be getting 0 2 4. So first it will print the 0 and it will increment 2 times. So that means 0 1 plus 2 it will become, check the condition and again it will print the 2. So this is how we can implement the for loop in the JavaScript. For example, if you want, you can also implement the nested for loop also. For example, if I want to implement for where j is equal to 0, j less than 2, j plus plus, I can implement like this. So I can print the console.log I, and also I can print the console.log j here. Okay, if you want, I can print the console.log I, outer loop. I will write it as outer loop so that you will understand. Now let's execute this code. What is happening here is, first time it is going to into this one. Okay, 1 second, let's see it again. Yeah, what is happening here is, first time it is going to where I is equal to 0, it is initialized I is equal to 0, it is check the condition whether 0 is less than or 5. Yeah, it's true. And again another loop is started, j is equal to 0. Yeah, 0 is less than 2, it will go here and it will print the j as 0, and also I is also 0 at that time. Okay, fine. Again, what it will do? Again, this loop it will continue. What it will try to see? J it will increment to 1 and it will check whether the 1 is less than or 2. Yeah, it's true. Now J will print it as 1 and I is still 0 here. So now again J incremented, it becomes 2. 2 is not less than 2. 2 is equal to, so J is equal to 2. So condition got false and again now it went to the outer loop and here again we printed the I. Now it will go to the top here and again I will be incremented, I will become 1 here. Now we come again J is initialized to 0, again J is printed as 0 and I is printed as 1. So in this way the loop will go on incrementing and it will be printing like this. So if you want to stop this one, I can also stop the loop. For example, if I is equal to 1, okay, I don't want to execute this one, I will use the break statement. So same thing what we have used in the switch statement, we can break the statement. Instead of going this one, we will check the break statement in the simple loop condition. We will keep it aside, this one. Okay, so that you will understand very clearly. I will keep it as a comment. Now I will have a simple loop statement for where I is equal to 0, I less than 5, I plus plus. Now if I go here, if I is equal to 2, simply break the condition. Okay, so what it will do, we will check here. I will clear it, I will run again. Oh sorry, we are not writing anything, right? So we will console.log I, we will print the I. Okay, now what is happening, we will check. Let's check. Only 0 and 1 is printed. So now what is happening here is I is equal to 0 is initialized, it is checking the condition, and here while entering into this one it is checking whether I is equal to 2 or not. Yeah, it is not equal to 2, it is 0 only. It will print the I. Again it will increment to 1 and it will check the condition again, 1 is less than 5. Yeah, it is true. And here also it will check again condition, it is false, it will print the 1. Now it will increment to 2 and it will check here I is equal to, yes, it is equal to 2. The break will execute. So the break, what it will do is, whatever the loop is there, outermost loop is there inside that one, that will break and it will come outside. Okay, so break is used whenever we can whenever we can come out of the loop, so we can use the break statement. Okay, now what I will try to do is, another keyword is there, continue. Okay, now what I will do, now what I will do here, I will run and I will clear this one. So now here 2 is missed, see. So here what is happening is, when it comes to 2, so I is equal to 2 is matches, then it will say continue. Continue means instead of executing down the lines inside the for loop going on, it will, what it will do is, it will again go here and it will increment the I and it will again check the condition. So this is the main difference between the continue and break. What the break will do is, it will just come out of the loop whenever the condition matches and the break statement execute. What the continue will do is, so whenever the continue comes, immediately it will go to the loop top and it will again increment and it will check the condition and it will come again down. So that is the main difference between the continue and the break. So now if you come to here scenario, in inside loop also, you will be able to, you can keep the break condition. So here what I am trying to do, if I is equal to 1, I am using the break. So now let's check the output. If I check the output here, what is happening here is, so I first is initialized to 0 and J is initialized to 0. So 0 and 0 is printed, fine. And again J has become 1, 1 and 0 is printed, fine. 1 and 0, I is still 0, it's printed. Now it has printed outer loop and also it has printed I as here. Okay, fine. This one is completed. Now what has become, I is incremented to 1. Again it comes to here. So now J is equal to 0 and all those things it is trying to check, and it has printed J0 and I as 1. Okay, J0 and I as 1 it has printed, and I is equal to 1. Yeah, yes, is true, and it is break the loop and it went to outer loop. Instead of executing the 1, J is 1 and I is 1, instead of printing this one, what it has become, it went to outer loop. So the break will break only the outer loop only. Okay, whatever the loop it is responsible inside the break, it will execute only the outer loop only. It will not execute the total for loop. For example, if you want to break if you use break here, it will execute now this outer loop also. See, now if I run, it has executed only the, so this got never executed. Why? Because up to here only break statement, so break the for loop, and it has come out of the for loop. So in this way we will be using the break and continue statements in the for loop. So this is all about the for loop in the JavaScript. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen the for loop structure and how it will be executed. Now we will see another looping structure, while loop. So here I am having some variable, something like where I is equal to 4, something like that. While I is less than 5, okay, I will console.log I, and I will make the I++. Let's see the output, what it will be. Now if I try to run the execute, so it printed only 4. What is happening here is, so first it is initialize the variable with I, and it is going to check the condition. Why? I 4 is less than 5. Yeah, it is true, and it will print the I value as 4, and it will increment I to 5. Again it will go top and it will check whether the condition is true or not. Now the condition is not true. 5 is not less than 5. 5 is equal to 5. So it will not print, and it will go out of the loop. So this is the while loop in the JavaScript. So now you can think that what is the difference between the while and for loop? Both are same only, but in the while loop what we can do is we can use our own condition. Something like, for example, we have another thing, something like condition. So this condition is true, for example, think, and I have another condition, something like I is equal to 3. I have another variable I is equal to 3. Now what I will try to do is, if while condition, okay, while condition, print the I and do the I++. So now if here you can check I is equal to 5, okay, break this condition, you will be writing break this while loop. So if I is equal to 5, break this one. Now we will try to execute this code. Now what we got, the output is 3, 4. What is happening here is, now we check the condition as true. Yeah, condition is, so we have one condition, something like that, it is true. Now it will check whether I is equal to 5 or not. It is not equal to 5, it is 3. Now what it will do is, it will print the I, and it will increment I++, and it will go again. The condition will always be true. It will go into the while loop. So when it becomes 5, then it will check the break condition, and it will come out of the while loop. So here if you want to write any custom conditions or anything outside the conditions, you can write your own conditions. So this way we can use the while loop. For example, if I have condition is equal to false, but what I need to get execute is only one time I need to, now only one time I need to execute this one. So for example, I need to execute one time logic, okay. If the condition matches, again execute. So now if I do, nothing is printed. Why? Because the condition is false, but I need to get executed at least once this logic. If the condition is matching or anything, so execute another time while the condition becomes false. If you want to write those type of conditions, what we can do is we can use the do while condition, do while structure. So do whatever the things you want to do, you can do these all things, okay. First time you do, and while condition, you can write the condition. So you need to keep the semicolon before the while in the do while. So now if I execute this one time executed the logic, and again it checked the, so it first executed that logic, and again it checked the condition is false, it went out of the loop. So do while and while you will check the condition first, and it will execute the logic inside this one. But do while, what it will do is, first it will execute the logic, and again afterwards it will check the condition. So this is the main difference between the while and do while. So these are the looping structures in the JavaScript. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, up to now we have seen all the control structures. So conditional statements we have seen, if conditions and all those things, switch statement, and we have seen the for loop and while statement and do while statement. Now we will go to the operators thing. So first operator what we will see is addition operator. For example, now you are all are being aware of this addition operators in any programming language. So let's see in the JavaScript how it will be operating. So for example, I have where a is equal to 1 and I have another variable where b is equal to 3. Okay, now what I will try to do is console.log a plus b. Now if I try to check the output, as you already know, it will print the 4 as output. Fine, it's nice. So now we will check a plus is equal to b. What it will try to do? I will try to print the a. Okay, now if you check the output, you will be able to see 4, again the 4. So that means a has updated to 4 instead of 1. So what is this one is doing is, this statement is nothing but a is equal to a plus b. Okay, this is the shorthand notation of this line. And also you will be all the time seeing a plus plus. A plus plus is also is nothing but equal to a is equal to a plus 1. Okay, this is the shorthand notation of the a is equal to a plus 1, a plus plus. A plus is equal to 2 also, it is the shorthand notation of the a plus is equal to b also is shorthand notation of that one. So that is nothing but a is equal to a plus b. You can also able to see in some places a plus is equal to 2. That is nothing but a is equal to a plus 2. So this is the shorthand notation in the addition operators. And now what we will try to do is, we have checked up to now with the integers thing. So let's check with the floating numbers what it will do. 1.2 and 3.2. Okay, if I check the output 1.3, we got the, okay fine, we will check with a plus b. Okay, now if we check the output, we got 4.5 as expected. Okay, floating point addition also it is adding the floating point. What I will try to do is, I will try to add the strings. Okay, what it will do, we will check. If you see hello world here, and if I try to print console.log, it has joined the strings also. Hello world, if you check here, if you try to check here, it is trying to join the hello world also. Strings also it is trying to add this one. So now what I will do is, I will change this one and I will change it to 3. Okay, what it will do, we will check. So now here, so if we try to join with string and integer, hello and 3 is combinedly it is trying to join here. And we will check here. What I will try to do is, I will change this one to 3 and here to hello. Okay, now let's check what it will do. Here if I try to run, then also what it is having, it is trying to join this one. So this is how it is making. Now what I will try to do is, I will change this integer to array. What it will try to do, we will check. Now if I try to add this one, what is the output is trying to get? 1, 2, 3 it is trying to join with the string. So JavaScript always it is trying to add the numbers to numbers. What I will do is, I will try to do, I will change it to boolean here. So what it will try to do, we will check. So now if I check the output, so true as itself it is converted into string, and it is trying to display this one. What it will try to do is, I will try to change this true and false, and I will check the output. It is displaying as 1 here. What it is trying to do here is, true is nothing but it is equal to 1, false is nothing but it is equal to 0. So 1 plus 1, 1 plus 0 it is trying to do, and it is printing it as 1. So boolean values also it is trying to display like this. Now what I will try to do is, now I will try to do 4. Okay, true and 4. So boolean and the number I will try to get. So now if I try to execute a plus b, here I am getting it as 5. That means true is nothing but 1, right? 1 plus 4 it is trying to make, and it is displaying it as false. In the same scenario, if you take false and if you try to do false plus 4, it will print only 4. So now that is nothing but 0, false is 0, and it is trying to do 0 plus 4 is 4. So now what we will try to do is, another one is a plus, so these are all the scenarios actually how it will behave. Now what I will try to do is, I will try to do null. So we have another one also null, right? So what it will try to do, we will check. So it is printing 4, that means null it is taking it as 0. 0 plus 4 is 4. Now what I will try to do is, we will take undefined. Let's take it as undefined. Okay, so undefined plus 4, what it will try to print, we will check. It's print as nan. Why? Because undefined is nothing but, if a variable is not defined anything, so if I don't know anything what it is it will define, it will be considered as undefined. So a is undefined means it don't know what to do with that one. So a plus b, what it will try, it will say it as not a number. So you are trying to add a number with the undefined variable, with don't know what it is, that it is a string or integer or anything, I don't know. So it is trying to do, so that's why it returned as not a number. What we will try to do is, we will try to do the not a number, and we will try to do same thing as expected, you will get a not a number. So this is how JavaScript behaves for the addition operators in between the different data types. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, up to now we have checked the addition operator and the subtraction operator. Now in this video we will check the multiplication operator. So how we can do, how the JavaScript performs multiplication operator. For example, now I have 3 here and here I have 4. So let's check that a into b. So how it will do the a into b here. Okay, if we check the output a into b, so we are getting 3 into 4 as 12. Okay, the expected behavior is this one. So let's check what will happen if we check a star is equal to b. Okay, we will check the a star is equal to b. So how we will behave, a star is equal to b, let's check. So if I check the output, I am getting the a as 12. So that means it is taking 3 into 4 and it is calculating it as 12. Okay, fine, it's better. Now let's check what it will happen if we do a star star. Well, this one is support or not. So if we try to run in the JavaScript, you are getting unexpected token, so star. So that means a star star is not supported in the JavaScript. Anywhere it's not, a star star is not there. So a plus plus and a minus minus is supported, but a star star is not supported. Now let's check another one, floating points. How the floating points will behave. So let's go to the old thing, a console.log, let's do a star b. Okay, now let's check the output. So expected. Now what I will try to do is 3.3 and 3.3 and 4. Let's try to check 3.3 and 4. I am getting 13.2. Nice, it's fine. Now what I will try to do is 4.3 and 3.3. I will try to do the 2 floating points. What I am getting is 14.9. Fine, it's nice. So what I can check is, so 1.2 and 2.3. So if we check this one, 2.76, and let's check with the 1.3 and 2.2, something like this. So here you are getting different output, something like you are getting 2.86000003. So this is something like what we can say is usually called as, we can say this one is a bug in the JavaScript. Actually you need to get 2.86 only, but we are getting 2.86000003. So in order to this is actually a bug in the JavaScript. So when dealing with the multiplication numbers, so you need to be very careful with the floating point numbers. So in order to get that one, what we can do is, so we can do the console.log a into b, and we can do dot to fixed of 2. Okay, so so it is better if you do this type of behavior. Now if you try to print here, you will be getting 2.86. Why? Because to fixed, what it will do is, after the decimals, how many characters you need to display after the decimal. So I want to display to fixed of 2 means 2 characters. So that is after the decimal it displayed 2 decimals. So this is, So this is one type of bug in the JavaScript where multiplying two floating point numbers will give different result. So this is common, and now we'll try to check the common scenarios what we are checking earlier. So let's check with the two strings. So how the thing behaves when we have one string and one number. So now if you check here, it is returning nan. So if you try to add two different types of variables, it will try to give nan. So in the same scenario, if you keep null here, what it will try to do, let's check. So again it is displaying it as nan only. So remember that whenever you are trying to multiply two different types of variables, it will return nan. So now what I will try to do is true and null. I will try to return true. I will try to multiply true and null. So what you can think, 1 into 0 it will try to. So it will return 0. So the expected output is 0 only. So this is how multiplication operator behaves in the JavaScript. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends. In the previous video we have checked the addition operator. Now we will check the similar subtraction operator. So what the JavaScript behaves. So if you use the subtraction operator, now you have, for example, 12 and 4 for let's think. So if I do a minus b, you all think 8 is the output. Yeah, fine. So now here, as in the addition operator also, you can do a minus is equal to b also. Okay, if I do a minus is equal to b, then also I get the same output. Same thing like a minus minus. If I do a minus minus, it will print as 11. Okay, so the subtraction operator behaves the same way as the addition operators. So now let's try. We will see the difference thing. Something like we will see here as a string, how it will behave with the string hello world. Okay, and here I will try to do some other. So let's check what it will do if we do the a minus b. So if I click on a minus b, it is getting as nan. Just like addition operator, it is not returning the concatenation of these two things, or otherwise ds removing the ds here somewhere in the string. So it's not doing like that. It is just returning the nan operator. Let's see what it will do if we do with the 3 and the string of 1 operator. So what it will do with the minus thing. If we go and here if we run, it is returning for us as 2. So what is happening here is, it is subtraction. While doing the subtraction, it is trying to cast the b variable. If it is casting the b variable, what is it? It is converting string 1 to integer 1. So that is the reason what it is happening is 3 minus 1 it is able to cast, and it is able to show the 2. So in the same scenario, if you change it to null or undefined or true or anything, so it will try to do the 3 minus 1 or something like that. It will try to check it give the output. So I am not trying to demonstrate those all the things. So try on your own. So just like the addition operators, how it will behave. So then you will get a clear idea. So this is how subtraction operator works in the JavaScript. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends. In this video we will see about the division operator and the modulus operator, how we can implement the division operator in the JavaScript. Let's take, I have variable a is equal to 10 and I have another variable b is equal to 2. Let's console.log a by b. We will check and we will try to run this one. So we got the expected output 5. Now we will check this one, a by is equal to b, which we have seen in the earlier for other operators. Will this support or not? So if we check this output, and we are able to get the same output, fine. Now what I will try to do is, I will try to do with the string operator. So 10 by 2, how will be the output? Let's check. And if I try to check the output a by b, so now if I try to run, still I am getting the 5 output. So that means, so JavaScript is trying to convert this string into number and it is trying to do the division operator. So in this way JavaScript can also convert the number strings into number. Now what I will try to do is I will take some other floating point numbers and I will try to do the and I will try to execute. See here again the floating point error is coming. So we can solve this one by using a by b dot to fixed of 2. But now what it will do is, so instead of returning 1.49 it will return the rounded value. So now if I check here, see, instead of 1.49 we are getting 1.50. For example, if I keep fixed of 3, then also it will return me 1.500 instead of 1.4999 like that. Okay, in this way JavaScript handles the floating point numbers. Now let's check what we'll do is, so instead of doing these all things I will try to do 10 by 0. So what you will be getting if I try to do 10 by 0, okay, what could be the output you are expecting? So let's check, and if I do here I am getting infinity. So that means anything divided by 0 it will return the infinity. Now what I will try to do is I will try to divide it by infinity instead of, so if I try to do 0, so anything divided by the large number JavaScript will return the 0. Now what I will try to do is 10 by 0 and all those things. So now I will try to, so 10 by 3, instead of doing a by b I will do the modulus. So what could be the output? It's returning 1. What is happening here is 10 by 3, so a modulus b returns the remainder of the both the division thing. So what is the remainder? It will return the modulus. So anything that could not be divided with 10 by 3 it will return. For example, 3 3s 9, so 1 is the only remaining which could not be divisible by the 3. So that is the output it is showing. This is all about the division operators and the modulus operator in the JavaScript. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see another important operators known as comparing operators. For example, I will try to check, we have already checked the comparing operators in the previous videos and all those things. Let's go deep into this operators. So for example, 1 is equal to 1, it's true or not? Let's check. If I try to check here, it's true, fine. We will check here 1 is equal to string 1 or not. We will try to check this condition. Now when we check here, try true. Why it is coming true is 1 and it is trying to convert into number and it is checking the only the value between the two things. 1 is equal to 1, it's true. Now if you check with triple equal to, it will check both the values and also the data type with that one. So this is a number and this is a string. So now if I run, now we are getting false. So here you need to remember two things. Double equal to checks only the value and triple equal to checks the value along with the type. Okay, another one we have reverse of this one, not equal to. Now if we check this not equal to 1, we are getting 1 not equal to 1 is false. It's not equal, it's an equal, right? So we are getting the reverse of. So if I check not equal to 1, if I try to check this one we are getting true. Why? Because 1 is not equal to 1 is true. Yeah, it's correct. Why? Because this one is number and this one is string. So here also you will be checking both the value and the, if you use only not equal to, it will check only the value. If it is not double equal to, it will check the value and the type. Okay, in the same scenario we have 1 is greater than 1 or not. So 1 is greater than 1, it's false. It is 1 is greater than or equal to, if you check here you will be getting true. But now we will check with double equal to with the type. If you try to check this one, you will get a syntax error. So for double equal, for greater than or less than thing, you don't have the double equal to. It will check only this one. So for example, if I try to check here greater than or equal to 1, you are getting true. Why? Because it is trying to convert it into the number. So these are the comparing operators in the JavaScript. Now what I will try to do is I will try to compare 1 0 is equal to true or not. Okay, 0 is equal to false or not. Why? Because so false it took as the 0 in the JavaScript in the previously when we are trying to do the addition operator or subtraction operator. Now we will try to check when it is returning true. Fine. Now when we try to check with triple equal to, what it will do here, it will try to return the false. Why? Because so this one is a boolean operator and this one is the number. Now what I will try to check is if 0 is equal to null or not. I will try to check. Okay, if I try to check 0 is equal to null or not, so it is trying to send me false. So I am checking with only double equal to. In the previous addition operator it took as the null as 0 only. So why is it returning false here? So the reason is, so you have an exception in the JavaScript. You need to remember the important rule. You should not compare anything with the null. So anything compared with the null will always return false. So you remember the important point in the JavaScript. Any number or anything compared with the null will return false. You should not compare anything with the null. What I will do is I will try to compare with undefined here. If I try to compare with undefined, we'll try, and we are still getting false. So a 0 is equal to undefined will always return false. Now what I will try to check is I will try to check with null with undefined. Now I will try what will be the output. We'll see. See here we got the output true. So and this is also the important rule. So we should not compare anything with the null. So anything compared with the null will return false except with the undefined. So so if you compare null with undefined, you will be getting true. Okay, so this is the important point you need to remember in the JavaScript. Anything compared with the null will return false except undefined. So this is the one important rule you need to remember. And also we will check undefined is equal to 0. So we already checked, right, this one. So it returned false. So this is the important thing you need to remember in the JavaScript. These are the comparing operators, so with the different data types. And also we can also check another one, nan. Okay, if we check nan with nan, what you can get the output? Let's see. If you see nan with nan, we got the false. Why we are getting? So nan is nothing but equal to nan only, right? So why is we are returning false? So the reason is it's a not a number, and this one is also a not a number. So anything compared with both the nans will always return false. This is also important to remember. So not a number, this is not a number, and this one is also not a number. So it can be any number, or it can be anything. So it's not a number. So that is the reason you will be getting false. So these are the comparing operators in the JavaScript. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends. Up to now in the previous videos, we have seen all the different types of data types what are present in the JavaScript. So now we will see about another important concept in the JavaScript known as primitive types and the reference types. So what are these primitive types and the reference types? If you see in here in this diagram, so you will be able to see that now the JavaScript, the data types what it is supported is number, string, object and arrays. These are all things we have seen, right? Boolean and all those things. So those are all the data types comes into these two, any of these two categories. So JavaScript has two different types of categories known as primitive types and the reference types. So all the a is equal to 5, this number, and where b is a is equal to 5, string, boolean values, and all those things comes under the primitive types. And object, arrays, and all those things, complex data types comes into the reference types. So what is this primitive type and the reference types? Let's check here. For example, I have a variable assigned as where a is equal to 5. So whenever I write this line where a is equal to 5, immediately what will happen is in the memory location, so we a variable is assigned a memory location, and the value for the a is stored as 5 here. Okay, immediately what I have did here, I assigned where b is equal to a. That means I assigned the value a value into the b variable. That means b also holds the value 5. So what will happen is here is
So this, the value which is having here for the a variable, it will be copied into the new memory, and a new memory for the b is created. Okay, so therefore whenever we change the value of b, so it will be changed here only, and the a will have, where a will remain the value 5 like that only. So here if we realize a is equal to 5 and if I assign b is equal to a, now if I change b is equal to 6, so then here it will be changed as 6, but a has the value still as a 5 only. So this is nothing but primitive types. All the primitive types, whenever we assign into the variable, a copy will be created in the memory location, so that each will have a separate memory for that one. Okay, these are simple data types, what we can say. Whereas coming to reference types, so this one, coming to reference types, this one is comes as an object. So object, let's take object. I have assigned here where x is equal to a with a key a and value 1. So what will happen is, so this object, entire object will be created in one memory location, and the pointer, the memory pointer value will be stored in another memory, and this one will be referenced to the x value. So the x value will not directly refer to the a here, so it will have the memory, the pointer value, x will hold only the pointer value. So where this value is located in the memory, we will have that in the pointer. And now if I assign where y is equal to x, and for y another pointer is created for this one, which will point to this y, and this pointer will again refer to the same location where x is referencing. So now if I change anything a to 2 for y dot a is equal to 2, if I do anything, automatically x dot a also will get updated. Why? Because so here the memory location is only one for both x and y. So the, it's not like making a copy, only the pointer is making the copy, but the value is in one place only. Why? Because it is happening is, so the reference types will be having so much of data. So reference types which have a complex type of data, so that instead of copying each data here, so that it will pollute the memory. Pollute the memory means the memory will get more memory, it will consume more memory, and the memory leakage will be there. So that is the reason it will be stored in one memory location, and the location name, location finder pointer will be stored in the variable location. So each pointer wherever you are saying, it will point to only one location. So these are reference types. So these are the main different types in the JavaScript, primitive types and the reference types. You need to know the main difference between these two. So now in the next video we will see the practical way how the things will be working in the output, in the JavaScript output. So you will see in that next video. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen the difference between the primitive types and the reference type. Now in this video we will see in the practical example how the primitive types and the reference types will work in the JavaScript. Now first we will see the primitive type in the JavaScript. Let's take one simple example. I am creating one variable with where a is equal to 5. Okay, now what I will try to do is, I will create another variable and I will assign the a value into the b. Now what I will do, I will try to print the a variable. So I am printing a is a. Okay, and in the same scenario, console.log b is b. Now we'll try to see the output. Now if we see the output, what is the output we are getting? A is 5 and b is 5. Perfect. So this is the output what we have expected. Now what I will try to do is, I will try to update a is equal to 6, and I will try to do b is equal to 2. I will try to update a is equal to 6. Okay, we will try to see the output, what the output will be. As you already know, a will be, so we'll see the output. Yeah, as you already know, so a is 5, b is 5 at the first, and now I assigned a as a 6 variable. I updated that one, a to 6. Now we got a is 6 and b is still 5. So b is still 5 only. So this is nothing but the primitive types. That means when we create a new variable a is 5, so a new memory location will be created for the a, and when I assign that a value into the b, another new memory location will be created for the b, so that a will have its own memory location and b will be having its own memory location. So when we update the variable a with 6, the memory location which a is pointing only will be updated, but the b will be having separate memory location, so that b will have its own copy, so that 5 will be remaining 5 will be remain as like that only. Now when you try to update the b to 10 8 or something like that, now b's memory location will be updated to 8 and a memory location will be updated to 6. So that means both of them will be having its own memory location, and so this will be updated accordingly. This is nothing but the primitive types in the JavaScript. Now let's see the reference types in the JavaScript. So if you now let's take where a is equal to 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, I have an array. As you know that array, the type of array is nothing but an object in the JavaScript. If you try to check the type of a, so in the previous videos we have seen all the data types what are supported in the JavaScript. So array is nothing but an object only. Now what I will try to do is I will take the variable b is equal to a similarly, and what I will try to do, I will try to print the console.log a is plus a, and in the same scenario console.log b is plus b. Okay, I am trying to print the a value and the b value. Now what I will try to do, so here we got the output a is 1 2 3 and b is 1 2 3, perfect. So the output what we have expected, we got that one only. So a is, now here we have created a new variable with a as an array 1 2 3, and we have assigned that a value into the b, so that a and b are the two new variables. Now what I will try to do is I will try to a dot push, I will try to push new value 5 or 4 into the a. So this push is one method in the array. So we will see these all methods for array methods and object methods in the later videos. So let's think that push means what it will do is it will push one value into the a like this. Now what I will try to do, I will try to print the console.log. So what you will expect the output will be. So previously we have seen 1 5 and 6 is separate, right? So now you can expect that a value should be 1 2 3 5 and b will be always 1 2 3 only. Let's see the output. So the output has changed. See, so first time what we have seen, a is 1 2 3 1 2 3, before pushing the value 4, it is 1 2 3 and 1 2 3, fine. Now I pushed the 4 value into the a variable. Actually I didn't push anything into the b variable, but I pushed only into the a. But here see, both a and b got the value, new value 4, it is pushed. What is happening here? This is nothing but the reference type. What here is created is, so 1 2 3 these data is stored in a one memory location, and a will be pointing to that memory location. So a memory location will not directly handle that memory location. A will be pointed only to that a will have only the pointer of that memory location. In the similar way, when you are assigning where b is equal to a is not giving all the values into the b. A is only giving the pointer location where this 1 2 3 is stored. Now when you update a dot push of 4, the memory location where it is having 1 2 3, it will be get updated. So that means the b and a both are referencing to this pointer, to this memory location only. So that is the reason when you try to get the value b, it will try to get the value 1 2 3 4 from the same where a is also pointing. So that is the reason we are getting both a and b as 1 2 3 4. Now let's see, instead of pushing that one, what I will try to do, a is equal to, I will have a comma b comma c. Okay, I have this new type. So now let's see what could be the output. We will see. If you see here, now we got the output something like a is abc, but b is still 1 2 3 only. So what is the thing happening here? So the thing happened here is we have created a new variable with a 1 2 3, right? Again, instead of pushing that one into that thing into the a variable, we have created a new array, and again we have initialized it into the a. So that means ABC, this one will be having another separate memory location, and this time A will be pointing to this memory location where ABC is stored. 1 2 3 is stored, so the pointer, that one is removed from the A, and A is pointing to the new memory location ABC, but B is still pointing to the old memory location only, 1 2 3 only. So that is the reason we got B as 1 2 3, but A is now pointing to the new memory location where ABC is stored. So that is the reason we are getting ABC. So this is nothing but the reference types in the JavaScript. So all the time what you will be getting is, you will be getting some weird bugs when you don't know these reference concept when actually working with the objects and arrays in the JavaScript. Okay. So if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends. In this video, we will see about the scope variables. So in the JavaScript, the variables will be defined in the two different scopes. One is global scope and the local scope. What is local scope and the global scope? For example, in JavaScript, if you take the browser, you will be having one global scope variable known as window object. Window object is nothing but what we can say is it is in the global scope, and the variables whichever we mention in the methods or anything, so those will be available in that function block only. Those will be called as the local scope. So let's demonstrate with a simple example where we can see the difference between the local scope and the global scope. Now I will create one variable with a is equal to 5, and this variable, when we create at the top of the thing, top of the JavaScript or anything, so we can say this one is defined in the global scope. Now if I try to print console.log a, I can get the output. Okay, I got the output 5. Now what I will try to do is, I will create a new function. Okay, get name or something like. Now what I will try to do, I will try to print the console.log same a. I will remove this one. Let's see what will happen. Now we see again, we will try to call the function get name. Okay, if we try to call the function only, then it will be. Now if I execute, now I got the same 5 is printed. Here what has happened? What has happened is, the a variable is defined in the global scope, and this global scope a variable a will be available in anywhere in the functions, and anywhere it will be available. So this is nothing but the global scope. Now what I will try to do is, I will create same variable here, and I will do this one where a is equal to 6. Now I will try to print the variable. I got now 6 variable. Now here, after calling this one, I will try to print again a. Now I got 6 and 5. What is happening here is, the variable a is defined in the global scope. Okay, that will be available in everywhere it will be available, in the functions or everywhere it will be available. Now in the function get name itself, I am overriding this one where a is equal to 6, so that new variable a will be created within this function block, so that now a is a local scope here, but coming outside again a will be in the global scope, so here 5 will be available. So that is the, here a is the only local scope variable, so that is the reason we are getting 6 here. While coming outside, the scope of this variable is completed, it will be available only in this function block. So that is the reason a will be 5 outside this one. Okay, this is the function what we can say, local scope and the global scope. Now what I will try to do is, I will try to remove this variable. Okay, now let's see what could be the output. Okay, here I got the 6 output, but I am unable to print the a outside the function. So here in the, when I am trying to print the console.log a, I am getting an error, a is not defined. Why? So here in this function, a is defined as a local scope only. So that means this a will be available only in this function only. If you try to print that a value outside the function, so you will be getting an error JavaScript. So a is not defined. So that is the thing. So you have to remember one thing is, global scope variables can be used anywhere in the local scope or anywhere, but local scope variables will be available only in that scope only. You cannot use that variable outside the scope. but the global scope variables can be used anywhere in the scope of the JavaScript. That is the main difference between the global scope and the local scope. So now what I will try to do is I will remove this var, okay, and I will print the variable. If I see here, you are able to get the output. See, 6 a is equal to 6 and console.log a, we got that one, and also console.log a, here also we are getting. Now a has become the global scope. What is the reason? What is the thing happening here is we didn't declare the variable, okay, right? We didn't declare the variable as var a, we didn't declare anything. Then we have discussed in the previous videos and all those things. So if we didn't declare anything for the variable, automatically JavaScript registers that one as the global scope variable. Now here you didn't mention this one as var, so that is the reason it took the a as the global scope variable. That means if it is a global scope variable, means it will be available in the function scope and also in the outside scope also it will be available. So that is the reason you are able to get the 6 as the output both in the outside of the function and also inside the function. This is the main difference you need to remember. If you are using use strict mode in the JavaScript, then you will be getting an error that a you need to declare that one as a var, you will be getting an error. So you will be not able to use this type of syntax. Okay, this is the main difference between the global scope and the local scope. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends. In this video we will see arrays concept. So in the previous videos and all those things you have seen, so we are declaring the array, and we have did some manipulations for primitive types and the reference types in the arrays, right? Now we will go little bit deeper into the arrays in this section. Now as we already know, we can declare array as 1 comma 2 comma 3. So this is simple array. If you want to print this array, you can print the array. This is the basic thing how we can declare. Now what I will try to do is, in order to get the total count of the array elements, how many elements are present in order to get the total length, so we will be using JavaScript array method. Now if I try to run here, we will be getting 3. The total number of elements present in that array is 3. We need to use a dot length. Now if I want to previously what we have did, if I try to get the index all the time, array starts with 0. So this 0th element, first element and the second element. Now what I will try to do is, I will try to get the 0th element. Okay, if I try to get the 0th element, I will be getting 1. Whatever the thing I have present here, whatever the value presented in the 0th index, I got the value. Now what I will try to do, I will try to get the 4th element, 0, 1, 2 and third element I will try to. This one is 0, this one is 2 and this one is 3. Now so there is no value present in the third index. So let's see what is the output we will get. So we got that it's an undefined. Okay, now what I will try to do, let's assign some value. The 3 is equal to some 10, okay, or 4, let's assume. Now if I try to check the output, I am getting as 1, 2, 3 and 4. So remember in the here, when you are trying to access the value in the which the index is not present, we are getting an error. But here when we are trying to assign to the index which is not present, we are trying to assign the value, it is not throwing an error and it is assigning. So this is the main difference. So when you are trying to assign a value to the non-index thing, it will be able to assign, but when retrieving the data only, you will be getting an undefined. Now here what I will try to do, I will try to assign a of 5 is equal to 4. That means 0, 1, 2 is there, 3, 4 is not present, and I am directly assigning the fifth index. Let's see what could be the values. What could be the values present in the 3, 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4th index. So there is no values present in that 3 and 4, but we have assigned directly to the 5th index. Let's see what could be the output. We got it as undefined and undefined. Previously when we try to access the value of unindexed variable, something like 0, 1, 2, when I try to access the a of 3, we got undefined, right? So the same thing that one is assigned here, undefined and undefined. That means the index, the value which is not present in the array of that index, it will be having undefined variable, undefined value. Okay, you need to remember this one. So that means if I try to access a of 6, a of 7, a of 8 or all those things, those all things will be undefined only. Okay, this is the main difference in the arrays. Now what I can do is, so now I will try to print each value. So what we will be doing, so traditional method, we can do I less than a dot length. Okay, I less than a dot length and I plus plus. I will be printing console.log. Okay, a of I. Now if I try to print the value, I will be getting 1, 2 and 3. So this one is the traditional way how we can get the each how we can print the each values in the array using the for loop. And also for the arrays we will be having another type of for loop known as for each. So how we can write that one is a dot for each. Okay, a dot for each of, you will be having one anonymous function. So function without a name. We will go we will learn about this later things in the about anonymous functions. That nothing, anonymous function is nothing but one function which doesn't have the name, means that means it will be executed automatically. So if you want, you can write here directly function something like get name, and you can reference that this function here directly get name. Like this also you can do instead of writing like this. So you will be able to find in all the methods, in the coming methods and all those things. So anonymous methods you will be able to find. We will write like this function, and it will have one argument known as element. Okay, element. And if you try to print that element, console.log element, and if you try to check the output, then also you are getting the same, like for loop only you are getting the same thing. Okay, so for each also what it will do is, so here for each it will loop over each value in the a, and it will send as an argument to the function, this anonymous function, as an element, and you can print that element. So this is another type of printing arrays using the for each loop. These are the basic understanding of the arrays in the JavaScript. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you.
Hi friends, in this video we will see some more other methods which are available in the JavaScript arrays. Now here we have seen, so in order to add an element at the end of the array, we have used something like 0, 1, 2 index. So we have added here a of 3 is equal to 5, something like that. And if we try to console.log array, if you want to see that array, and if I print that array, so 5 is added at the end of the array, so 5 value. But here hard coding the index value, so it is looking like something like odd. Why? Because we cannot hard code the index value like this. So for example, when you are going in the real time, you will be not able to know the total length of the array, and where we need to add which will be the last ending index, you will be not able to know. So it should be calculated something like dynamically and all those things. You can say that, yeah, I can use a dot length minus 1, I can use like this so that it can become dynamic, you can say. But sorry, you told that you'll be using like this, and you can get the output, you will be able to say, sorry, I can use something like, so like this you can say a dot length is equal to 5, and you will be able to get the output you're saying. But this one also is okay. But here array we will be having, so if you come some stacks, if you're able to know the some stacks and queues concept, so here you will be having these are stacks and queues concept in the JavaScript arrays also. So if you want to add an element at the end of the array, directly you can use push method. So push method, all the time what it will do is, it will add an element, it will add the value, whatever the value you have given, to the end of the array. For example, I will be adding console.log, okay, array a. Now if I check the output, you will be able to get the a1 2 3 comma 2 is added at the end of the output. So push will add the element at the end of the array. So now I will show you another thing, something like comma comma. If I keep some comma comma, that means it is nothing but what we can say is we have added some undefined so we have added one undefined value in the array. If you try to print the value, so you'll be able to see here undefined value at the end of the array. Now what I will try to do, I will try to push the value to the array. Now where will this value will be added? What is that you are thinking? So will it replace the undefined variable, or after that undefined will it come in the array? Let's see the thing where it will come. If I try to run this output, see here 5 is added after the undefined. That means a dot push will not replace the undefined value in the index. So it will be printed at the last. It will be added at the end of the array. Remember this one. Now let's try to clean this one. Now array dot push, you understood array dot push. Now let's see. Now if we want to remove at the end of the value, how we can remove that end value. You will be having a dot pop, array dot pop. So if you array dot pop, it will remove the end value in the array. So if I 3 has been removed and the array 1 comma 2 has been printed. If you console.log array a dot pop, so the deleted value, that removed value will be returned from the a dot pop. So that means, so the deleted value, we will be getting the deleted value. So this is the array dot push and array dot pop. And also now you will be getting a doubt that, so okay fine, I have added here at the end, and I know the method, so which can be deleted from the end. But what about the first? So if I want to add an element at the first, how can I add the element at the first? So if you want to add the element at the first, you need to use unshift. Okay, you will be having another method known as unshift. So I will be adding some element, something like 0. Okay, if I add element unshift 0, so you will be able to get the output 0 1 comma 2 comma 3. You will be able to see the output C. So I am printing this one, so it is returning the length of the array. So instead of printing this one, so now if I print, so you got 0 1 comma 2 comma 3. So it is printed at, it is added, the 0 element is added to the first of the array. Now if I want to remove the first element, how can I remove? So you will be having array dot shift. Okay, if you use array dot shift, so the element which is present at the first of the array, it will be removed. Now if I try to print here, you will be able to get the output as 2 comma 3. So first element 1 has been removed, and if you want to get that value, whatever the value removed, you can do the console.log array dot shift, and you will be able to get the item that is removed. Here 1 has been removed. Okay, these are the array dot push, array dot pop, and shift and unshift in the JavaScript arrays. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you.
Hi friends, in this video we will see some other important array methods. Now we will see here important methods such as index of, splice, and slice methods. So let's see one by one what are these methods will do. So for example, we have one array as 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, now if I want to get the index of the element, for example, if I have array of element 1 comma 2 comma 4 comma 5, if I want to see whether the element 4 is present inside this array or not, if I want to check that one, we can check using a dot index of 4. So we need to give the element whichever we need to find whether that element is present in this array or not. If you print this one, it will give the position of the element where in that array it is present. So if I check here, it got as 3. So that means it is present in the third position. So that means 0 1 2 3 is present in the third position. So this is the index of method. So whenever you want to get the position of the element, whether it is present inside or not in that array, so you will be using index of. For example, if I want to get 1, so what will be the output? So if you see here the output, it will be 0. That means the 1 is present in the 0th index. So let's check if we check anything which is not present. So for example, if we check index of 6, so 6 is not present in this array. So if you want to check that index of 6, so it will return -1 for us. If anything is not present, if any element is not present inside that array, you will get return value as -1. So this is the thing you need to remember. Okay. And another one we need another important method is splice method. So you want something like a part of an array. For example, I want 4 comma 5 as a part of an array. So we need to use splice in that one. So for example, new array, if I take a variable and we can do array dot splice of, so the position of that array from where you want to get the part. So we need to give the position of that array. So that means 0 1 2 3. So from third position I need to take the part. So up to the end of the array, if you need to take the part, so you will be using a dot splice of 3. So if I print the new array, you will get the part of the array. So 4 comma 5, we got the part of the array. So this is splice. For example, if you need to get only 2 3 comma 4 between the array elements, so you want to get only the between the array elements 2 3 4, you don't want up to end of the array. So that means if you want to get like this, you need to get the starting position of that one. So you need to get starting position as 1. How many elements you need to get that? You need to get from that array. How many elements means 1 2 3. So these 3 elements I need to count of the elements, how many you need to get. So starting from the index 1, I need to get 3 elements. So you need to give like this. If I print the array, you will be getting 2 comma 3 comma 4. See, so here you need to remember the position of the index, the position of the element, and the count of the number of elements, how many you want from that index, starting from that index. So this is place. Now if I print the old array, so what will be the output if you check? So if I print the old output, you will be getting only 1 comma 5. That means the splice it taken out the 2 comma 3 comma 4 from that old array, and it has given as a new array. So this is how splice work. So if you don't want to get cut the elements from that array, if you want only the copy of that elements, so you need to use, instead of splice, you need to use slice. So slice will only take the copy of the elements whichever is present from that array, keeping the elements like that only in the old array. So if you keep slice, so you need to give starting from the position of the index. So 1, and you end argument is nothing but what we can say is you should not give the length of the elements. So we should give only the ending position of the index, in the ending position index of the array element. So that means 0 1 2 3. So up to third element you want to get. So for example, if you want to get 0 1 2 up to second element, if you want to get means, so you need to give only the 1 comma 2. So now if you console.log new array, and if you console.log this one, and here you will be getting, see, you will be getting only the 1. So that means 0 1 and second element. So up to second element only it is giving. So 0 1 comma 2. So if you want up to 3 means you need to give third position, then you will be getting 2 comma 3. See, so that means in the slice you need to get position, starting position index and the ending position index. So in the slice, but in the splice you need to give starting position index where you want to get the data, and the total number of elements what you need to get from the array, old array. And also what it will do is splice will take out everything completely from that part of data, and it will give it as a new array, removing that data from the old array. But slice, it will take only the copy, keeping the data inside in that old array only. So this is the main difference between the slice and splice. So if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen the some of the array functions such as slice, splice, and also index of. Now we will see another some important array methods, array functions in this video. Now let's see. For example, I have one array, one variable. Okay, let's call it as array. for anything. So now what I will want to do is I want to filter, I want to loop over all these each element from the array, and I want to get the values which are greater than 2. So if I want loop over all the arrays, so what we can do is array dot filter. Okay, we can use filter, and filter it will have function just like for each function what we have seen in the previous videos. So just like that you will be having one function, anonymous function. In this element what we can see is we can return element, okay, element greater than 2. Okay, whatever the variable you want to keep, you can keep value also. If you want, you can keep value also, value greater than 2. So it will return the new array. So let's take it as new array. Okay, and I will what I will try to do is I will try to print the console.log new array, and also console.log old array. Old array means nothing but array. Okay, so if I try to check the output, you'll be getting only 3 4 5 as a new array, and the old array will remain as it is only. So it will not override, just like splice method, what the splice method will do. So array filter, it will take only the it will create the new array. So here the filter method function, what it is doing is it is taking each element and it is checking that value, if value is greater than 2 or not. So if it is true, then only it will return that element as a into that array. So the filter method, what we need to do is filter method always it should return true or false. Okay, so if it returns true, it will push, it will give that element into that array, or otherwise it will not give that array. So this is the filter function. Now another method is there, nothing but what we can say is map. Okay, map also works same like filter only, but what it will do is it will manipulate the values in array. So for example, if I want to multiply each value with 2, so we can write directly value into 2. So what will happen is now I can, if check the output, see each element in the value it is multiplied with the 2. So 2 4 6 8 10. So it will also return the new array, but the old array will be remained as it is. So this is the map and the filter. And also you will be having another one, nothing but what we can say is array dot reverse. Okay, so if you want to reverse the array, so you can use array dot reverse. If we check the output here, array dot reverse, if you see here, new array as well as the old array both are changed. So you need to remember this point, map and filter will not change anything with the old array. So it will give you the, it will return you the new array, but array dot reverse what it will do is it will change the old array itself. Okay, so this is the main difference between the array map, array reverse and array filter. So if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see some of the array methods, concat, join and reduce methods. Okay, so let's take again variable array 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, I have another array, new array, or otherwise or I say array 2 as hello and world. Okay, so I have two arrays with array and array 2. Let's take it as array 1 and array 2. Okay, so that it will be very easy, array 1 array 2. So I want to join these two arrays and I need to form a new array. So that means what we can do is where new array, okay, new array is equal to array 1 dot concat. Okay, we will be using concat of array 2. Now let's do the console.log array 1 and we'll do the 3 arrays, so that we will check whether the existing arrays is changed or not. So it remains unchanged or it's changed or not, we'll check. Let's clear this one, and if I click on run, sorry, it is new array, right? So we will take it as new array. Okay, now let's run and clear. Yeah, so now first array is 1 2 3, it's printed, and the second array is hello world. Yeah, it's printed. So when new array is nothing but what we can say is array 1 dot concat of array 2. That means, so joining the two arrays 1 2 3 hello world is the new array. The other two arrays which are the old arrays is remains unchanged. Only we got the new array dot concat will returns a new array, that is joined array of two arrays. Okay, now this is the concat. So if you want to join any two arrays and to form a new array, you need to use concat. And now join, what is the join thing? So join is little bit different. So join, what it will do is it will take array and it will give the string with a separator. So nothing but what we can say is join, I am joining the arrays, that means array 1 will be written as a string. So in between the each element, do you want any separator or anything? So let's take colon or anything. So for example, if I take colon, so let's check. So array 1, array 2 and array new array. If I clear this one and if I run again 1 2 3 hello world, and the new array what we has we can see it returned a string with separator of each element. So colon as a separator with element. So if you want colon and space between each element, so you can use one colon space for each element. Okay, so this is the difference between concat and join. Now we will see another method known as reduce method. So reduce method, what it will do is, so let's take array 1 is one thing, and if I write array 1 dot reduce, okay, array 1 dot reduce of, so it will take the anonymous function. So anonymous function, so anonymous function will have two arguments. One is total, okay, total, and another one is value. I will explain you what is total and what is value. And here what we will be returning is return total into value, just assume. So now what I will try to do is I will try to var result, I will store it to one variable and I will try to print the result. If I try to print the result, so if we check the output here, we got 6 as output. What is happening here? Reduce will return a number, so a single value. What it will do is it will take each value. Okay, so whatever the things you want to do the manipulations, you can manipulate and it will return the single value. So that means, so that accumulator will be stored in the total. Now first time the total value will be 1. Okay, in the second time each value will be having value as 2, and it will 1 into 2 it will do and it will return 2 as the 2, it will store in the total. Again it will take the 3 as a value, and 3 into 2 it will make 6, and it will return to the result. So if you get 3 6 here, 6 is the output. So reduce, it will take each value and it will do the multiplication of every number. So if I take it as plus here, what it will print? 1 plus 2 plus 3. So that is nothing but 6 only it will print. Okay, so this is the reduce function in the arrays. So if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see about the objects basics in the JavaScript. So previous videos we have completed the arrays declarations and also the some of the array functions, what are the things used in the JavaScript. Now we will concentrate on the objects. Let's take one simple object. So we can take it as some, let's say, person, okay, variable, and we will represent as we know, represent with a curly braces. So now what I can give here is, let's have one property by name with Leela. Okay, and now I will have another property with the name with age. Okay, age as 30. Okay, we will have simply these two properties. So one property is with name and another property is age. Let's try to print that object. So if we try to print that object, console.log person, I print the object person. So I got the object age 30 name. And if you want to get only the name, how we can get is person.name. Now if I try to get the name, I got only the name. This is the notation of getting the property in an object. You can also use with dot notation and also use as an array notation also. Now you can use like this. So now if you use like this, now Now also you can get the name Leela. So that means the person, the name property can be accessed using the array notation and also with the dot notation. When we'll be using this array notation is, for example, if you know that this name is a dynamic, so if you are getting from any variable, for example, I got the key somewhere here, I can use directly that key name here directly. So I can give directly the key. So here then also I am getting the Leela. If you cannot use this one as a dynamic property dot key, if you use like this, it will try to search and it will return undefined. Why? Because the key property key is not present in this object. So that is the reason if you have a dynamic variable which is holding the key name, so property name, so it is better to use the brackets. Okay. Now if we check, for example, if I try to check the type of person. Okay, if I try to check the type of person, let's see what could be the output you will be getting. You will be getting as usual object. So if I want to check the type of person dot name, the property of this one key. So name property, if I want to check, if I can check, it's getting a string. So the name doesn't matter with the whole object. So the name will send you, they will give you the value which whatever it is holding. Okay, so this is the object, and also you can have any type of data type in the JavaScript. For example, here it is name is holding the string value, age is holding the 30 number value, right? And also you can have another properties like details, and it can also be the object. Now I can write hobbies, something like that, and this can have, okay, sports, something like cooking, anything. Okay, so this can also hold the array, and here I can have the location. Okay, you say something like this. So so the property can also hold an object again, and in that property again it can hold the array or anything. So this is how we can also object will hold the values, and not only this one, and also we can create the function also in the JavaScript. For example, if I want to create a function, so for example get something like get, if I use get name, something like what we can say, welcome or something like that. If I have, you can create a function, anonymous function like this, and you can write console.log, okay, welcome or something like this. Okay, so now if I want to print that one, so if I want to use that function directly, you can use what we can say person dot welcome with the parenthesis. Okay, so now if I try to run this one, so you got the function here. Okay, so this is how we can create the object. And here if you see the properties, you will be able to see the properties with the name, age and details like this, right? So for example, if you have something like first name, okay, with a hyphen, so you can have that first name also, like that also you can have. But if you try to run, you can find syntax error hyphen. So in the in the property, if you are having hyphen or anything special character, it's better to enclose it with a double quotes or single quotes. Okay, now this one will not have any error. So now if I try to print, so nothing will happen. Now the object is correct. Now if I want to try access this value, so what we have done earlier, console.log person dot name, previously we handled like this. So now name is not there, so what we can get undefined. Okay, fine. Now if I want to access the first name, we cannot if we try to use first hyphen name here, and if I try to run, you got nan. Why you are getting a nan? It is trying to do variable first minus name. So it is trying to subtract the variables first hyphen name. So that's the reason it is trying not a number. So we should not use dot operation when the property is having special characters. You need to use first hyphen name with a like a array notation. So if I try to clear this one and if I run again, you got Leela C here. So this is how the properties and objects is created in the JavaScript, and the object properties can hold multiple data types from which we can use in the JavaScript. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen the creation of the object, how we can create the object and what are the data types it supports in the while creating the object we have seen. Now let's see, I have this property welcome and here it is a function, and here now what I want to do is I need to use one of the property here, let's say age, in this method, in this function. So it's same as the object, I want to use this property in this same object. So how can you use welcome, what we can say is your age is something like this, and we can give plus and we can give the age here. So what I will try to do, I will try to call the welcome person dot welcome. We will try to we will try to call this method. Now let's see the output what it will have. If I try to do the, if I try to execute this one, so we got that age is not defined. What is happening here is, here it is trying to call the age property, which is global variable it is trying to make. If I write here somewhere at the top where age is equal to something like 50 or anything, now if I try to run, it will give you your age is 50, but we should not take the age which is the global variable. It should take the age which is present inside this object. So how we can use this, how we can use this age variable is, just we need to call this dot age. Okay, so this keyword refers to this object. Okay, so take the age variable which is present in this age property, in this object property. Now if I try to call it again, you got the 30, right? Your age is 30. So this is how we can use the properties inside the object. So this is one way. Now we can see here, this is one way of representing the, one way of declaring the object in JavaScript. There is also another method, another way how we can create the object. So let's say I will take where what we can say, new person or something like this. Okay, new person is equal to, or another type, so new way object or new object, or otherwise we'll say another person. Okay, another person is equal to, I will try to create new object. Okay, so here object is a built-in what we can say, it's not a class or anything, it's a method function, we can say it. It's a built-in function in the JavaScript where we can instantiate the object using the new keyword. Okay, so now when you create new object, when you use the new object here, another person object will be created with variable another person. Now what I will try to do is, I will try to assign another person. Okay, dot name is equal to something like Leela 1, I will try to create. Okay, another person dot age is equal to, so what we can say, 30, 35 or something like this we can give. Now if I try to print another console.log another person, so now if I clear it and if I run it again, you got the same thing as object 35 and Leela 1 as the name and age. So this is also another way of creating object in the JavaScript. If you see here and here, so these two things representation. So most of the things preferable is this method only. Why? Because if you see the object creation here and this one, you'll be able to see that, okay, person a variable is created with an object and it has the properties first name, age, details, welcome. You can able to see in one shot by this declaration. But here, if you want to see this another person, okay, object is created, what are the properties available for this one means you need to see line by line. So okay, name is there, age is there, okay, these two properties are there in another person, so we need to go on reading, so this will take some time. So the most preferably this one will have the more advantage than this way of representing of object. So you can most preferably use this way of representation, or otherwise just to know, this is also the way how we can create the object in the JavaScript. Okay, if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen the object creation, how we can do using the new object. Now let's go and let's see. So now we will remove these all the things here. So person, and we will be having the same thing as name here, Leela, and age. And now I will create another person with a new object, and here also same thing. What I will do is I will assign the name Leela and 30. So here the person variable, the object person is having the properties name and age, which are same as for the variable another person also. So another person also has the name and age, which is Leela and 30, and also this variable also is having the Leela and 30. So that means these both are equal. Okay, let's check that if these both are equal or not. Okay, person is equal to another person. Okay, now if we try to check this one, what could be the output? Let's check. Here we get false. So that means the another person and the person are not equal. But here if you see, name and age both are equal, both are there. In another person also name and age both are there with the same values. Why this one is returning is, here we already discussed in the previous videos that objects are of reference types. Reference types means the person variable, where is the person variable, it will consist of only the pointer for this memory location. So object will be created in another memory location, and this person variable will hold the pointer for this object memory location. Okay, in the same scenario, another person for this object also a new memory location will be created, and for that new memory location another person variable will be holding that pointer. So that means the pointer which the person is holding and another person is holding is different. Why? Because these two are different objects we have created using the different notations. So differently we have created. So that is the reason another person is having different pointers. So if you check here, person is equal to another person, it is checking in the reference for the pointers. That is the reason it is returning false. So here you need to remember that the person and another person, if the names and properties are itself equal, then we cannot say that both are equal. Okay. Now here up to now you have seen the object creation like this. Now we will see an important object creation, another way of creating an object creation. Let's see here. So for example, here I have where person is equal to some name is equal to, as before we have seen, right, Leela, and age is 30. Okay, this is one object. Let's think. And I am creating another person. Okay, another person, I am creating a new object. I am using, instead of creating new object, I am using object.create. I will tell you why we will be using object.create. So here I am giving null. Let's keep it like that. Null I am giving, and now what I will try to do is another person. Okay, dot what we can say, location is equal to USA. Okay, so we have created person and another person, two objects we have created, and we have given here null. Now let's see, let's console the another person. If you console that another person, let's see what could be the output here. We got the new object created with the property location and the value for that location as USA. Okay, fine. Now what is this null here? Null, what we can say here is, here we will be come across one important concept in the objects, that is nothing but prototypes. So prototypes we will cover in the later videos very briefly, very deep we will learn. What are these prototypes is, prototypes, just think it as inheritance for the objects. Okay, so it's just like inheritance of the objects. So for this object.create, what I will do is I will write this person into this one, so that whatever the properties having this for this person, now another person can also have access to that one. For example, if I create another person and if I try to write here, I am able to get the age and name also. See, that means another person is inheriting all the properties from this person. What we can say is nothing but prototype. Okay, we are defining the prototype for this another person. We are having the prototype person as the for the another person. Okay, so now I can access directly another person dot name. So if I access another person dot name, I get Leela. But that another person dot name property is not there in the other person, but it is there in the person, and we have inherited that one to this another person. So this is nothing but prototypes. So we will cover later in the next chapter, in the next videos, what are the prototypes and all those things. Just remember, so object dot create can be is used to create an object with your own, with defining for your own prototypes. Okay, so if you want to define your own prototypes for a object, you need to create with object dot create. Okay, so if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen the object creation through object.create, and we have created some dummy prototype. We have got an introduction to the prototype when we are trying to create object.create. So now we will see here about the prototypes introduction and what are these prototypes in the object. Now let's take the same example. Here I am having name as Leela. Okay, I am having one person with I am having one variable with the person. Okay, as a person, it is an object. Now what I will be doing is, so if I try to print the console.log person, okay, if I check the output, I got this one as object. It is an object. Okay, so for every object, you need to know, for every object in the JavaScript, you will be having a prototype. Okay, so it will be having the prototype. So in order to check the prototype, so it will be having something like what we can say is person dot prototype. Like this you will be having key. If you try to check like this person dot prototype, all the prototypes will be available in the keys prototype, person dot prototype. If you try to check here like this, you will be getting undefined. But the person, every object, the variable which is an object, will be having some prototypes. Okay, just think prototypes is something like inheritance which will be inherited. It's not, it's kind of form of inheritance in the JavaScript. So in order to see the prototypes of this person, how we can check the prototype is, so some browsers supports this type of this type of syntax proto. So but we should not use it in the production or anything. So why? Because some browsers will not support. Just I am showing you in order to check this the prototypes for that one. So now you are able to see object, some flower, some object you are able to see. Okay, now what I will try to do is, if we will try to get the method anything. Okay, if I try to get the method anything, so we are getting error here that person dot anything is not a function. That means we didn't mention any way property with name anything as a function. So that is the reason we are getting that it is not a function. But now if you see, if I write toString, if I try, you are getting a string as object. So it is converting it into the person to the string, and it is showing the data. What is happening here? I didn't mention any toString function property, something like this here. But how is this one showing? How is this one is resembling this one? We need to know. So what is the reason behind this one? So the reason behind this one is the toString. So the toString is coming from the object prototype. So person is an object. So this person will be inherited from the object. So global object, you will be having the global object. Then that global object you will be having the prototypes. Okay, now if you want to define your own prototypes in the global object, also you can define the prototypes. For example, see here I am writing object dot prototype. Okay, prototype dot hello. I am creating one method something like this here. So function, what it will do is console.log, what it will do, hello world. Okay, so now what I will try to do, I will try to call this method in the person. Okay, person dot hello. Let's see what could be the output. If you see the output, you are getting hello world. This undefined means what you are trying to get is, we are trying to console.log. That function is not returning anything, so that is the reason it is throwing the undefined. Okay, if you see here, you will get hello world. That means person.hello doesn't have the hello property is not present in the person, but that is present in the object property. Okay, object, it is present in the object, which is the global object actually. So this one is having the prototype hello. So the same scenario, toString also will be implemented in the global object. So that means person dot hello, first it will check the hierarchy. How it will go is person dot hello, it will check whether the hello method is present inside this object or not. If it is not present inside this object, it will check the prototype of the person, whether the prototype of the person is existing or not. If the prototype of the person is not existing, then it will check the object's prototype. So whether this object prototype, in that object prototype hello is present or not. So then only what it will do, it will print the, it will take that hello world and it will print. So this is the hierarchy of the prototype. So the hierarchy of the prototype, something like it will be looking like inheritance form only. It's not, it's something like inheritance form in the JavaScript. First it will check the hello method whether it is present in the person or not. It will check the prototype of the person, not the prototype of the object. It will check the prototype of the person, something like person.prototype, like this. You can also implement like this also. It will present in the prototype of the present, it will present or not. Then afterwards only it will check, after if it is not present, then it will go to the object, the parent thing. So the parent, something like parent, person's parent. So every object variable will be having a parent as an object. So in this scenario, the prototypes will be implemented in the JavaScript. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends. In the previous video, we have seen the prototypes introduction in the JavaScript and how we will be using the prototypes for the JavaScript objects. Let's see another thing. Let's go little bit deep into the prototypes, how it will be used. So previously we will write again the example. I have a person with the name as Leela. Okay, this is one object, and what I will be doing is, so we have created a prototype for that one. Prototype, just what we have did previously, that hello. Okay, I will be having the function here, and this one will print the hello world. Hello world. So this is the basic person prototype. If I try to do the console.log person.hello, you will get the output as hello world. So what we have done previously. Now what we will try to do is, let's try to create an object using object.create. Okay, so we have object.create of, we will send the prototype person. Okay, we will have let's say where Leela. Okay, now make it say small letter. Okay, Leela dot, I will try to call name here. So what will be the name I will be getting? So if I try to check the name here, if I try to print the output, I am getting Leela. Why I am getting the Leela dot name as Leela? So object.create, we have created object.create with person prototype, and Leela doesn't have the property name, but it has took the, so it doesn't have the object. It went to the prototype where the person is present, and it has checked whether the name is present in that person or not. The name is present, the name property is present here. So that is the reason Leela has printed. Okay, done. So let's check, do we have availability for the, we'll remove the console.log. Okay, so let's check whether the Leela.hello method, do the Leela has access or not. Let's check. Yeah, it's have the access, hello world. It's trying to print the hello world. How is, so we have the so prototype person is injected into the Leela, and therefore Leela is using the person's prototype, so that person is using the object prototype. That is the reason hello is printed. So it is going the it is nothing but the prototype chaining. It will first, it will check the hello method whether it is present in the Leela object or not. If it is doesn't present, it will go and check in the person whether the hello method is present or not. If it is not present, it will check in the person prototype. and it will go into the, if it doesn't print, it will go into the object prototype. In this scenario, prototype chaining will be going on. Now let's create another one, another object. Let's bring another object is equal to object dot create. I will send again person. Okay, now what I will try to do, I will try to print the, I will remove this one, and I will try to print another obj dot hello. So if I try to print here, I am getting the hello world. Why? Because another obj has a prototype as a person. So now what I will try to do is, I will overwrite the another obj dot name is equal to, what we can say here, Leela 2 or something like that we will take. Okay, now if I try to console another obj dot name, if I try to do another obj dot name, okay, if I check here, I am getting Leela 2. Why? Because so another obj dot name, instead of going into the person, first it will check in this object whether the name property is present or not. Okay, name property is present, then it will print the Leela 2. If it doesn't present only, it will go to the person and it will print the Leela. Okay, now I want to for example here we will try to print the name, so something like this dot name. Okay, now I will try to print Leela dot hello, Leela dot hello. Okay, now I will try to print the console.log another obj dot hello. Okay, let's check what could be the output. Now if I run and if I clear, if I run, see here what is the output we got. Now we got hello world Leela. Okay, hello world Leela, why got Leela dot hello. So if you go to the hello, so hello world it has printed, and this dot name refers to this object, Leela object. So Leela object doesn't have the property name, so it will print the person's name. Okay, now if I go to another object dot hello, it is printing hello world Leela 2. Leela 2, why it took is, so it has the another object has the property name with Leela 2. So this represents to the current calling object. So that is the reason this dot name has print Leela 2 here. This is nothing but the prototype chaining. So all the time when you are seeing in the tutorials, articles, and anywhere, you will be learning the prototypes somewhat difficult in the JavaScript and all those things. You will be some sayings will be there. But if you see here, it's honestly speaking, it will be very much easy to learn. So if you understand, so this is all the prototype chaining. Nothing but what we can say is the inheritance of the JavaScript actually. Exactly, we can't say that is inheritance. It's a type of inheritance thing. Prototypes are in the JavaScript objects. Okay, so if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen the prototypes, how to use the this keyword in the prototypes, and how we can override the properties from the prototypes we have seen. Now let's check another important thing in the prototypes. I will remove these all things. Okay, so here another object prototype is person, right? So let's check that console.log whether another object dot underscore proto. So we should not use this one in the production. Why? Because all the browsers will not support this method. So is it equal to person? Okay, you need to check whether another object's proto is equal to person or not. Let's try to check. We got that one as true. That means another object's proto is nothing but the person object. Okay, why? Because we have given the prototype for another object as person. Fine. If you want to check the proto of the person, okay, is equal to proto of this one or not, we will check. It's something like very long. We will check. Then also we are getting it as true. That means here you will be able to see something like chaining. You see here it's something like chaining. Another object's proto is person. Okay, we got persons proto. Persons proto is nothing but object. Okay, objects proto. So we are checking that persons proto is here object proto. Is it equal to or not? So here I am trying to explain you that in this way chaining, prototype chaining will go. For example, here we can directly write instead of proto, object, or otherwise like that. Oh sorry, objects proto we need to check. Okay, object proto. Okay, object will be having so many properties and all those things. So objects proto, why? Because we have created, for the object we have created object prototype. Okay, so object will not be equal to that person's thing, proto thing. Objects proto is equal to the another object proto. If we try to run here, we got still as false. Why? We got another object dot proto. Another proto is persons proto is this one, and we will check whether object underscore proto. So we got false here. Oh sorry, we should not check with the object underscore, we should check with the object dot prototype. Okay, for object we need to check the prototype. So if we check here, we got it as true. So this is how we will be checking the object prototype equality and all those things. And here if you want to check, you can also check. I told you that we should not use underscore proto, right? So we can check another option, something like, okay, object will be having one method known as get prototype of another object. Okay, so you will be having this method is equal to person or not. I want to check like this. If I check here, I got true. So instead of using underscore proto for another object, I am checking directly object dot get prototype of another object. Okay, so get prototype of you can use safely in any browsers. Okay, so instead of using underscore proto, you can use object dot get prototype of that object, another object. So whichever the variable you want to use, you can use this one, or otherwise you can place it here Leela also. Leela also you will be getting true. Okay, why? Because Leela also has a prototype of person. So this is how we will be checking the equalities in the prototypes. So this is nothing but the prototype chaining. This all comes under the, it all follows the prototype chaining in the objects of the JavaScript. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, up to now you have seen the different ways of creating objects in the JavaScript. You have seen using object.create, and you have used opening curly brace and closing curly brace, and also we have seen another process, something like new object. We have seen three different ways of creating an object. Let's see now another way of creating an object in the JavaScript. You can think you may get a doubt that why these many types of creating a JavaScript. Each creation will have its own thing. So for example here object.create, we are able to give the prototypes for this one. Okay, so here simply in the fastest way, in the simple way, how we can create an object for this one. Similarly the same thing. So now we will see some powerful way of creating an object using constructor functions. Okay, let's see. I will remove this all the code. I will write one function person. Okay, let's empty function I will write, and I will take small p small person as new person. Okay, now what I will try to do, person dot name is equal to, I will give it as Leela, and I will try to print the console.log small person. Now I will try to check the output. We got the same object created with name Leela. How this has happened? Now this one is same thing like new object how we have created previously. The same thing we have used the person function as instance, and we have created an object with person. Okay, so let's see now whether this person prototype, all the prototypes will be inherited from the object prototype, right? So let's check whether this is inherited from the object or not. Let's check. We check the object prototype is equal to object.prototype or not. We got false. So that means this object is not inherited, doesn't have the parent object. Okay, So this has a parent as a person. So let's check whether this person is inherited or not. Okay. Sorry, we forgot auto here. Okay. Now let's check if we check this person. Then also we are getting it as false. That means this person's proto is not the person. Let's check whether this person's prototype is equal or not. Now we got the true. That means this person's proto is equal to the person prototype. Now we will try to create the person prototype. Okay, prototype dot same like this hello world hello we will create, and we will create a function, and we can write console.log okay hello world or something like this. Now what I will try to do is I will try to call the person dot hello. Will they execute or not? As usual, when you see, you'll be able to execute the hello world. So we'll try to see whether toString will be executed or not. We check here, we got an output. We didn't got any output. Okay, toString is not present. If we check here whether this one executing, so we got this one as not a function. Okay, so toString it didn't execute it. So that means object doesn't have that one. So now person.hello we got executed this person.hello. Now what we will try to do is I will try to remove this one. Okay, and I will try to print the person.name console.log person.name. Okay, when I try to print the person.name we got it as undefined. Now we got undefined. Now when we are trying to create any person or anything, so if we want to give default values for this property name, we can give the default values in the function itself by using this dot name is equal to Leela here. Okay, now if I try to run here I got Leela as the output. So that means when we create a person, when we create an instance of the new person, the function automatically will assign some of the properties here to the person object. So now if I create another person okay is equal to new person, if I create is equal to new person. Now if I try to print console.log another person dot name, okay, you will see both Leela and Leela. Now I will change that another person dot name is equal to Leela 2 or something like that. Okay, now if I run here I'll be getting Leela and Leela 1. Okay, and now you can also have another method something like here this dot hello is equal to function, and you can have your own thing here console.log okay hello world, and I will write plus this dot name. Okay, you can also use like this also. Now what I will try to do, I will try to write this dot hello, I will try to call, and here also I will try to call. We can remove this one directly and we can paste it here, and we can remove this. I can remove this one also so that it will be very clear. Another person dot hello. So which one will execute? Whether this one will execute or this one will execute. Let's check that one. Now if I run here, I got hello world Leela and hello world Leela 2. So hello world Leela, so that means person doesn't have the property name. So default one this dot name has been initialized, and we got the output this dot name like this. And here another person we have overridden this one Leela 1 2, and here we got the name as Leela 1 2. Okay. Now so the prototype thing didn't get executed. So this is the what we can say is this is the higher level of the function execution. If any function is not available in the person's thing, then only the prototypes will be executed. Now you can have another one something like hello general or something like this. So now if you want to execute this hello general, you can have like this, and if you run, you will be execute the hello world Leela and hello world like this. So this is how you can create the object using the function. Okay, why this one, you may ask. So this is nothing but what we can say is, this is nothing but a blueprint. So most of the languages you will be having class, okay, blueprint. So this one is blueprint. So what are the constructors and methods you want to write here, you can write inside this one, so that you will be having each instance like this. Okay, and also you can check here like this, console.log. So you can check here console.log person, okay, small person. So this one is an instance, you can check like this, instance of, okay, instance of, I think it's a small letter, instance of person. If you want to check this one as instance of person or not, you can check here and you can get the output as true here. See, so it is the instance of person, this capital person is instance of this person, and if we check with another person, is also an instance of the person. So each one will have its own copy, so each one will have its own data, just like the other languages, class prop, class thing and all those things. So person object will have its own set of blueprint instance, and another person will have its own set of instance and its own set of objects and this thing. So if you type here this here, if you come outside and if you print something like this here, okay, if you try to run, you will be getting lot of data here. See, so what is this all data is nothing but window object. This refers here outside the function, this refers the what we can say window object, but in this function this refers to that instance of that object. Okay, so this is the construction function, how we can create a prototype using the function. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video up to now we have seen how we can create the object using the function. Let's refresh that one again. So we have person, and here I have empty function, so I will be writing this dot name is equal to Leela, so that we'll be having default things, this dot age is equal to 30 or something like that. Okay, now I will create where person is equal to new person. Okay, now for example, I am, instead of creating person, I have something like John. Okay, I am creating one John. So John have a name like John dot name is equal to John, and John dot age is equal to 30. Okay, now I have another guy with name Joe is equal to new person again. Okay, now Joe dot age is equal to, you will have Joe, and Joe dot age is equal to, sorry, Joe dot name is equal to, and Joe dot age is 20. Let's assume. Okay, so now if I try to console.log John and Joe, if you see here John, and if you console.log and Joe, if you try to print here the output, sorry, for example, what is the error we got? Okay, how we have written it. And if I try to print the Joe here, if I check the output, we got object 30 and 20 Joe, fine, perfect, what we have expected, we got the output. But here if you see here, we are unable to use the blueprint of the function. Okay, this dot name is called Leela, and this dot default values, we are not able to use this one. So in case of scenarios, if you are having these type of scenarios, you can pass, it would be better if you pass the parameters into this one, so that you can make use of this blueprint. So we can pass the arguments to the function person, just like the functions how we are passing. So now I can use here name and also age, so that I can remove these all the things, and I can directly pass the John and age as 30, and here also I can pass the Joe and age as 23 or something like that. Okay, if I try to check again the output, I got the same output, same. So this is how we can send the parameters as an arguments to the function also to create an object. So these are the different ways of creating an object in the JavaScript. Up to now, as a refresh, we will check. Up to now, we have seen 4 types of creating an object used in JavaScript. So first version is nothing but where person is equal to, here you will be having name as Leela, and the age as 30 or something like that. And here if you try to print the console.log person, just I will try to print the console.log person. Okay, if I check here person, we got an object. This is the literal way of, simple way of creating a person, and this person will have a prototype chaining parent of object. If you check it is an instance of object or not, if you check here, you try to check here, we will get true. That means it is an instance of the object. If I try to check person dot toString, I can be able to use the prototypes of the object. Okay, I got the output here. Now another way of representing is nothing but what it is. So common way how we have created using new method, new keyword, using the person. For person we have created new, right? So we are creating same thing like this only. So person dot name you can have as Leela. I will write only the name. And here if you try to check the person dot toString, again you will be able to use the prototype features of the object. And if you check here person is an instance of object or not, you can check and you will be able to get the true. Okay, and another method is object dot create of null. So you are here, you are passing null means, so no so you are not defining any prototypes. If you want to define any prototypes, you can define it there. Now if I create person dot name is equal to Leela, so now we will check here whether the person is an instance of object or not. So if you give it is a false, so that means object dot create is a way of creating an object which doesn't have no prototypes. You need to define your own prototypes. So if I check with the person dot toString, if I try to check here, I will be able to get an error that person dot toString is not a function. So that means this person, you can able to create your own prototypes instead of, so object will not be inherited into this prototype. Now another way is, as you already know, up to now we have seen in the previously, function person. Okay, I will be creating like this, and person we will be having new person, and I will be creating, and we will be able to check and we will check person dot toString will work or not. So person dot toString will work here also. That means, so the object which was created using the function also inherits the object, main object. So if we check here person is an instance of object or not, if we check here, you will be able to get the output as true. Okay, so that means only the object dot create will create a object with no prototypes. So you need to define your own prototypes, and remaining all objects will be created having the object as the main parent. Okay, so this function person is useful when you want to create a blueprint, something like instances and all those things. It will be very useful. So these are the different ways of creating an object in the JavaScript. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen the different ways of creating an object in the JavaScript. Now let's see some other important built-in helpers which JavaScript provides for us for the objects. Let's see here. Now I have a function, okay, with name function or something like this, and I will try to print this. Okay, now I will try to call the function from here. Now what would you think that this will represent here? So let's run the command. Now as usual we expected, so it displays the entire this as the window object. Now what I will try to do is, I will create an object with name function as function. Okay, I am referring this function to this function. Okay, now I will try to call the obj.function. Now what will you think that this will print now? It printed this object as this here. Okay, this represents here the object what we have done. So now for example I have name here as Leela. Okay, now if I try to print here, we got the name Leela here. So that means that this is representing the object, not window. Previously it represented the window variable. Now it is representing this object. Now what is here, what is happening here? Now you should remember one thing. All the time the function which one is calling, the left side, which one is calling, that will be represented as this in that function. Okay, now here you have called as a function here, right? So in the left side you will be having window variable defaultly. We will go into the more into the window and document objects in the later videos. Here you will be having defaultly as window. So that means, so here this represents the window object, and then the same scenario you are having object on the left side of this function. So that is the reason this represents the object here. You need to remember this important thing. For example, now what will I do is, now what we can do is, for example, I don't want this to represent the object, this one. So I want to represent some other this window object. I want to represent it here, this window object, when we are calling from this object also. If we want to implement that one, we need to use bind here. Okay, we need to tell to that function bind this. This means here this becomes the window object. Bind this to the function. Okay, so don't represent this object while calling from this left side also. Don't take this object as this. I am sending you the this which you should represent as a this thing. So now if I try to print the output, now again you got the window object. See, when you are calling from the object also, you are able to get the window object. So that means you can send your own this to represent this. From here you can send as a parameter. For example, I have here another person. Okay, person by name as John. Okay, I have another object. Now I want to send this person object as this into this function. Simply we can send this person here and we can try to call. Now if I try to represent here, see, in this function this has become person. Okay, so it could be somewhat tricky. This represents in a different behavior how you will be calling. Okay, now for example, I have a message here. Okay, message or some argument I have for this function. So how we can send this argument from here? Okay, so but here we are sending person, right? But here message, how we can send? So in the bind, always remember, first one represent always the this. So which one I should represent as a this, you need to send it first, and then after you will be sending the arguments. So each argument it will be taking. Now here if I print hello, if I send hello, and if I try to print the message plus this, okay, now if I try to write, you got hello, see, hello object, and this object represents to this person. Okay, always remember, if you want to send the if you want to send your own custom this to the function and also messages, you need to represent like this bind, and you need to call the function then. Okay, this parenthesis, if you don't add this parenthesis, it will not run. The function will not be it will not be called. It will be only binded to this function, but it is yet to be called. Okay, now in order to call immediately, okay, instantly, if you want to apply the this and also the message arguments and all the things, and you need to call instantly, you can use call here. So call, what it will do is, it will assign the this and all the functions and all the arguments, and it will call instantly. Here you don't need to mention like this. So call will automatically call the this function. Okay, and bind, what it will do is same thing it will do, but you need to call the explicitly, you need to call. Okay, so it also does the same thing. And also we have another built-in helper method, something like apply. Okay, apply also does the same thing as bind and call, but arguments you need to send it as an array. For example, if I send it as like this, it will throw an error. So it doesn't, so create list from array like non objects. So we need to send it as an array. So all the arguments need to be sent as an array in the apply. If you send here, the same thing applies here also. So you have seen the bind. So the bind what it will do, bind it will be sent as, so like this, and you need to call it explicitly, and the call will call it instantaneously, and the apply also calls instantaneously, it will call, but you need to pass the arguments as an array. So these are the three differences between bind, call and apply. And also now you understood how the this behaves differently in different scenarios, how the this behaves in the JavaScript. Now you are able to understand, right? So if you have any doubts or anything, post comment below. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see the use of defined property in JavaScript objects. Let's say I have one object with name person is equal to id as 1 and name as Leela. Okay. Now if I try to print the person dot if I try to print the person dot id, I will get the output as 1. Okay, fine. Now what I will try to change is I will change the person dot id as 4. Now I will try to print the output of person dot id. So you will be able to know that the person dot id will be changed. But here I am able to change the id of the person wherever I want when you are going into the code. But I don't want this type of scenario. I want to remain the id as a constant that should not be changed by anyone while proceeding through the code. So how can we do this one? We can achieve this one using the defined property. Now I can delete this id, and what I can do is here object dot define property. Okay, object dot define property. So for which object you want to define the property? I want to define the property for person. And what is the property key you want to define? id. And what is the value you want to define? As 1. Okay, so this is how we can define the object property. Now what I will try to change is I will try to change the person dot id is equal to 4. Okay, now what I will do, I will try to print the output after defining the here. So now if I try to print the output, I got both the time as 1 only. That means first time when we print the person dot id, we got the 1. Why? Because we defined it as 1. Now we tried to change the value to 4, but it didn't get changed. It is changed. It remained only the previous value only. So this is how we can maintain the id as a permanent without changing, without maintaining anyone to change the value of the id. If you want to change the value of id, you can write as writable as true. If you change this, you had this key, now it got changed. See, this is how you can have full control to the uh, property in the object. You can have the full control like this. Okay, and also for example, see, you can maintain underscore id is equal to 1 or something like this. Okay, and also you can maintain here getter and setters also. So for example, you will be maintaining like that, and you can have here getter as function. Okay, and setter as function. Okay, and now you can whenever the used person tries to, you can return the value id is plus this dot id. You can use like this also. Now whenever I try to use person dot id, the value will be written like this. So if you see here, what is this happening? Okay, fine, you need to return this underscore id, right? Okay, now if I try to see, id is 1 and id is 1. So whenever I'm trying to use the person dot id, it is returning like this. So you can have a wrapper or something like that in outside the thing. Whenever they want to access the id, you can access like this. And also you can use this dot underscore id is equal to id. You can assign like this also. Now if I try to do, you got id is 4. So this is how you can have the getter and setter functions in the defined property also. So this is the use of object dot defined property in the JavaScript. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see some of the built-in methods that JavaScript provides for the objects. For example, let's see here. I have, as usual, the example. I have name with Leela, okay, and age of 30. Now, so I have one object, person object. Now I want to delete the property name. If I want to delete the property name, So if we want to print person dot name, okay, I will get the output as Leela, right? If I want to delete the name property in the object, we can directly use delete, and we can delete person dot name here. And if I try to print the console dot log person dot name, and what is the output, let's check. So if we check here, previously I got Leela, it got deleted, and now we got undefined. So this is how we can delete a property in an object. Now another one is, if I want to check whether the property is existing in the object or not. If you want to check that property, whether the property is existing in that object or not, if you want to check, means we can check like this, console.log. I want to check whether the name property is existing in the person object or not. If you want to check the property name is present in this person object or not, if you check here, true. So that means the name property is present in the person object. If I, for example, if I change it to capital name or anything, if I check here, I will be getting false. That means it is a object is a property is a case sensitive. So small name is different than the capital name. Okay, this is how we can check whether the property present in the object or not. And now another built-in method is, so if you want to loop over the objects, how we can loop over the objects? Using for loop. Okay, for where field in person. You where field in person, and you can console.log each field. You console.log each field, you will be able to get the properties what are present in that person object. So here we are able to get the name and age, the properties what are present in them. So if you want to get the value of that property, you can directly use person of field. Okay, if you use the person of field, you'll be able to get the Leela and 30. Okay, so this is nothing but what we have discussed in the previous videos, that if the property name is dynamic, you can use the square brackets. So here we have used the square brackets concept here. Here where field in person. So here what could maybe what the variable may be. So you can use any variable whatever you want. So here you can use the key, and if you check here, you'll be able to get the Leela 30. This is how we can loop over the each property in the object using for. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Hi friends, in this video we will see how we will be debugging the JavaScript in the browser. So if you come across some errors or anything, uncaught errors or anything, so if you are not able to see what is happening in the JavaScript code, how it is executing, so in this video we will see how we can debug the JavaScript. Let's create a new file. So HTML file, okay, and here I will be having the HTML template. Okay, now I will be creating one JS file, and here I will try to link the JS file into the HTML using script source is equal to, so we can use script source is equal to main.js, and type is equal to text slash JavaScript. Okay, and this is this is how we can link the JavaScript into the HTML file. Now here I will write some sample code so that we will be executing, and where b is equal to 0, I took the two variables a and b, and I will loop with for loop where I is equal to 0, I less than 30, I plus plus, okay, anything, whatever the thing you want write, you can write. And here if a is less than 5 or something like that, okay, and I will assign I value into the a. Yeah, normally I will assign I value into the b. So this is some logic, simple logic. Console.log a is plus a, and console.log b is plus b. Okay, so this is the simple logic what we have written, and we will try to execute this code. So what is happening here is I assign two variables a, and I am looping over with for loop. What it is doing, so it is counting from I is equal to 0 to I less than 30, and if I is less than 5, it will assign the I value into the a, or otherwise it will assign not otherwise, so all the time it will assign I value into the b. Let's see what could be the output here. If I open and if I check here, a is 5 and b is 29. Okay, let's see how we can debug this code. You see here in the inspect element, this inspect element can be opened by right clicking here and clicking on inspect element here. you click on the inspect element, you will be able to see the elements. The elements is nothing but whatever the HTML is there in the index.html, you will be able to see that all HTML here. The console is whatever the console's logs and errors we will be obtaining from the JavaScript errors, all the things you will be able to see here in the errors and all those things. And here you in the sources you will be able to see the two files such as index.html and the main.js file. And in the, here in the index.html you will be finding all the HTML code, and this is the main.js file. You will be able to see the JS code. Now you want to debug this code, so I will keep a breakpoint here. So by clicking here directly, you can create a breakpoint here. If I execute directly here, and that the execution stops here. See, are you able to see the execution stops here? Okay. If I sorry, okay, execution stops here. If I make it zoom here, yeah. Now I think it will be clear. I think now here you will be able to see the debug point, but it paused the execution here. Now you can see if by hovering over the variable a variable, at first a is 0 and also the b is 0, you can hover the variable. Now here this button here, it means that it will break the execution. So it will normally it will execute automatically. If I click on this breaking thing, again the breaking came. Why? Because it is looping over the for loop. If I keep it here directly, and it will come directly to here. Okay, so this one is used to break the, to stop the to continue to resume the execution. Okay, now I will keep it here again, and if I execute it here again, I got the, so this one is nothing but what we can say is to go to the next line. So it will execute next line, it will go on the next line. Okay, this one what it will do is this, it will go into the function. If there is any other, if there is any function we are calling, it will go into that function. Okay, so this is all the this one is step over the function, so step out of the function. So if it is any in the current function, it will come out of that function. Like this, these are the things. And here if you see here, you will be able to see the scope. Okay, we have learned about the global scope and the local scope, right? Here we are having only the global scope. A and B variables are in the global scope. So global scope is nothing but the, what we can say, window object. Here if you open this one, you will be able to see all the window object data. Here in this window object only, you will be able to see the A value and the B value. Okay, now when I try to remove this debugger, and if I execute this one again, okay, I will get the output A is equal to 5 and B is equal to 29. And also in the sources, you can also have the debugger here, and you can watch this variable, okay, all the time, how it is updating. Also you can watch this variable. How we can watch this variable is nothing but here I will remove these things. Okay, here if I want to watch the variable A and B, I can directly keep plus add in I can click on this add symbol, and I can write directly which variable I want to watch. Here I will click on the A. If I click on the A and if I click on enter, automatically this one will be watched. And here if I click on A and if I click on B, and this variable will be watched. Now if I try to do the debugging thing, if I go to the sources, okay, in the main.js, if I click on here and if I execute, now A is 0 and B is 0 at the first level. If I go on next thing, A is 0, still A is 0 and B is 0. Now it has got assigned, and A is still, now we will go here and we will see, now A is 1. See, now you are able to see A is 1, and if I go, B is also 1, and if I go like this each by each time, so A will be A value is getting updated. In this way you can watch the variable also, how it is getting updated in the JavaScript code. This is how we can use this sources method to debug the JavaScript code in the browser. And also another quick way what we can do is, we can also use this console.log here directly wherever you want to do. You need to know the variable value. You can also do the console.log, whether the way scripting code execution is going into this block or not. If you want to check, you can do the console.log. This is the quick and dirty way how we can do. And if I execute this one, see, you will be getting all the time console.log. That means these many times it has entered into the block. So in this way also you can do the quick way of executing the debugging the code. And also if you don't want to keep debugger here, and if you want to keep the debugger from the code level also, you can keep directly the debugger here like this. So that nothing but we are applying the debugger through the code. So here through the code, so this debugger and this debugger is one and the same, but here we are applying through code, through the debugging place, and here we are applying the debugging through the code. This is where we can debug the JavaScript code in the browser. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen how to debug the JavaScript code in the browser. Now I will show you some other type of problem which we could encounter in the common day-to-day scenarios. So for example, I have created one variable, okay, or other I have created one variable, a is equal to 10 and where b is equal to some 20, okay. Now what I will try to do is where c is equal to a into b, I will try to do a into b. Now I will try to print the console.log c, okay. Now what I will do, I will create another variable x is equal to 7 and I will try to print the x value here. We have printed the x value here. Now if you see the output, what you will be getting, you are getting 207, that is a into b c 207, okay fine. Now we will try to remove this variable, okay. I will try to remove this variable, so that means a variable is not defined, a variable is not there. Now let's see what could be the output. We got that a is not defined, the error, that means we encountered the error here. Immediately the script stopped the execution of the next remaining lines. So if you find across this, if you have so much of JavaScript code in your code, you have so many lines of JavaScript code. So if you got one, if you have one problem, if you got one encountered with one problem, one error with this one, immediately all the JavaScript execution will crash and it or break, the code will break and it will stop the execution. So this could lead to problems. So here how we can rectify this one. So for example, if you find anything problem here, stop the execution there, remove that execution, stop the and continue with the another line if you want to do. How could we do those type of things? we can do these type of things using try catch. So we are telling that to try these two lines, okay. So try these two lines, and if you find any problems, okay, if you find any problem, so console the error here, so that don't halt the execution. So continue with the execution flow. If you find any problem or anything, so don't halt the execution. So now I want to try these two lines of code. If you are happy with the if it executes normally, okay fine, go to the next line. And if you don't execute the two lines, it will go into the catch block and it will execute the console.log and it will print the error, what is the error that has happened while executing these two lines, and it will go to the normal execution here. If I clear this one and if I run here, we got the problem object error execution here. So we got some error, and here we got the output. So we got the output console.log x, it will be printed. If you want to see the message, and if you can also see the message here that a is not defined, you can also see the message here, okay. You can see in the browser everything, the error object, what you will be having, that error object. Now these two lines we got executed. So now I will keep the line where a is equal to 10, okay. Now if this one is there, now we got the execution. So these two lines executed, these two lines got executed, it has printed 200, and this catch block didn't get executed, and these two blocks executed. So the catch block will execute only when the JavaScript finds any error in these two lines, it will catch that error and it will execute this one. And another one we have, another one is finally when it will execute is, so whenever it tries to execute this one, so whether it succeeds or not succeeded, finally block will execute. For example, here if you write console.log finally, so now I am printing console.log finally. If I run here, so 200, this try block has executed, catch block didn't get executed, and here finally got executed, and again down it got executed. Now if I try to remove this one, now it will try to execute this one. It encountered a problem immediately. and catch block got executed. Here catch block got executed and immediately finally got executed. So this is how try catch works in the JavaScript. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see about the closure functions. Closure functions are nothing but the functions which are declared inside the function. Okay, so these are mainly used when you are getting when you are using map filter, you'll be getting a callback function. These functions are nothing but we can say it as closure functions. I will demonstrate with a simple example. For example, I have here one function, okay, generate input or something like this. Okay, here I have number, it accepts some number, okay, some input, and I will be storing that input into the member, and here it will return function, it will return a function. Okay, that one again that function will have a return value, it will be returning something like number into 2. Okay, here this one is the, assume that this one is a function, and here we are returning a function, again we are returning function. Now I will try to do the calculate. So generate input of 100, I will give 100. So let's think what could be the output. Okay, you may think this could raise a error. Why? Because I am declaring a function inside a function. But let's see the output. If I see the output, I got the return value as a function. Okay, if I want to execute this function, we can just use like this, and automatically this one will be executed here. So we got 100 into 2 as 200, the output we got. Here the benefit of using this function is, for example, if I use another method here, if I use the same generate input, if I send it the 200 here, something like this, and if I calculate that one again method, if I call again, I am getting the 200. Here calling the generate input of 200, this number is not getting updated. So each variable is having its own environment. That means the number is having its own environment. So for example, if I calculate with this one, you will be getting 400. So this is the benefit of the function, benefit of the usage of closure functions. So the number which is used by this function, it has its own environment. So it maintains its own environment. This is the powerful concept in the JavaScript, how the JavaScript uses the functions here. So each one when declared, so it will have its own environment, so that wherever you want you can use that environment, so that local scope environment will be maintained. And here calculate another, it will have its own environment, just like the objects how we have seen in the previous videos. Okay, if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen about the closure functions. Now in this video we will see another type of functions representation. Those are known as immediately invoking function execution. That means the functions will be executed immediately when they are declared. Okay, let's check with the simple example. I have a function with name hello, and I am writing simple console.log hello world. Okay, this is a simple function hello. If I try to execute the function, I will be not getting any output. Why? Because we have just declared the function but we didn't call the function. So let's try to call the function. If I try to call the hello function, now if I see here, I will be able to get the hello world. So here we need to call the, if we declare the function alone, it is not sufficient. We need to call it explicitly. Now see what I will do. Now here I will try to do this one, and I will try to do like this. Okay, if I try to run this code, then also I am able to get the hello world. That means when we declare the function, it is getting executed immediately. You can ask me now, so what could be the advantage of using this one? I can write directly console.log down, right? So I can use directly console, the whatever the logic I want I can write directly, so that it can be easily, it can be directly executed. So what is the benefit of using this one, you can ask me. So yeah, it is directly getting executed. What is the benefit of using like this, wrapping inside the functions and like this logic call? What is the necessary, you can think? The main advantage of using this one is, so inside these functions, so the variables will be in the local scope. Okay, the local scope variables we will be getting, we will be making use of only the local scope variables, so that the global variables whatever there in the outside the functions will not be get polluted, or otherwise will not get override, so that it doesn't lead into the weird problems or errors or something like that. So that anywhere if you are in the project, if your code is getting more complex and you got a doubt that there may be a chance of this section of code using the global variables, there may be a chance of changing the global variables and all those things, you have a chance or anything, so you can wrap those all the code into this one, so that in between this one only the local scope variables, the function will be in the local scope. Okay, as previously discussed in the functions we have seen, right, type global scope and the local scope. So global scope variables will not get affected, only the local scope, it will have its own local scope. You can also pass what we can say arguments to here also. For example, if I type here and if I try to print the number, we can also get the output as number. Okay, so this is how we will be using immediately invoked function execution in the JavaScript. The main usage of this this immediately user function is not to pollute the global scope variable. So if you have a chance that particular section of code may have the chance to override the global variable, so that it should not get override or it should not get any values change or anything. So it's better to wrap that code in the if is thing, so that it will use its own local scope thing. Okay, if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see some important not important actually, some built-in properties which is supported by the functions. Let's see those built-in methods which could be useful in your JavaScript while you are dealing with the functions. Let's say I have one sample function and I am writing console.log hello world, say same old simple example only I will demonstrate, so that you will be able to understand. And I will call this hello. Okay, sorry, spelling wrong. Okay, when I try to do this one, we got the hello world. Yeah, it's normal thing only. Now what I will try to do is, I will try to send that hello world as an argument, so that I can write message here and I can use the message inside the function also. If I see here, I got the hello. Okay, this one is also, now what I will try to do is, I will try to print the arguments. Okay, this variable. Now when you are trying to print these arguments, so you can think that you will be getting an error. Why? Because arguments variable is not declared in the local scope or else global scope anywhere. So this arguments variable is not there. So this could raise to an undefined variable or something. But if we try to run and if we check, we got an object array something like 0 hello. What is this 0 hello? This one, this is nothing but what are the arguments that are sent to the function, whether this may accept or not accept. Okay, this may accept or may not accept. The arguments, how many arguments has been sent to the function is nothing but the arguments. Okay, for example, if I sent again another argument, something like 3 arguments I am sending, but here I am receiving only the one argument only. But if I try to check the output here, I am getting the arguments, 3 arguments, 0, 1 and 2 as arguments. So if you want to know how many arguments sent to the function, you can use this default built-in property arguments, and also you can find the length of the arguments also. That means total number of arguments that has been sent to the function. So these arguments will be very useful when you are dealing with the dynamic arguments, dynamic arguments in the functions. If you want one argument 1 means 0 1 comma 2, so I can get the 10. So like this also, this will be very useful. So remember that arguments built-in key property, what it will do is it will give the number of arguments that has been passed to this function. Okay, now another built-in method what we will try to see is here. I will try to do console.log. Okay, I have the method name, function name is hello, and I will try to do the hello.name. What is the thing I am doing here? Hello function and dot name. So that means I am trying to access the name property. Here also you can think that this may get the error. Why? Because name property is not there, and also that too this is a function. How can we do this one? Let's check the output. We are getting hello. What is the thing happening here? This hello.name, what it will do is it will give you the name of the function. Okay, then the hello.name is nothing but it will give you the name of the function. This looks like somewhat stupidity. Why? Because we are asking the hello name to tell me that name. Nothing but we are asking that, hey hello, what is your name? Like that we are asking. Hey hello, what is your name? Is its name is itself hello. Hello.name itself hello. This looks like somewhat stupid. Why? Because we know the name and we are asking again the name of the function. This will be very useful when we are dealing with the dynamic functions. So when the functions are created dynamically, you don't know the name of the function, you have only the variable, then in that scenarios it will be very useful. Okay, and now you can think that you can have variable message is equal to function. This is anonymous function. Okay, right? Now let's see what could be the output. We are getting, sorry, I need to call it with message, right? Now it will send you that as a message. Okay, now let's see the output. It is sending you that one as a message here. So it is telling you that this one is a message. Okay, so in this way it will be the message.name will send you the name of the function. Okay, now what we will try to do is, so we will keep it like something like hello only. Now I will try to print the length of the function. Okay, another method is length of the function. Okay, if I try to check the output, here I am getting 1. What is this 1? 1 is nothing but hello function, how many arguments that is accepting. So this one is this function is accepting only 1, so that is the reason it accepts 1. For example, if I have here number comma number 2, so I am having, it is accepting 2, what you can say, three arguments. Now if I try to print the length of it, here I will be getting 3. So the length, what it will do is it will return the number of arguments that the function will be accepted. Okay, so these are the 3 built-in methods which could be useful, very useful when you are trying to implement, when you are trying to using dynamic functions. Okay, dynamic functions, when you are in your complex code or anything, when you are creating a dynamic functions, if you want to use these things, will be very useful. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see another important built-in methods, set interval and the set timeout. First we will see the set timeout. Set timeout is a built-in method in the window object. So set timeout, what it will take is, it will take anonymous function and it will take here the number of milliseconds. I will explain you what it will do. So 2000 milliseconds, that means 2 seconds. Now what I will do, I will try to print the hello. Now what this set timeout will do is, so what this set timeout will do is, set timeout will run in between this function. This function will be ran after 2 seconds. Okay, so for example, if I have console.log running, okay, I have runs after 2 seconds. Okay, you check here, this the code what we have written in this anonymous function will run after 2 seconds. So if we check here the output, so running has became after 2 seconds, we got the runs after 2 seconds. So whatever the code inside this set time mode will run after the 2 seconds. Okay, this will be very useful when we are using the animations, or we need to fire an event after some 2 seconds or 4 seconds, or we need to show some dialog box or model dialog after 5 seconds or something like that. If you want to show anything, this code will be very useful. This set time mode will be very useful. This is the method in the window object itself. And another one what we have is set interval. Set interval is also the same. It's also present in the window object. It will take the function, anonymous function, and it will run, for example, let's say 500 milliseconds. That means for every half second. What we'll try to do is, I will try to print the hello. Okay, what this one will do is, set time mode runs the code after 2 seconds, but this set interval will run every time this function will be executed for every half second. So that means if I clear this one, if I run here, I will be able to see hello, 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 that for every half second this code is executing. If I clear this one, then also it executes. So we will remove this code, we'll clear and we'll run. Okay, now it got stopped. So set interval and set time mode, you need to understand the difference between those two. Set time mode will run, the function will be executed after the milliseconds it has mentioned. Only once it will execute, that also after that millisecond, after that time. And set interval will run multiple times for every the seconds, how many seconds we have given, like this. And also one thing, we set interval, if we need to stop the set interval after some time or something like that, we can stop that one also. We can use, for example, var interval. We will be storing this one in the var interval, and what we will do is, we will write the set time mode here. Okay, so set time mode function, and I need to 3000. I will write the 3000. So this function block has to execute after 3 seconds. And now what I will do is clear interval. This one is also method present in the window object. Clear interval of, we need to pass that set time interval variable. Okay, so this variable we need to pass into the clear interval, so that it will clear the set time interval. Now when we try to run the code, now here hello, hello, hello has been printed, and after 6 times it got stopped. What is happening here? Here is, so after every half second it is running. So 3000 after 3 seconds, that means 3000 divided by 5, so 6. So after 6 times printed, this set time mode function executed, and it has cleared the interval, and it has cancelled this set interval. So this is how you can use set interval and the set time mode functions in the JavaScript. So you can have set interval, you can have built-in inside this one also, you can have set time mode, and inside this one you can have set interval. So you can have multiple built-in methods inside this interval also. So this could be very useful when you are using some animations thing and all those things. So in order to run the code repeatedly and all those things, it will be very useful. This is the set time interval and the set timeout. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see another some of the built-in methods which is used to format the values, or what we can say type conversion and all those things. For example, let's take a is equal to 10. Okay, now if I want to print the a value, if I print the a value, let's check what could be the output. We got the integer 10 here as a number. Okay, now let's see. I will try to do the thing. So when I converted it as a string, it displayed me as a string 10. Now if I want to convert this one to the number as an integer, so how can I convert? So you will be having one built-in method in the window object itself, parse int. Okay, so if you use parse int of a, what it will try to do is, it will try to convert the string to a number. So let's try here. Now it has converted to the number. let's see, we will write some text. Okay, I have written text here, that means it's a pure string and I want to convert it into the integer. Let's see what it could be the output. If I run here, I got it for this one as nan, that means it is not a number. It is saying that this text could not be converted into the number. Maximum what it will do is it will try to convert the thing into a number. What I will try to do is I will keep some integer and some text here. Let's see what could be the output. Then also it is showing as a not a number. Okay, now what I will try to do is I will write some fbb, okay, 1 2 something like this. So when I try to, then also it is showing it is not a number, but we can see that it is something like hexadecimal number. We can here default it is takes as a decimal format. If you want to convert it into the hexadecimal format, it accepts another argument, that thing, but hexadecimal thing. So if I keep it as a comma 16, if I clear this one and I run again, now I got the value. Okay, this is how parseInt works. Now let's see, if I have 10, okay, now I want to convert this to the string. So we can use toString operator like this. Okay, toString method we can use 10. ToString is nothing but what we can say is base type of property, like a object. So it will be available for every properties, the toString thing. Okay, just in the object we have that prototype, right? ToString prototype is available for the objects. Just like that, it will be available to every types. Now toString it converted into the number. Now let's see, I have 10.01 something like this. Okay, now if I try to print it, it is shown as 10.01. now if I try to do that to fixed, okay, this is another method. So if you try to convert to fixed, it will give us only the 10. Okay, the 2 as a string format it is trying to give. So it is removing all the decimal parts and it is giving only the integer part. If you want any decimal parts, means you can mention the count of the decimal part, how many you want. For example, if I have 1111 and if I need only 3, if you run here, you will be able to get only the 3 decimal parts, 0 1 1. Okay, so toFixed is used to get the decimal part of the floating point number. Or otherwise, if you have 10.001 something like this, okay, you want to convert it into the floating, what we can say, float number. So we can use parse float. Okay, same as integer, we have parse float of a. If you convert that one, and you will get an output 10.0 as a floating number. And now if we apply parseInt to this one, let's check what could be the output. If I apply parseInt to this one, I got only the integer part 10 here. So skipping of the decimal way. So this is the way we can transform the values, transform the values or format the values in the JavaScript. So we have learned parseInt, parsefloat, toFixed and toString and the differences between them. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see some of the string built-in methods. Up to now we have seen the formatting values and all those things, right? Now we will see some of the built-in methods that are available in the string. Now let's see, I have one variable, I will write it as hello world. So if I console.log a, so no surprise, we will get the output as hello world. Fine. Now you can think that string is nothing but what we can say is array of characters. So that means whatever the array functions you are applying, from on the array, those all can be applied for the string also. For example, if I want to get a of 1 means 0 and 1. If you see here, you will be getting as e. That means these are all array of characters. Okay, if you want to get, you can also use caret of 2 or something like this. So that means 0 1 2. If you want to get 0, and you will be getting L here. Okay, these are all nothing but what we can see is, including the white space here, these are all array of characters. If you want to get the length, you can get total length of the string, a dot length. Here you can see 11. So these are having 11 characters including the white space. And also previous video in the arrays functions we have seen concat. Okay, now if I can also, so you can write something like this, and if you try to do, you will be able to see the concat of that string, right? So for the array we have concated. Here also we can use the concat. In the same scenario, you can use the slice and splice also for the string functions for the string. And apart from that, for the strings you will be having some more built-in methods, something like to uppercase. So as you understood, so uppercase means it will convert complete string to the uppercase as hello world. In the same scenario, you can use another method, something like split. Okay, if you want, I want to split this one using the space, so that means this space. Okay, now what it will do is it will take the space and it will convert each part into the array. So space, taking space as a criteria, and it will divide into the parts as an array. So split will be useful like this. For example, if I have something like spaces here, for example, if I have the spaces here, now what I will try to do, I will try to print the console.log. If I print the console.log, we are getting all the spaces like this. Now we can remove these spaces by using trim. What the trim will do is, it will remove all the white spaces which are present in the front and the back. Everything, it will remove the white spaces, not in between the words. It will remove only the first and last of the white spaces, so that you will be getting only the string, so eliminating all the white spaces. So this one will be very useful when the user types any data, giving all the white spaces for the phone number or name or email ID. So you can trim the string. So these are the string functions, built-in string functions, which are useful in the daily scenarios of the JavaScript. If you want to know more about the string functions, you can refer to the Google, W3 Schools or anything. You will be able to find lot of string methods. Okay, so if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see some of the mathematical methods which is supported in the JavaScript. So mathematical things also we can do in the JavaScript using math library. Let's see some of the math things. For example, first one, what we can say is where pi is nothing but what we can say is 3.14. okay, instead of hard coding that pi 3.14, so in JavaScript we have math dot, I think it's a capital pi. Okay, if I try to print console.log pi, if I try to check that output, we are getting 3.14. It's a long number. Here it will be provided that math.pi you will be having built-in method, this one. So it will give the pi value. And the same scenario you will be having exponential math.e also. It's something like 2.718 math.e also, you will be able to get the output. And another function, some of the functions, something like what we can say is, if I say a is equal to -3, and if I want to know the absolute value of the a, that means distance from 0, how much distance it is there from 0. If you want to take absolute value, if you want to see, means we can say math dot absolute of a. If I check here, it will say, it will give you the absolute value 3. That means 3 places distance from the 0. Okay, so it will skip off this minus, and how many places it is there from the 0, it will give you the absolute value. And also we can get the, we can also check, we can also get the round value also. For example, 1.27 or 3.27, something like that. If you have, if you want to round that one, so you can round that one using math.round of a. If you do the math.round of a, you will be getting 3. For example, if I have 89 here, and if I do the round here, I will be getting 4. What is the reason is, so the decimal parts, if it is more than 5 means 0.5, which is more than 0.5 means it will take the next number. Okay, if it is less than 5, something like 48, if it is there, means it will take the least number. Okay, 3. So this is the main difference between round. So if it is more than 0.56, 0.51 also, it will take it as next positive integer. If it is less than 0.49 also, if it is there, means it will take the, what we can say, least number. Okay, if we see it 51, here if I make it 51, it will take next number, possible number. Okay, math.round. And for this one we have, apart from the round, we have another math methods, something like seal. What is this seal? What does this seal do? It will return the 4. Seal is nothing but what we can say is sealing. Sealing means upper value. So if it is 3.1 or 3.01 also, it will take the next upper value. For example, if you take 3.01 also, you will get 4 as the output. Okay, seal is the next upper, next coming number it will take. For example, if I want floor, what it will do is, it will take the least number. So floor means down number. It will be 3. For example, if it is 3.99 also, it will take it as 3 only, not 4. Okay, this is the difference between the seal, floor and round. And also you can have some other things, something like math.max also. So you have list of numbers, something like 2000, these type of numbers. You want to get the max between these two, between these all the things, means you can also get the max thing. In the similar way, you can get the min also. Okay, you got the minimum value here. So these are math.max and min. And we have in between max and min, we also have another one called as random, math.random. What does this math.random will do? Math.random will give you the random number between 0 and 1. So it gives the random number between 0 and 1. So if I run again, it will give all the time, it will give you random number between 0 and 1. Okay, you will be using this math.random lot of places in the JavaScript code. For example, if you want to use most of the things you will be using in the code, get the number between 1 to 100. Okay, so if I want to get the 1 to 100, what we can do is where random or something like that, math.random. Okay, you can use math.random into 100. You can use like this. And if I console.log random, let's check what will it do. Let's check what it will do. So you are getting 23 and 50, 73, 32, 56, all the time you will be getting like this. So you will be getting the values from 0 to 99. So math.random into 100, you always will get 0 to 99. It will not get the 100 value. For example, if you want to get 100 value, 1 to 100, what you can do is, so from here to here, you can copy and you can make this one as +1. So then all the time if you get 0 point something something +1, it will do. So that means 1. If it gets 99 +1, it will do. So if I try to do like this, 29, 74, 69, 28, something like this, you will be getting. Okay, if you want to remove these decimal part and all those things, you can use directly math.floor. Why I will be using math.floor is, why? Because if I get 0 point something 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 means it will become 0, and +1 means 1 it will become. If I get 99.9999 something means math.floor, it will become 99, +1 means 100. So in this scenario, you can achieve the random numbers between 1 and 100. So here you will be getting all the time numbers between 1 and 100. You go on print this one, somewhere you will be able to get the, see here we got the 1 number. So like this you will be it will be displayed. If you want to numbers between 1 and 100, you can use math.random. Using math.random we can do like this. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see about the date object in the JavaScript. So when you want to deal with the date objects, date thing, so we will see some of the data object methods in the JavaScript. So if you want to get today's date, so for example, if I try here today's date, we will be using the creating using new date. And if I console.log today, let's see what could be the output. If I check with the today, I am getting object date. Okay, this is not that much of convenient way. And let's try this one to the string, to string. If I convert this one to string, let's see what could be the output? Now if I try here, now I got the full date in the string. So it is showing this July 19, 2020, 13:20, 51. Okay, this is the date total date from the JavaScript got from the JavaScript object. Now what I will try to do is, instead of trying this today's date, we can also give the custom date also to show in the output. For example, I can give year and I can give the month as 03 and date as 26. If I now check that one, I will get Sunday April 26, 2020. So that means 2020 03 April and 26. So April is nothing but what we can say is it's a 4, right? So but here 03 it is showing it as April. January, February, March, April should be 4. Here what it will take is the months will be taken from 0 to 11 instead of 12. If I keep it as 11 here, so let's check the output what it will happen. So here I am getting December. So remember this one. Instead of giving as an arguments year, month and date, we can also give that one as a string also. So if you check here, and if I try to check the 2020 /03 /26 or something like that. Okay, now if I try to give, now here see, if I check Thursday March 26, 2020 I got. So here string 3 doesn't matter, it doesn't take it from 0 to 11, it's take from 1 to 12 only. So if I give it here 12, it will take it as December only. Okay, that is the main difference between passing as an argument and passing as a string. This is how we can get the date using the date object. Now we can also use date as a static method also. So date dot parse, I will send this same string here and I will check here the output. If I check here the output, I am getting the number of milliseconds since January 1st, 1970. Okay, so this is the number of milliseconds that has completed from January 1st, 1970 till to this time. Okay, so this is the number of milliseconds. And also what we can do is, we can also use some of the functions such as, so I have today's date, I need to get only the date from that date object. So you can use console.today.getDate. It will give you that date, only the date 26. So if I give here 2030 or something like this, I will get only the date here. Okay, and also I can get the get day. So if I do the get day here, I'll be getting 3. So that means get day is nothing but what you can say is the week number. You are getting the week number. For example, if I take today's date, so today is Sunday. So what you will be getting is, so if I see here, I am getting it as 0. So 0 means nothing but what you can say is Sunday starts from 0 and 6 starts from 6 is Saturday. So this one also takes from 0 to 6 instead of 1 to 7. Okay, these are the date object date methods which we can use in that for manipulating the date thing. You can also find full date methods here in the get date, get day, get full year, and all those things you can use it here. So you will be having lot of date functions here. You can refer to this JavaScript Mozilla this one documentation. I will give this one in the description. You can see the description, and these are the date object how we can use in the JavaScript for the date manipulation. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see regular expressions, how we can use the regular expressions in the JavaScript. For example, let's take, I have one string with ABC, and now what I will do is I will create a regular expression pattern. Regular expression pattern can be created by here like this. We need to keep 2 slashes, semicolon, and in between these 2 slashes you need to write your regular expression pattern. So let's see, I will write simple pattern AB. Now what I will do is I will try to print the output. So I will try to print the pattern. Let's check the output. Now we got an output something like object regular expression. That means when we write using slash slash and this expression, so it has converted this one into a regular expression object. Okay, so regular, it has converted regular expression pattern. Let's match that one to the string. So in order to execute to the string, you need to use EXEC. Okay, execute that one to string. So when we execute that one to string, now when we check the output, we got as AB. That means so AB has been found in that string expression. So we got the AB. Now let's see. I will convert this one to AC and I will check the output. We got it as null. Why? Because AC didn't present in the ABC. In between the AC, B is present. So that is the reason we got the null. Now what I will try to do is I will try to test. I will try to do the test. So if I try to do the test here, let's see what could be the output. If I check the output, we are getting it as false. Why we are getting it as false is the match has not been found. So if the match has not been found, we will get written it as false. If I convert this one to AB and if I check the output here, I will get true. That means match has been found. When the match has been found, pattern.test will return true or otherwise false. In the same scenario, you will be having another thing called as, you can do it vice versa, string dot match. You can use string dot match with the pattern. So if you use string dot match with the pattern, you will get the output AB. Okay, so we got the output AB. So the same thing, we got the output just like previous one, pattern dot execute. We got the same output. So we can use both the ways. Pattern dot execute you can use and string dot match also you can use. So where could these regular expressions be very useful? So these regular expressions will be very useful when we are validating the email and when we are doing some type of validations, and therefore and some places regular expressions will be very useful. So this is not the topic for covering the regular expression. So that is the reason I used only the basic regular expression. So and if you are validating the email, instead of writing index of, checking off at the rate index of and checking off .com and all those things, checking off these all those things will take so much of loops and all those things, and also performance wise it will decrease. So regular expression will provide us a better way how we can use the regular expression for validating the email. So in these places regular expressions will be very useful. Okay, this is how regular expressions can be executed in the JavaScript. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, up to now you have seen all the basics of the JavaScript we have completed. Now we will go into the important concept where the JavaScript mainly we will be using is window object model. That is nothing but we can say is document object model. So document object model, this one is the very important in the JavaScript. So where we can manipulate the HTML through the document DOM object. Okay, we can also call it as DOM. That is nothing but document object model. So now when we go here, when you see this website, okay, when you see this website, this is nothing but JSBin website. You see here, when I move across the cursor, mouse cursor, this is nothing but the window. So the entire browser, what we can say, this entire browser, this browser window, this is called as window. So this one will be stored in the as a window object. So in this window object, you can have access to the location, the address bar, the location, whatever the thing you have, the address bar, address location. So you can have access to the address location and all the window variables and all those things. You can be able to have the access of the through the window. And now coming to here, the website, the document. So wherever the browser is wherever the web page is loaded is nothing but the document. So that one will be stored in the document object model. So if you see here the inspect element, if you see here the HTML whole, this one comes under the document object model. Now you can see, you will be able to see here the highlighting of the thing in the Chrome browser. So if you're able to see div, panel and all those things, you will be able to see the main. So main is everything. So anchor link. So these are all the things you will be able to see here in the JSBin. So this is all divided into the document object model. This one all stored as a document object, as an object. So that one is nothing but the document object model. With the scroll bar, everything will be stored in the document object model. So we will be able to manipulate this HTML using the document object model, and we can be able to do something like you can click here, and if you can able to change here everything. Right now I am not changing, so we can be able to change through code using document object model. Everything we can change using the document object. Okay, so this is the main introduction of the document object model and the window object. Okay, in the coming videos we will see how we can manipulate the HTML using the DOM object model. Okay, if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen the introduction of the DOM, so document object model. Now in this video we will see about the window object. Window object is the main thing in the DOM object model. So let's see what are the properties available in the window object. If you go to any tab in the Chrome website, if you open the developer tools here, so I will do it here. Okay, if you go to the console, and you will be able to see the window. Okay, this is the window object which would be present in every web page. Now you can see you will be having one property known as inner width. Inner width, what it will do is it will give you the width of the web page. So whatever the web page it is present here, it will give you the width of the web page. And outer width, so you will be also having another one called as outer width. Outer width, what it will do is it will give you the width of the browser. So what the browser is present, it will give you the width of the browser, including the borders and all those things. It will give you the width of the browser. For example, if I move this one to the left, this side, and if I check now window.inner width, okay, now it is 1262 only. That means the web page, the Google page which is appearing here is in the resolution of 1262 only. So that is the reason window.inner width is 1262 only. Remaining 600, 700, 800, so it is covered by the developer tools. For example, if I decrease the developer tools here, and if I do the inner width, it will be 1445. See, it has increased the resolution. So if you check the window.outer width, in this scenario, it will be always 1920. Okay, if you increase this one also, it will be always 1920 only. Why? Because it is showing the entire width of the browser. It is not showing the width of the only web page. Inner width will give you only the width of the web page, but outer width will give you the entire width of the browser. Okay, in the same scenario you will be having the window.inner height. Inner height, what it will do is it will give you the width of the height of the web page, and outer height, what it will give, it will be give the height of the browser. So outer height, if I give the outer height, it will give the 1040. Okay, right? So 1040 includes the location bar and everything, top tabs and everything it includes. Now if I change it to down, now height, the window, what we can say is the web page height is decreased. The Google web page, whatever is there, it is decreased, right? The height. Now if I check the inner height, it is 312. Okay, if you check the outer height, it is 1040 only. Now if I decrease somewhat the web page, if I increase it, so now what it will do is window.inner height will be increased to 497, but the outer height will remain same, 1040. If I decrease the browser itself, complete browser itself, if I decrease, now let's see what could be. Outer height also decreases. See, instead of 1040, now we got 707. But inner height also, it will take the web page, how much web page it is appearing in the browser, it will give you the height of that one. So this is the three differences between the inner height and the outer height, and inner width and the outer width. Now we can also have in the window, we will have another thing called as local storage. Okay, local storage, we can, if you want to set, you can also set item by using key or something like that, and you can give the 1000 value, so that if you want to get that item in any time, you can get that item by using like this. So it is the key value pair. So advantage of this one is, so this local storage is persistence. Persistent means if you close the browser and come afterwards also, this will remain. Local storage will remain. And there is also another one called as session storage. Okay, session storage. Session storage, same thing. It will be set item. So key of 1000, something like that, it will be there. And if you want to get session storage dot get item you will be having, and if you can try with key like this. So this one also it will remain like that only. But what is the difference between main difference between the local storage and session storage is session storage will go away whenever we close the tab or we close the browser. Okay, whenever we close the tab or the browser, session storage will go away, but local storage will be persist like that only. So this one is the main difference between the local storage and the session storage. And also we will be having another one called as window.location. So we'll be having another one called as window.location. Okay, window.location. If we check that window.location, if you run here window.location, you'll be able to get some of the data. What is this? This is all related to the location of the web page. Okay, we will cover this one in the next video about the location, window.location thing. Just in order to know the window.location, you will be able to, I am showing here. Okay, and also we will be having window.document also. Window.document is about this document. Okay, about this document we will be having another object in the window. We will be having a document object. We will also learn able to know about this one in the next videos. So apart from this one, you will be having another one called as window.open. In order to open the pop-up, you can use this one. So for example, if I want to open http://google.com, something like this, if I try to call this one, what will happen you will know. So we got an option here that pop-up is blocked. So these scenarios, it will be, previously we used to do like this only, but the pop-up will be blocked because of the Chromes and Chrome browsers and all those things. But we will be not doing to open the pop-up using this window.open. But in order to show you, I am showing that window.open will open a pop-up so that google.com will be open in that pop-up. Okay, these are some of the window object properties which are used in the window object. You can have so many window things. So if you do the console.log window, and you will be able to see lot of properties in the window, but I am covering only small things. If you Google it in the browser, so in the google.com, if you do it, you can able to find so many window object properties. Okay, so if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see another important object in the window object, that is window.location. You see, if I type window.location, you are able to see some of the properties here. So you will be having that hash means nothing but what you can say is here whatever the thing you will be having, it will come. So I will tell you, I will show you that one all. So here you will be able to see the for example, one second, I will type google.com here so that it will be very easy for us to understand. So now we have a URL of google.com, right? Now we will try to do the window.location or just location. Actually we are already in the window object, right? So that's why we can write directly location also. Now if you try to see here, able to see the hash is empty. If you want hash if you want to get hash or anything, hash href or something, if I try to print here, if you try to print the location again, you will get the hash as hash href. So whatever the hash, after hash it is present, you will be able to see it here. And the host is www.google.com, and the host name is also the same, and href is total URL of the browser, of the Google thing, of the web page origin, so from which home page of that one. And path name is nothing but internal page or anything. We can say protocol is the, what is the protocol, HTTPS or HTTP. And we have some of the functions, something like reload, replace, assign, like this, right? So these are the properties in the location object. So for example, if you want to get any window.location, for example, if you need anything, you can write something like location.href. you'll be able to get the URL of the web page. If you want to get the path name also, you can get the path name. Path name is nothing but what we can say is internal pages, something like. If you have anything like slash, if you try to search JavaScript or anything in the Google, okay, if you try to search, so this is after search is total is the, you want to know the path name, you can directly write location.path name. Okay, you will be able to get the slash search is the path name. Okay, so and also if you want to reload the page, you can write directly window.reload. location dot reload. You can use directly window dot location, so the page will reload it again. And if you want to open with some other pages, you want to open with some other pages, something like bing.com or anything, you can write location dot replace of http www dot, you can go to google.com, so that it will open the Google home page. Okay, so these are the important properties in the location object. So as it is somewhat important in the window object, so in order to reload the page or open another page through the JavaScript, so that is the reason I explained you separately in the location object. So you can, if you want, you can try each and everything. So you can try each and everything in the location object, whatever the properties are present here. Okay, if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see another important object in the window, that is nothing but document object. If you come here and if you see document, you will be able to see the output here, lot of document object. Okay, document object is nothing but what we can say is about the web page, about the document page. Okay, a web page document, you will be having lot of things here. One thing what we can say is document dot title, so it will give you document dot title, means nothing but the title of the web page. Here what we can see JS being here, you'll be able to see the title. And you will be having another one known as document dot URL, you'll be able to get the URL. This is nothing but what we can say is, in the previous video we have seen that about the window dot location, so either with that one also we can get the location, from the document also you can get the URL of URL. And another one important thing what we can have is document dot body, the entire body of the body. So what we can say, entire HTML body, we can get it as an object. Now let's see HTML. So I will be taking one simple HTML, and here we have the HTML. Okay, in this HTML, let's see, I will write one h1 tag. h1, I will write it as hello. This is the h1 tag which is present in the body. Now if I check the output here, I will be getting the body. But now these are all the h1 tags and all these things in the body which are present in the body, they are present as children. Okay, if you type children of 0 means nothing but what we can say is, so if you have two elements, so first one will be the 0 and second one will be the 1, 0 of 1. So all the children will be stored as an array. Now if I try to check the output here, I will be able to get all the output here. So here you can say the tag name is h1 and the text content what we are having is hello. Now what I can do is, here I can remove this one and I can change the text, I can get the text content also. If you try console.log, okay, if you try to get the console, you will be able to get the hello as the output. If you want to change the h1 text content also, you can change it through the document. So through coding also you can change. I will be changing it to Leela so that we can see the output. Now here if I try to change, oh yeah, we are unable to see the output. Why? Because means you'll be able to see here output. Okay, run with JS. If we run with JS, so here it is changed as Leela. Okay, this is how we can change the content of the HTML elements through the document. And also if you want to apply color also, you will be able to apply the styles. For example, if I want to apply document dot body dot children of 0 dot text, not text content, style dot background color. Okay, I am trying to give the background color. We need to give as background color C as capital. We should not give as C hyphen like this. We should be giving background C as a capital. And I am applying it as red here. I apply that one as red. If you run here, automatically this one has changed to from hello to Leela, and also the background color is applied as red. This is how we can change the text and also the behavior of everything HTML element. If you check in the console, so if you check in the console, if I write as console.log, okay, document dot body dot children of 0, if I try to check the children of 0, if I run here, I am able to see the text content is changed to Leela. And also if you see here, these are all the style properties what we are having, these are all the style properties. So transform, style, text, adjust, these are all style properties which are stored as an object. If you go top and like this, so if you go to the B, background color, so these are all border, so A, we go to background color, here we have changed the object to red, automatically the text element has changed to red color. This is how entire HTML element will be stored as an object. So every HTML element you will be having, it will be stored as an object. For example, if we have UL here, UL and LI, if I have ahref is equal to hash and a link, if I have, okay, if I close it LI here, and if I copy this entire thing and if I paste it down here, now if we try to check the output one, run with JS, we will be able to see the why because means this all UL has been changed to this text content to Leela. For example, if I want to change only the li, so that means documented body dot children of 0 means you will be getting li, dot children of 0 means you will be getting the li part. So children of 0, that means up to here you will be going to li, and this ul, and here you will be going to li. Here also you can go to children of 0 dot. Now if you try to check the output, now here the only first li has been changed to Leela and also the color has been applied. Now if I want to change the second one, you can write this children first ul and children of 1. If you want to check the output, you can check here. See, the Leela has changed to second. This is how we can parse in the document through the children of 0 like this. So if you see here, if you have so much of complex HTML and all those things going like this, children of 0, children of 1, this could be a tedious thing. So in the next video we will see how we can query these all the HTML things in an easier way, so that we can go to the particular HTML element object, document object, and we can change these all colors and text content styles and all those things we can change. Okay, and this type of things will be done in the Angular. It's Angular like this only it will be done. So it will always, when you try to change the text element DOM and all the things, so Angular will go in this way procedure only, Angular or any single page applications. So they will be going in like this only, and they will be changing that all the content like that. Okay, so this is nothing but this is how we can change in the HTML through the document.body. Okay, if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen how we can traverse the DOM using document object, document.body, children like that. I will show you another way, something not another way. It's something like some important not important properties, some properties which you can do instead of using children of 0, something like that. Now if I remove these all the things, for example, I have ul, li, ul, right? So I have ul element. In this one children li has a children of a. Now what I will do is, instead of document dot body dot, instead of having children of 0, okay, if I write children of 0, console.log, instead of doing children of 0, so if we do the, we are getting the ul element, tag name as ul element, right? Now instead of doing children of 0, what I will try to do is, I will try to write first child. Okay, if I try to check the first child, now I am able to get some text empty, text node 3, some other data I am able to see here. We don't know what is this one, we are able to see some other data. Okay, other than ul we are able to see some other data. Here for the body, the first child is nothing but ul only, but here we are not able to see the ul, but you are able to see some white space and all those things. That is nothing but what we can say is, the first child is nothing but what we can say, this is this white space. This is this white space we are getting. So for the body, the first child is nothing but white space. So this looks like some stupid something like that. Why the first child is ul only? Why it's taking as a white space? The white space also it is considered as the child for that one only. And you may get a doubt that I don't want to take the first child and all those. I don't want to take these all white spaces as the first child and all those things. Take the first element. I need to get the first element as a child, like that means. So we need to use here first element child. If I check the output here, if I run it again, you will be able to see now ul tag name ul and all those things. This is how the difference between first child and the first element child. Now if I want to get the li, the first li of the ul element, if I want to get, you can directly use again first element child. So if I try to run here again you will be able to get the li. If I want to, if you want to check link 1 link 2 like this, so you can check the here, you'll be able to see link 1 here. If you want to get the last element of this ul, so of this ul, if you want to get the last element, the similar scenario you will be able to have the last element child also. If I check here run, and here you will be able to get the link 2, whatever may be. So in the ul I want to get the last element change, last element child, so you need to use last element child. Okay, so in this first element child I went to last element child. I want to know the parent element of this one. If you want to know the parent element of this one, you can use directly parent element. If I run here, and you will be able to get again the ul. Okay, so here also you will be able to see the ul again. This is the, these are the main things how we can how we what we can use instead of children of 0 children of 0 like this. We can use the these first element child and the parent element change like this. For example, if you want to check first element child, you can use first element child means you will be getting ul. So in that first element child you can go to first element child again. That means you can think that one as li, here the first li, and you can use the next sibling. You can go to the next sibling. Okay, if I check the output, oh sorry, spelling mistake I think. If I check the output, now you are able to get the next element sibling. Okay, you are able to get the link to here. These are, we will be not using this one more oftenly, but I am explaining you that there is also these type of properties which you can traverse the DOM. Okay, next element sibling, first element, parent element, these are all the things. Also using these things also, instead of using children of 0 children of 0, these are array type of processing. Instead of traversing through the array type of things, you can also use first element child and all those things, last element child, next element sibling. These things, by using these things you can use, you can use and you can traverse the DOM in the HTML. Okay, so if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous videos we have seen how we can traverse the DOM using children's and all those things. But if you check those all first element and children's of 0 children's of 0, so if any HTML is changed, the structure is changed, so you need to remove or you need to add again children's of 0 like that. It would become a tedious job while developing. That is the reason we have another type of representation how we can traverse the DOM using simple methods, simple properties. Let's check in this one. Now for example, I have one, we can take one ul. Previous example only we will be taking one ul, and we have, let's assume li, and here I will be having href is equal to hash link 1, and I will be closing the tank tag. So I'm having here 3 ULs. In order to get this UL, previously what we did is document.body dot first element child we got it. Now we can check directly document doing console.log document dot we have special property special method, that is get elements by tag name of UL. So directly we can give the tag name and we will check the output. We check the output here, we will get the same output what we have did. We will be getting the UL thing. Okay, we can use like this elements by tag name. That means whatever the tag you need to get, you can directly write the tag name. So if you write here li, you will be getting all the 3 LIs. You will be getting all the 3 LIs. Okay, this is how we can, if you want to see it in the console also, you will be able to see here the console. If you run it again, you will be able to see here HTML collection li, 3 LIs you got it. This is how we can check the we can get the tags using tag name. And also we can use, for example, if I have only li and if I have the classes sample here, and we can get that one using class name, and we need to give, I will keep it down here, get elements by class name of, we can use directly the sample. If you give that sample, if you run it here, you will be getting that li one is having sample. Check here in the console also, you will be able to get the output as HTML collection. If I run it JS, I'll be able to get that li sample. So which the only the class only the li which is having the class sample, you will be getting the output. In the same scenario, you'll be having another one called as id. So if you give id as something like sample id, you take this sample id and you can write with sample id and you can replace it with id. And we should we should not give this one elements as plural. We should be given as singular only. Why? Because so each HTML will be having unique id. So we cannot have multiple multiple IDs like class names or tags. So if we type here, if you run the thing again, you will be getting that UL which is having that ID. Okay, in this way we can traverse the DOM using elements by tag name, element by class name, and elements by ID. And also you will be having another easy way also, that is nothing but what we can say is query selector. Query selector, what it will do is it will traverse the DOM using the query selectors. Query selectors means CSS selectors. So the CSS selectors what you will be having, those all CSS selectors you can use it here in order to traverse the DOM. For example, I want to get the tags which are having with an tag which is having with an ID of sample, means you can directly write here hash sample ID. And now if I try to clear, I will get the same output. Okay, I will get the same output. If I want to get the classes, for example, I can give directly with sample. So you will be having only one method only, query selector, and you will be changing here the properties using the query selector. Now here you can get the li with sample, and if you want to get tag means directly you can give the tag here ul. So if you want, you can get here UL you can get with the tag name. And also one thing, if you have two LIs with class sample, okay, I want to get the li with ID with the class sample. If I want to try to check, if I run it here, I will be getting only one class only. Okay, I will be getting one tag only, but here I am having the two tags with a class of sample. If you want to get two tags, all the tags means you need to use query selector or all. So if you have doubt that so more than one is existing in the tags with the class, So you should use query selector or instead of query selector. Query selector will return only first tag only. Query selector will return all the tags that are present. Now if you try to check this one, now you are able to get the li sample two things. So this is how we can traverse the DOM using the methods of get element by class name, get element by id, get elements by tag name, and using the query selectors. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, up to now we have seen how we can traverse the HTML using DOM thing we have seen, right? Now in this video we will see how we can create the element and insert the element and also delete the element. First let's see how we can insert an HTML element through the JavaScript. So what I want to do is I want to insert a paragraph, okay, uh, inside this li first li inside this first li, so that it should be inserted like this. This is my paragraph. I want to insert the p tag like this. If I run with JS, here you will be able to see this is my paragraph. I want to insert a p tag using the JavaScript. So in order to insert the paragraph here, we need to write var p is equal to, so let's create one element. We will create the element first. Document dot create element of p. Okay. Now first what I am trying to do is I am creating an element with the tag name p. Now if you want to write whatever you want, you can text content, you can give whatever you want. So this is my paragraph. And if you want to increase the font size, if you want to change the background colors and all those things also, you can do it. Whatever things we can do, we have seen in the previous videos, we can do to this element. Now if I try to print that console.log p, let's see what we will be getting. If I check the console here, run with JS, we will be able to get all the about the p tag, everything. Okay, we have created an object of the p tag. Now what we need to do is we need to insert this p tag in between the we need to add it in the li. So let's take where a is equal to document dot query selector. Okay, document dot query selector of a. I'll be taking one. Okay, I'm taking this query selector. Using this query selector. Query selector will select the first anchor tag. Okay, here is in the year it is having first anchor tag, right? So it is selecting first anchor tag. Now what I will write is a dot append child. Append child means it will append child. Which what I have to append p thing. Okay. Now if I run with JS, if I do the run with JS, here it is added. If you check the inspect element here, you'll be able to see that p tag is added inside the anchor tag. But we don't want this type of scenario. We need to add it outside like this. We need to add it outside of the anchor tag. So what we need to do is instead of taking anchor tag, we can take li tag. Okay, so we can do it li dot append child of p. If I try to run with JS, now it has added. See, now you will be able to see that this is my paragraph is added adjacent to the anchor tag. If you see here, you will be able to see that anchor tag p tag is added adjacent to the anchor link. Now what I need to do is I want to add, instead of adding after the anchor link, I want to add before the anchor tag like this. So I want to keep it before the anchor link, so that this is my paragraph should be coming first after the anchor link. What we need to do? So if we need to add this one, we need to use insert before. Okay, insert before p tag. Now if we try to do, we will be not able to get the output. Why? Because insert before, to which element before I need to add. So to which element before I need to add. So we need to mention that element also. Before which element I need to add. So we need to add the anchor link in the li. So we need to take the anchor link. I can take that li dot, okay, first element child. We have learned about this first element child, right? So we can use these all the combinations also, first element child. Now I need to give it before the, like this, before the, now it has been added, see, anchor link. So here if you try to check here, you will be able to get the output also. If I check here before the anchor link, it has added the p tag is added. So this is how, this is the difference between the append child and the insert before. Now we have seen creating an element, add inserting the element we have seen. Now we will see deleting an element also. Deleting an element will be little bit of not difficult. Cross browsers issues will be there. So we will be it will be having two types of reviewing things. For latest browsers will support other thing, and old browsers support another syntax. So we can use the latest browser old syntax also. I will show you how we can do that one. So now I want to delete this li element, first li element. So what you will do, you can get that where li is equal to anything, document dot query selector of li. You got the, now what we can do is li dot, we need to go to the parent element. Okay, this one is the for old browsers. Remember that this is for old. So li dot parent, I am going to the li dot parent element means I am going to the ul dot remove child. We need to use the remove child. For that parent element, we need to tell that remove child of li. Okay, we need to do like this. So if I run with Autodesk, now link 1 has been deleted. See, so this is how, this is supported with by the old browsers. But the latest browsers, what we can do is run with JS, link 1 is there, right? Directly you can use li dot remove. Directly you can use the li dot remove. If you do this one, then also link 1 will be removed. But this one will be supported in the new browsers, but in the old browsers, so this is the thing you need to implement. So that the the second syntax, the latest syntax will not work in browsers. In browser you may have the browser issues, but this one will work in the old browsers and also in the new browsers also. So you can use this one, or otherwise if you are using polyfills and all those things, so this one is also okay. So this is how we can create element, insert element, and also delete elements using document object model. So using the create element and query selectors. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, up to now we have seen how we can create an element, insert and delete an element in the DOM using some of the methods like create element, append child, insert before, like that. We have successfully added the, what we can say, elements in the DOM, but we are missing one important thing, nothing but events. Events means nothing but what we can say is reactivity of that element. For example, if I have written here one button. If I want to, if I click on this button, I need to execute some what we can say, some custom logic or something logic I need to execute. So what I need to do when the user clicks on that button, and if I want to write a separate logic, what I need to do. So those implementations is nothing but what we can say is those are called as events. So clicking, mouse entering, mouse leaving, and all those things are called as events in the JavaScript. How we can handle those type of events? Before handling that button click, we will see one built-in what we can say built-in event. What we'll be having is window dot onload. Okay, we will be having one function. So we can console.log window loaded, we can write it. Okay, we will remove this output thing. Yeah, window dot onload. So onload is the default property what we will be having in the window. So when window is, what this one will do is when the window is loaded, when the window means nothing but what this window is loaded, browser is loaded, the page is loaded, automatically the function will get executed here, console.log window loaded. If you try to run it here, you will get an output window loaded. Okay, so all the time when you run window loaded, you will be getting. So this is one of the onload function what you will be having in the JavaScript. Now let's see, here we have a button. Okay, when a user clicks on the button, I need to do some custom logic. So how we can achieve that one? So first what we will try to do is, we will try to get the button. Document dot query selector of button. So I am writing with the tag name button. So I got the button. Now I want to execute some custom logic when the user clicks on that button. So we have method nothing but on click is equal to function console.log button click. Okay, so I have took the element button using the query selector of button, and when the user clicks on that button, user click button dot on click, and you can execute the function. Let's see the output here. So when you check the output, you got a button here, click here. I will clear this one, click here. Now when a user clicks on this one, see we are getting an output, button clicked. As many times user clicks on the button, the function gets executed. This is nothing but the event handling, event handlers. So you will be getting a doubt that on click, how can I know these all types of events? On click, on mouse enter, on mouse move, these all things, how can I know? One simple method is you can console the button thing, and you can check the object, every object object properties you can see, and you will be able to see that go on with on, everything starts with on the events. You can check this, or otherwise you can search in the Google for that particular element. Anywhere you can search in the Google and you will be getting an output. That is also one easy way we can find it. And another thing is, you can do the on click for non-clickable items also. Non-clickable item is not only for button, anchor link and all those things. You can do it for p tag, div tag, and everywhere you can use this on click event. The one drawback of using this on click is, for example, I want to write another function. Okay, I want to write another methodology. So here button also clicked. I have written another function like this. Okay, now if I want to run this one, so run with JS. So I am clearing this one. When I click here, we are getting right now, we are getting only button also clicked, this event only. So the event has got overridden, and this event only is we are getting executed. So this is the problem when we use on click thing like this. So in the next video we will see another alternate way how we can use the event handlers for an element based one. So this is the problem. So the button on click first one got overridden, and you will be the on click second one only it is getting executed. So this is the problem. In order to overcome this problem, in the next video we will see how we can write the event handlers in an alternative way. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen the event handler on click. So how we can handle the event using on click we have seen, and also we have seen the disadvantage of the on click event handler, that if you write more than one on click for any single element, you will be not able to fire the both the events at a time. The second method will override the method's previous method, so only the last method will be executed. In order to overcome that one, so in JavaScript we have another type of handling the events, that is nothing but event listeners. So listening to the event. Now let's go to the some example. Now here I have a button. Now what I will try to do is, I will try to take that button, document dot, you can say query selector of that button. I got the button. Now let's assume I have two functions, listener 1, oh sorry. Now let's assume that I have one function with listener 1, and what it will do, it will just console the output like listener 1 click. So it will just console the output listener 1. And another one, I have another listener 2. This one also will console that one as listener 2 click. So I have two functions, listener 1 and listener 2. Now when the user clicks on that button, I need to execute this function listener 1 and also this function listener 2. Now how can I do? I need to take the button. Okay, button will have previously what we did, on click is equal to, we have did like this. Now what we will do, add event listener. Okay, we are using button dot add event listener. So we need to mention the what type of event listener I need to listen. Click event, you need to listen the click event. So if I listen to the click event, what I need to do, you can write directly function here, or otherwise you can mention the function name listener 1. So remember that you don't need to call like this directly. If you call like that, means immediately listener 1 will be executed. So we need to pass just the handler, so that when the user clicks on that button, listener 1 function will be executed. In the same scenario, what I will try to do is, I will try to do the button dot add event listener click, and I want to listen to the listener second one. These are the two events. How we can, now let's see the output. So if I go to the console and if I go to the output, I am clicking on this one. Now I am clicking on the button. Now if I click on the button, 1 second. Now I will come here. See, now you will be able to, I will remove the HTML so that it will be very clear to see. Now if you see here, both the functions are executing. That means that single button is listening to the both the events. Previously with the event handler on click, we are not able to use these two functions, but here using the event listener, we are able to do the two things, two functions. We are able to do this one. Now after some time or after some actions performed, so you want to disable one of the event. Okay, you want to remove one of the event listener. That means something like listener 1 I want to remove. So we can also remove that event listener 1, so that listener 2 only will work from when that button is clicked. So if you want to remove that listener 1, how we can do is, for example, I will write set timeout here. Set timeout. Okay, set timeout, one function will execute here, so that after 2 seconds I want to remove the event listener. Okay, after 3 seconds, let's assume after 3 seconds I want to remove the listener event. How can I remove? So button dot, same like add event listener, we will be having remove event listener. We will be having remove event listener. Now what we can write here? So you can think that I can mention listener 1 like this, but we cannot mention listener 1 the same like this. For example, this listener 1 function, you can use it for click, and also you can use it for mouse enter, mouse hover, or anything, key up, key down. You can use it for any event listener. I can't directly remove this like this, remove event listener of listener 1. So for which one I need to remove? Do I need to remove for all the events, or do I need to remove for the particular events? So the doubt will arise here. So that is the reason we need to mention for which type of for this button, what type of event I need to reserve. For example, for this button you can add it for key up, key press, mouse enter, mouse over, and all these things you can add the listener 1. Now you need to mention here the type of event also. So that is the reason we will mention it here, click. Now if you mention the click here, now for the click, for after some 3 seconds of time, for this button, remove the listener 1 of this click event. So you are mentioning. Now let's run this one. Now I am trying to click listener 2, listener 2, listener 2. See, after 3 seconds, we are listener 1 event has been gone, and only the listener 2 click is only this functioning. So this is the how we can remove event listener, and also we can add the event listener through add event listener and remove event listener. So this is how we can do. You can handle the events using event listener also. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen the add event listener and the remove event listener. Now I will show you one of the important concept, event bubbling. So how we can stop the propagation of the events. So I will explain you in this video. Let's see. Let's take the HTML part. I will close this console and the JavaScript. Okay, now let's think we have one div, and I will write the style. So I will give the width of 100 pixel, height of 100 pixel, let's assume, and background color of red or something like that. Okay, we got one square with the background color of red. And now what I will do is I will take another div inside this div, and I will give this style as width 40 pixel and height 40 pixel. Oh, sorry, 40 pixel and background color of blue or something like this. Okay, now I have two divs. One is what we can say is, instead of writing here, we can say we can take this one as id outer. Okay, now this one as id as inner. Let's assume these are the two divs. Okay, these are the two divs. What I am having is, one is outer div and another one is inner div. Inner div is nothing but what we can say is it is present inside the outer div only. Now what I will try to do is, now I will take the JavaScript, I will remove this all the code. Now I will take the, when I click on this inner div, I want to show the output something like clicked on inner div or anything. Okay, what I will take, where inner is equal to document dot query selector, document dot query selector of hash inner. I will take it as inner. Okay, I will close this, I will remove this HTML. Okay, inner, I took the inner. Now what I will do, I will take one function as inner listener or anything. What I will do is console.log inner click. Okay, we have the method. Now what I will do, inner dot add event listener, same thing what we have did in the previous video. So same thing we will be doing, click, and I will do inner listener. So I added the function for this one. Now I will try to run the JS for this one. So now if I run here, when I click inside this one, we got that one as inner click. Now when I try to click on the outside of this div, so there is no event. So why? Because we have written only the event listener for the inner div only. So we have not written anything for the outer div. Now what I will try to do is, now I will take another one as where outer. I will take the same thing and I will paste it here, and I will take the outer div. Now what I will try to do, I will take another function. I will write as outer listener. Now same thing, outer click. I will write the same event listener. What we can do is outer dot add event listener clicked. I will write the outer listener. Okay. Now what I will try to do is, now when we try to check the output, now I clicked on the outer. Yeah, okay, we got the outer clicked. So this one is got executed. This is not a problem. Now when I try to click on the inner thing, but we are getting right now two events are getting fired, inner clicked and outer clicked. Here I am clicking on the inner, but outer clicked is also firing. What is the reason behind this one? The reason is nothing but the inner div is present inside the outer div only. That means if you are clicking on the inner div, means explicitly you are clicking on the outer div only. Why? Because the inside the outer div only inner div is present. So that is the reason when you are clicking on the inner click, that is nothing but you are explicitly clicking on the outer click, outer div also. Why? Because inner div is already present in the outer div. That is the reason both the events are firing. So in order to stop this type of events thing, what we can do? So this type of thing is called as event bubbling actually. So what it will do is, if you click on this one inner div, it will propagate through the, it will propagate to the outer layer, to the parent layer. It will propagate to the parent layer until and unless no parent is present. It will go on propagating that one. That means bubbling. It will go on bubbling that one. If you want to remove this one, if you want to remove this propagation, how we can do is, so in this event listener, for this event listener, what it will do is, this event listener will pass an argument defaultly event. So this event is nothing but what we can say is the object of the event listener. What it will be having all the properties present for that event listener. It will pass all the event as an object. So there, for each type of event, you will be having different types of properties. For click event, you will be having separate, and mouse event, you will be having their respective properties. So it will pass, for any event listener, it will pass an event object as an argument to the function. Now in this event property, you will be having, so for inner listener, you can write event dot stop propagation. You can use stop propagation. Okay, so you can use stop propagation. Now if you try to check the output, if you click here, you will be getting only the inner clicked only. If you click on outer click, you can see, you can see the outer click is firing and inner click is firing. So this is how we can stop the propagation of the div. We can stop the propagation of the div, preventing going top, bubbling top to the top. Now we can also check whether the event is propagating top or not. We can also check those type of scenarios also. How we can check is, we can directly use this one, console.log. You can use here event.bubbles. Okay, so if you run with JS this one, if you click here, you'll be able to get see true option. Okay, so true option means that is nothing but it is bubbling to the parent element. So the event is bubbling to the parent elements. If that parent element is having any click event or anything, it will fire that click event also. In order to stop that bubbling of that click event listener or any event listener, you can use event.stop propagation. Okay, so if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen how we can stop the propagation and how we can stop the event bubbling through stop propagation. Now we have seen in the previous video about the event object. This event object, we have seen only the event that stop propagation, right? But using this event object, we can do lot of things. For example, see, if you want to know, for example, if I have here, if I do the console.log, okay, event.target, if I run this one and if I click here, you'll be able to see the object, DOM object, how we have got with the query selector. We are able to get all the DOM object for which we have clicked on that element. So here we have clicked on the element of div with inner element within id inner. So that is the reason we got the object. With this event.target, we can do all the things what we have done in the previous videos, such as event.target.style.background color. Background color is equal to, we can do something like yellow or anything. You can give whatever color if you want, you can give it. For example, if I click on this one, it has turned to LOC. So we can do whatever we want, we can do the things here. So this is how we can use the element, you can use this event.target element, so that we will be getting entire event object, and also event.target, and also you will be getting another thing such as event.clientx, event.clienty. Okay, here event.clientx and event.clienty. What this one will give you, we will see. Here if I clear this one, if I run with JS and if I do here, I am getting 36 and 27 here. See, the 36 and 27 is nothing but the coordinates where my mouse has been clicked in the div, I am getting the x and y coordinates of that clicked position. So with the clicked position, if you want to get the element, another div or something element to come to that position, or anything animations if you want to do, you can use this with the position, so that if you know the positions, you can do whatever you want with that one. So even in the event object also, you'll be able to get this type of things. If you want to know more about this event object, you can search in Google, or otherwise you can check the Mozilla document or anything document, so you'll be able to get more thing. And also if you want miss, you can just console the total event object, so that you will be able to know all the properties what are present in the event object. Okay, now another thing what I want to tell is, before closing of this all events functionalities and all those things, now for example I clicked on this one. Now run with JS, if I do run with JS, and if I click on this one, I am getting first as inner click and the second one as outer click. That means we are getting this, we have clicked on this inner element, right? So that is the reason we are getting inner click, and then after it is bubbling and it is getting the outer click. Now you want to reverse the propagation, that means reverse the order. That means you need to take this outer div as the most priority, then afterwards only inner click has to fire. If you want to take this as a priority, for example, you have clicked on the inner link, but you don't want this inner link to be executed, later you want to get executed. First priority outer click has to be executed. We can also do this thing, we can keep extra parameter something like true. True means we are taking this one as the priority. Take this one as the outer thing as the priority. So whatever the elements present inside this outer, please take this one as a priority, then only afterwards please execute those things, those elements, listeners, and all those things, please execute. Now if I run here and if I click here, you see now outer click has took as a priority, then only after outer click only inner click has been executed. So these type of behavior you will be not using more often, just in order to know this type of option is also available in the JavaScript. Just in order to know only, just I am informing that you can also change the propagation order using this true option. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see how we can handle the HTTP requests. So XML HTTP request. So XML HTTP request is nothing but what we can say is common terms AJAX calls. How we can make the AJAX calls. So these AJAX calls in JavaScript. So what we can say is AJAX call. What we can say is getting a data from server or any other service, getting a data through the JavaScript code. So we will see how we can get the data from the internet, not we can say from service or any other server, how we can get the data from another server or from any other services. Okay, so how we can get the data from there using JavaScript, let's see, we will see in this video. In order to get the data from another server or anything, let's just take that JSON placeholder or anything. So we can make it's a fake online REST API. So they will be giving one URL. If you open this page, you will be able to see the data. So here you will be having, if you take this URL, so here they are providing the some post data, okay, with user ID, type, body and everything. They are providing the user data. Now we will try to get this data from our JavaScript code. Let's try to get the data from our JavaScript code. So what we can do is, I will remove this all the code. First I will try to create variable and I will try to create new object. Okay, XML HTTP request. This is an object which is used to create a request. So XML, before this XML, don't think that it will give the XML response. This is for historic reasons and all the things long back. So they have kept like this only, XML HTTP request. Okay, this we have created a new object for the XML HTTP request. Using this object, we will try to get the data from the JSON placeholder or anything. Now I will try to get the URL. We have got the URL, right? So I will remove this console. Okay, we got the URL, so we will try to get the data. Now what I will try to do is, I can remove this output and console. Okay, Now what I will try to do is I will store another one method, that means type, how we will be getting the data. So there will be two types of methods, something like that. Not only two types of methods, so many methods will be there. So most of them we will be using is two methods, get and post. Get means we are getting the data from this one. Post means we are trying to send the data to that server so that they can store the data. Okay, so now we are trying to get the data. We are not sending the data into that one. We are trying to get the data. So that is the reason we are taking the method as get. Okay, now first what I will try to do is I will take this HTTP and I will try to open the connection. Okay, so we need to send the method. What is the method we need to give, and also for which URL you need to open. Okay, after opening, so after using this one, directly we cannot make a call. Now we need to do another one, http dot on ready state change. Okay, on ready state change. Okay, so for http, when we make the connection, so this property will be fired all the time when the ready state is changing. So I will tell you that ready state, so it will be a function. So we need to whenever the ready state is changed, we need to execute a function. So now I need to check if http dot ready state. So what is the ready state? So if when it is changed, so when it is equal to okay, xml http request dot done. Okay, so dot done is nothing but what we can say is we will be having actually four types of ready states. For example, if you see in the XML http, if you try to open the a Mozilla development network, if you go to the ready state here, okay, if you go to the ready state, you will be having four types of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 0 means nothing but we have client has opened, we have opened the connection, but we have not yet called. So right now the scenario is that one only, we have opened the connection but we didn't call. So that means ready state will be in 0. Now client is opened but it is not sent yet. So headers received, loading, that means we have sent the connection but it is we didn't get, we are waiting for the response from the server. Done means so the operation is complete and we got the response. So we need to get this condition. Directly we can use for, or otherwise we can use this XML HTTP. We have the constant something like verbal notation. So dot done also, so we can represent as 4, or otherwise we can represent as like this also. Okay, so when HTTP ready state, so all the time what we will say is when we try to send a connection, it will change from 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, like this it will change, step by step process it will be going on. We need to catch it when the ready state is 4. That means then only the response will come from the server. So that is the reason when the ready state is 4. Okay, and also we need to check another condition, that http dot status when it is equal to 200 is the success. Okay, server has successfully processed your request and it is sending the response. So that is the reason http then it will send you 200 status. So if we get other than 200 or anything, so we got a problem or anything, error problem, and we didn't get the response, we need to handle other side. Okay, now we will get the data. So here we got the data. So whatever the response we will be having, it will be in the http dot response text. Okay, remember this one. So it will be in the http dot response text. And now if it doesn't handle, that means else if http ready state is 4, that means 4 means nothing but we have got the response. Response means we have the operation is completed, so we have sent the request and everything, but we got the response as nothing but other than 200. That means server has done some problem, has undergone some problem or anything and didn't give the response. So if it didn't give the response, we need to just simply console.log error. Okay, error has occurred. So you can keep this something like error has occurred. Now this is the thing how we can handle. So this is the thing how we can get the response. Now up to now we haven't changed we haven't sent the data. So just we have opened the connection and we are ready to handle when we send the data, and we are ready to handle the states. Now we will try to send the connection. Now here I can send http dot send. So if I click http dot send and now we will try to get the response. If I click on run, so it will take some time, and we got the response. See, and we got the all the post data, whatever the post data we have, we got the all the data in the JSON format. But here see, if you see the JSON, it returned in the text format. Why? Because it is the response text. We have requested that one using response text. That is the reason all the it has written as a string, and these are as a trailing slash between the double quotes. If you want to take this one as a direct object, you can use, you will be having one method called as json.parse. You can use directly json.parse here, and if you run it again, you'll be able to get it as an object. Okay, we are getting we are able to get lot of objects. If you want to get first one, you can get something like json.parse of this one of 0, that means first object I am trying to take, dot, we can see whatever the keys we are having, id, user id, and all those things we are having. So we can take this user id or anything. So if I type user id and if I run it here, I got one as this. See, so in this way we can make the AJAX HTTP requests to the other servers, so that we can get the data from the other servers using XML HTTP request. This is the using get method. Okay, if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen how we can send the data using get request. So how we can how we can send, how we can get the data using get request. So now we will see in this video the post request, how we can do the post request. Now in order to do the post request, what we will do is, we will convert this one to the post. Okay, this is first method. What we need to do is, again we need to set the request header, set request header. The set request header means nothing but what we can, so what is the type of data I am trying to send. So this should be something like content type. Okay, content type comma, what we can say, application slash x slash www slash hash form hyphen URL encoded. This is nothing but what we can say is, this is one type of content type of data, how I am going to send the data to the server. So I will show you that how it will be the data. So for example here, where data is equal to, we can say that title is equal to, you can say, new post ampersand, okay, description, what we can say, body is equal to body or something like that. Okay, this is the data what I am trying to send to the server as a post request. So I am sending the title and also I am sending the post. Now we can send the data to here. We are sending the type of data. What is the, how this data, type of the data looks like. So if you want to send the JSON data, you can send it as a JSON, and you can change it as the JSON format. Okay, this is the type of data what I am trying to send. So in order to, you also need to remember that how the data is accepted by the server also is very important. So in that manner only you need to send the data. So now when this is successfully, when this one is sent, the data is sent and is successfully created, we will get the response as 201. So depends on the server. So they can send 200 or 201. This server, this URL is sending 201. So that means 201 is nothing but a resource is created. So yes, the server is completed successfully. We have received the request and we have created the services. So now I will remove this one so that we can check the data. JSON.parse I am using like this only. Now we will try to check the output. If I check the output, sorry, I have written somewhere wrong. We can check that one. We can check that one here. Okay, http.setRequestHeader. Now if I try to check the output, now we got the data scene. Whatever I send the data, actually this one is just dummy data only. But in order to know how we can send the post request, just I am showing you the process how we can do using XML HTTP request. So to send the post request. Normally what we can do is these type of scenarios we will be not doing using this all code we will be not using. Normally we will be using third party libraries, something like Axios or any other third party libraries. We will be using this one. So this, in order to know, so this video playlist is completely on pure JavaScript. So that is the reason I am explaining you how we can send the data AJAX request using pure JavaScript. I am explaining it. So this is how we can send the data using get request and the post request. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends. So now we have reached the end of the JavaScript course for the beginners, and most of the topics we have covered in this JavaScript. And after this JavaScript, so what we need to do? So if you have so much of code, for example, so you are having a project and you are writing so much of lines of JavaScript code. So using this plain JavaScript code by writing the code, it will become tedious thing to handle. Okay. So tomorrow, so if so much of lines become, it with the code will become complex and complex, that tomorrow's in any enhancements or anything, so you cannot be able to debug the code or solve it. So for this reason, so JavaScript has some libraries, frameworks. So let's see out of these libraries. One of these libraries is jQuery. So you all already aware of this one. So I think all of them know about this jQuery. So jQuery is nothing but one of the library of the JavaScript. So where we can write the code in the jQuery, and explicitly it will be the jQuery is developed using the JavaScript code only. So explicitly nothing but what we can write is we are writing the JavaScript code only. So jQuery is also very much useful. It's also the most popular while developing the projects. So most of the times while developing directly with the JavaScript, so projects will be developed using jQuery only. Why? Because we can write, so the caption itself is saying that write less, do more. So less code it will be taking, and we can write more code using that one. So for that is the reason we will be using jQuery. And apart from the jQuery, if you don't want this jQuery and if you want full-fledged frameworks, what these modern times all the people, the latest projects are developing is using the frameworks. Frameworks, in the frameworks you have mostly so many types of frameworks has came in the JavaScript. One in the most of the most popular one is Angular. We go this Angular. So Angular is the most important framework for the JavaScript. So in this JavaScript also, you can use the you can use yeah, you can write JavaScript code. Whatever the code topics we have discussed, we can write all the code here, and we can do everything. So the concept here is Angular. So in this, Angular is one of the important framework where we can develop using the projects. We using this Angular framework we can develop the projects. uh, Angular actually it is we will be Angular will be using TypeScript. So you can, if you want, you can also use the JavaScript also. It's also supports the JavaScript, but it is developed using the TypeScript. So TypeScript is nothing but what we can say is it is a superset of the JavaScript, and we will be not covering that one in this course right now. So because it is out of the concept, we will cover in the later videos. And Angular you will be using the TypeScript thing. And apart from this one, if you don't like TypeScript or anything, so if you want to develop with another framework or something like this, you will be having React. You can take the React also. It's also a JavaScript library. It's also a framework, more of a framework. You can develop a JavaScript user interfaces and all those things, a project using this React.js also. And apart from React.js, you also have another important one, Vue.js. This is also a another framework, JavaScript framework, where we can develop the projects using this Vue.js also. It's also a progressive JavaScript framework. We can write the plain JavaScript code in this Vue.js also. So these three are the most important frameworks. Right now, most of the projects will be developed using these three frameworks only, or jQuery library. So these are the more things. Apart from these three, these are frameworks. If you want to write in the JavaScript thing, so most of the days will the JavaScript code will be writing in the modular code only. So it is better for us to written in the modular code. Why? Because in the modular code, if you write the code in if you go on writing the code in the script files and all those things, if one of the script file is depends on another script file, you need to move it top down like that. Why? Because means, so it should not get conflicted. For example, it's a top down approach, right? So one script file will execute and another script file will be executing. So like that, it will be executing. So in order to overcome this one, we will be using imports and exports, something like modularity. So for that modularity, we will be using webpack. If you take this webpack, this webpack is nothing but the module bundler. So this webpack will be useful for the uh, compiling all the modules, bundling all the modules into one JavaScript file. So whichever file is, so you can import it from here and you can export it from here, so that all the files will be bundled into a single JS file, bundle.js. Here you can get the bundle.js. This is also one of the uh, another method where if you want to write in the modularity code, you can write using this one. So this is the complete JavaScript course for the beginners. So if you have any doubts or any comments, so you post the comment below. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, welcome to the new course ECMAScript 6. ECMAScript 6, that is nothing but shortly we call it as ES6. And also we can call it something in a literal normal language or something like, we can say it as next generation JavaScript. Next generation JavaScript. What is this next generation JavaScript? So why we need to learn this next generation JavaScript? Okay, in the previous course, if you see my previous course, JavaScript course for the beginners, if you see that one is all, what we can say is, that one is the normally used JavaScript, popularly JavaScript user. So JavaScript, this popular JavaScript is nothing but, what we can say is, before going to JavaScript analysis, this JavaScript we will be the programmers and all those things, we will be calling it as JavaScript. Actually this one is called as ECMAScript. Okay, all the people know this name as the ECMAScript, as the JavaScript only. So if you are learning JavaScript, means nothing but you are learning indirectly ECMAScript only. So the JavaScript what we have covered in the previous videos and all those things is nothing but ECMAScript 5 is the 5th generation. Okay, that is normally we'll be calling it as ES5. Okay, so this ES5, so why we need to learn this ES6? So ES5 we have learned in the previous courses, ES5 we have learned. So why we need to learn the ES6? Normally what we can say is ES5, that ES5 what we have learned, we can directly write that code without any problem. So if you want to develop a project or anything, you can write the code without any problem. So you can develop any web programming language using that ECMAScript 5. So all the browsers, the current browsers in the market which are available right now in the market, all the browsers supports this ECMAScript 5 language. So there is no need to compile or anything. There is no need to convert that one into other language or something like. There is no need to convert that one, so that browsers can understand. So there is no need to convert this ES5. So we can directly write this ES5 code and we can directly execute that one in the browser. But coming to the ECMAScript 6, this one the current browsers doesn't support. Future coming next generation, what we can say is, for example, Chrome browser, Safari browser or IE browser is there. Future versions will be there, right? So next versions and all the things of the browsers. Okay, and those guys, those browsers will support the ES6. So right now the present browsers which were the present version which are having the browsers, those browsers doesn't support the ECMAScript 6. The future coming versions of the browsers will support the ECMAScript 6. Why? Because the browsers also will be get updating. So therefore the language which supports that browser also, the browsers which support that language also, it should get updated. So that means JavaScript, it should be updated to the ES6, ECMAScript 6. Okay, so that is the reason. So tomorrow if browsers get updated, so this one will be supported by the browsers also. And why we need to learn the JavaScript? So ES6, ES6 is nothing but, what we can say is, next generation JavaScript. So it consists of all the latest version of the code and all those things, class, inheritance, classes, and all this latest concepts which will be more useful for developing with the older JavaScript. So we can use this ES6, we can develop clean code, and the current trending we can write the code. And if I write the, so and again another note comes is, if I write the code in the ES6, so you are telling that current browsers doesn't support this ES6 language. So then if I write the code in the ES6 also, what is the use? Then if the browser doesn't support, where I need to execute this all ES6 code and all those things. So in order to overcome these problems, we have some compilers. We have some compilers like Babel compiler. Some compilers are there. Okay. So most commonly Babel compiler is used. So what is this Babel compiler does is, it takes this ES6 code, whatever the ES6 code you have written, it takes this ES6 code, it will compile and convert it into the ES5 code. Okay, you understood, right? So Babel compiler, what it will do is, it will take the ES6 code and it will compile and it will give you the ES5 code. So these compilers are temporarily. Why? Because if the browsers tomorrow update and all the browsers, if the browsers are updated, so this compiler, there is no need for us to compile this one. For ES7 tomorrow, if another new version comes, the JavaScript ES7, we need to use this compiler to convert ES7 to ES6, not ES5. Why? Because ES6 browsers at that time, it will be supported. All the browsers will be supported by the ES6. So in this way, we will be using. So now, right now, ES6, in order to convert it into the ES5, we will be using Babel compiler. Okay, so this is the main introduction for the ECMAScript 6. So ECMAScript 6 covers all the latest features, all the next generation JavaScript. Next generation is this coming generation JavaScript. All the advanced features and all those things will be present in the JavaScript. So up to the previous videos, what you have learned is only the basic beginnings for the JavaScript only. So if conditions and all those things, you have learned prototypes, and we have learned the XML HTTP request, that one. So normally we will be not using that plain JavaScript XML HTTP request. We will be using other third-party libraries for making an AJAX call. So these all types of things we will be using. ES5 we will be using, but ES6 particularly we will be having some advanced features, so that code can be very robust. The code can be very robust, and also very easily we can implement the some complex logics and all those things we can write very easily in the ES6. So that is the reason we need to learn the ECMAScript 6. And also the current latest projects and all those things we will be writing in the ES6 only, so that we will be using intermediately Babel compiler in order to convert that ES6 to the ES5. So this is the brief introduction of the ECMAScript 6. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends. So in this video we will see some syntax changes, what is there before ES5 and now in the ES6. We will see the syntax changes, what has been done in the ES6. Now first, when we go to syntax changes, we will see about the variables. So the variables first in the ES6 we need to know is about let. In the previous JavaScript, if you see, you are having the variable will be should be declared as var. If you take var age is equal to 30, and if I do console.log age, now what could be the output? As usual, we have seen in the previous JavaScript courses and all those things, we'll get the 30. Fine. Now in the ES6, a new type of variable has been introduced, that is nothing but let. So what is this use of let? Here if you mouse over, let is available in ES6, you will be able to see that one. Now what is the use of this let thing? Now if I try to run here the code, again we are getting 30 as the output. Then what is the difference between the var and the let here? So let and var are looking one and the same only. So then what is the purpose of using the let? If you see in my previous videos of the JavaScript course for beginners, we have seen in one video about the global scope and also the local scope. So we have seen the difference between the global scope and the local scope. So now here we can tell that let, but we in the ES5 we have the global scope and the local scope. That is nothing but local scope, we can call it as a function scope. We can also call it as function scope. That means the variable existing in between the function only. We have those type of global scope and local scope. We don't have the possibility of the block scope. Okay, we don't have the possibility of the block scope. You can ask that what is the block scope. So let's see one example here. I have here var again same example where age is equal to 30. Okay, I am taking one condition if of true. So I will try to do the age is equal to something like you can assume that I will try to do where age is equal to 30 here, and I will try to console.log age. Now what could be the output? So this if block, this is if block, we have seen this is the block. Okay, now if we see the output here, we can see the 30. Okay, fine. Now what I will try to do is I will try to change it to let here. Now let's see the output. What could be the age it should be printed? So we can expect that it should be printed as 30. Why? Because all the time if of true means it will all the time if condition will be true, all the time it will enter into this block, so that age will be always will be declared. So that means we can print the age as 30. So if we see the output here, we got that reference error age is not defined. Why we are getting age is not defined? So here the let usage, now you will be able to understand that let will be useful. This variable will be available only in this block. Okay, in this block only let will be available. This is nothing but let will be used for the block scope only. Where will be used for the global scope. Let will be used for the block scope. So this is the one of the feature introduced in the ES6. So in this block only we can use this let variable. If I use this console.log age, okay, if I use this console.log, in that block only that age variable will be existing. You can get the 30, but outside the block we are getting error. So for example, if I tell it as let age is equal to 40 or something like that. So now, so here I have top, at the top I have introduced the same variable age is equal to 30. Here I introduced that again age is equal to 30 here 40, and we will see the output what could be. Now here we will be getting 30 and 40. So you will be able to understand now. So in this block, in this is one of the total block. What we can say is global scope. This is the global scope, nothing but total global block it is. In this global block, let age is defined as 40. Okay, so this console.log is there in the global block only. So that is the reason we got the 40. Now this is another block scope. So this is the block scope. In this block scope, this was a new variable let, with let it is introduced. Age same variable, but we have introduced that we have declared that variable as let. So that is the reason this age variable and this age variable will be different. So in this block only this age variable will be existing. So this age variable and this age variable is different. If you declare it as var, then everywhere this var age will be all the places it will be same. But here using the let, the change has been occurred. So now you can assume that now I will try to remove this age here. Okay, now what will happen? Now you can assume, now if you see the output here, I am able to see 30 30. Why I am getting 30 30 here? We can now here we have to get that error something age is not defined, but here it should has to print age, right? Why? Because in this block we didn't define that one as we didn't define this one as let. So what is happening here is, now compare this one as total block now. Okay, this one is the total block, we know it, we know it, right? So now in this global block we have mentioned this let age as 40, and here this one, this age is using by this variable only. We are not declaring the new variable by let. We are telling to use the age variable in that block scope. So if it will check here in this block if it is there or not. It will check its parent block again. So here it found the let age is equal to 40. Okay, fine. So I need to use this variable. It changed it to 30, so that here also it became 30 and here also it became 30. So I think now you are getting the point actually how the let is used in this ECMAScript 6. So comparing to let is actually is a very useful and also very powerful in the ECMAScript 6. So if you understand the basic block scope, most probably what we can think of is let is always used for the block scope. So if you want to use in the block scope the variable, so that outside the variables it should not get affect, you can use it with the let. Or otherwise, so if you want to something like this means you can mention that is a global let, so that it will be available in all the blocks here. Okay, so this is the main difference between the let and var. Hope you understand this video. If you have any doubts or anything, so please post a comment in this video. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen the keyword let. Now in this video we will see another keyword, that is constant. So we have another type of variable declaration. We will be having that const. So again I will take age as 30. Okay. Now what I will try to do, I will try to print the age. If I try to print the age, now let's see the output. What could be the output? If I see the age, you'll be able to see that one as 30. That's okay. So that means let, where and constant is one and the same when you're using. Now here I will try to change that one to 27 or something like that. Okay, or 40. Now I changed this age to 40. Now let's see what the age could print. Now if I try to print here, I got an error. What is the error I am getting? Assignment to constant variable. That means I cannot assign to the constant variable. So that means whenever we declare a variable with constant, so we cannot reassign that variable, we cannot change the value of that variable. So the value what it is assigned is only the permanent one. So we cannot change the value afterwards for the constant variable. Okay, here the age is defined as 30 and this will be remained 30 throughout the project code, throughout this all code. So we cannot change the value of the variable in between this one. So we can convert this one as capital. For example, in order to represent this one as a constant, we can write this one as a constant. In normal programming language, we define that constant using total capital letters to know that that variable is a constant. Now what I will try to do is, now I have an array, for example, okay, 1 comma 2 comma 3. Now what I will try to do, I will try to print the array. Okay, now if I try to get the output, what could be the output? I got it as 1 2 3. Fine, no problem. Now what I will try to do is, I will try to push the data. I will try to push 4. Now I will try to print the array. Now what could be the output? So here what I am trying to do, I have declared the new variable array. I am storing the array of data and I am declaring it as a constant. Now what I am trying to do, I am trying to change this value. So previously we tried to change the age value. We have so the output thrown an error that we cannot reassign the constant variable. Now here we are trying to again change the data. So now let's see what could be the output here. So strangely what we got the output. Instead of telling that we cannot change the array variable because it is defined as a constant, it doesn't throw like that error. It simply pushed that new value, and so that the value of the constant array variable has changed completely. So what is happening here? Then for age it thrown an error, but for array it is not throwing an error. So what is happening here? So the thing happening here is, if you see array, we have, if you came across to my previous videos of JavaScript course for beginners, we have learned in that video. In one video I have told that primitive types versus reference types, primitive types and reference types. Though there will be two categories the variables fall into. Those types are the primitive types and the reference types. Primitive types is nothing but what we can say is the way where number, strings and all those things comes under the primitive types. The arrays, objects and all those things comes into the reference types. So what is this reference types? Actually this array variable doesn't hold these all values. It holds the memory location, the pointer where this data has been stored. So the data where it has been stored in the memory, that memory pointer will be stored in that array. So now we are here pushing the value into that memory location. So that means the memory pointer will not be changing. The content what is there in that memory, it is changing. But the array variable which is holding that pointer will be always the same only. So technically what we can say, this array variable, the array content of the array is not changing. That means nothing but array is holding the pointer value. The pointer value is not changing. The pointer value is not changing. only the content which is present into that memory location of that pointer only is changing. Here in this situation, so array is a reference type. So if for the reference types, the variable always stores the pointer value, not the total value, but the primitive types it will hold the value. So that is the reason when we try to change the age, it thrown an error. So here it is not throwing an error. That means technically the array it is holding the pointer. So here when we push that one also, the pointer will be remaining like that only. It is not changing. But the data what is there in that point in that memory location will be changing. So here, so that is the reason it is showing the data. If you change here to if we change the data something like object also, so the same thing happens. For example, if I give name as Leela, and now I try to, so I will change the object so that it should not be confusing. So you can take it as object, and now what I will try to do, I will try to change the name itself to some other name like John. Okay, now I will try to print that object. If I try to print that object, now what will happen? So here also the same thing happens, that the object is not holding this value. This is, as object is a reference type, the object variable is holding the memory location pointer of this data where this is stored. Okay, now here if I change this value, if I change the name of the value, so there in that memory location the data will be changed, but the pointer will be always the same. So now if I try to change, so here you are getting the output. Okay, I think now you understand the constant keyword definition. Why I am stressing all the time this memory location pointer, because is so here the usage of the object and array will be in such a way manner like this. So if we change the constant array or constant object, it technically it will be changed, but normally it will be changed, but technically the object, the memory location pointer is not changed. So that is the reason I am repeating again and again the why the data has been changing in the constant. If you are using integer or string or anything, so it will throw an error. So this is all about let and constant. These are the two variables, the two syntax variables what it has been introduced in the ES6. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, so please post a comment in the video. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends. In this video, we will see about the hoisting in the ECMAScript 6. In the old courses we have seen in the JavaScript course, we have seen the hoisting in the JavaScript. So let's check here. I am writing age is equal to 30. Okay, I am printing the age here, and afterwards I am declaring the age. Now let's see what could be the output. Here we got the value as 30. That means the variables which we are using, these all the things, so automatically it will think that okay, this one is declared afterwards. So what the JavaScript will do is, this one it will take top and it will hoist the variable. So that means nothing but it will declare the variable as var. Why? Because while executing this all, it has seen in the third line, okay, now here he has declared, so let me declare that variable at the top. So it will take it to the top and it will declare. This is nothing but the hoisting. So variable hoisting. So with this method of approach, you can see that there is no advantage of using this one. See, if you see using this all variable here and all those things, and if you forget to declare this variable, so if you forget to declare this variable, then also it will think that this variable it should be declared top, so it will take it as a var defaultly. But here, so this could result to a bad code or something like what we can say is as a muddy code like this. So let's see, we will add like this using the let. Okay, I will change the var to let. Now let's see what could be the output. If I click here, we got cannot access age before initialization. So this type of error, if we get that one, so we will be able to write a good code so that before using any variable or anything, we will be initializing. We will get a habit of initializing the variable before using that variable. Now here what we have done, we have without initialization or anything, we are directly writing the code and all those things, and down we are initializing the variable. So if we get a problem, if we get an error like these things, it could be better so that we can write a good code. Okay, now I can take this one and I can write at the top, and if I run it here, I can get 30. Now this approach is somewhat nicer approach rather than the previous one. Now let's see, I will write another type of code. Function, okay, fn I will do, and I will declare here as age 30, and now here I will try to declare the age here. Okay, now I will call the function. Now I will try to print the age. Okay, I think now you understood the code. So now what I have did, I have written the function. So without declaring, I am using the age is equal 30 here. Now afterwards I have declared the age. Then after I call the function, I am trying to print the age. What could be the output? If I try to clear this one and if I try to run, I got the 30 as output. How could this be possible? Why? Because so before declaring only, before initializing only, I am using this variable. But here if you see the logic, this function is declared but we are not calling the function. That means the content inside the function will not get executed until and unless we call this function, right? So now here let's go. So this function is declared, okay, the content is not will not be executed right now because we didn't call the function. Now here we declared the age, and now this one is calling the function. So now it will go into the age and it will declare 30. Now here the age is declared already, it is initialized. Then it will initialize the 30 value into that age variable. After going to the third line, console.log age, already it has been initialized and also it has been declared with a value of 30. It will print the 30 value. You need to remember the main core concept, nothing but before using this, before using the variable, any variable, so it should be initialized first. That is the only core concept you need to understand in this ECMAScript 6. So this is the hoisting in the ECMAScript. The one core concept what you need to remember is before using the any variable or anything, let it introduced in the code at the top only before using the variable. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see a new way of representing the functions in the ECMAScript. In ECMAScript, so the functions can be defined or declared in a separate way, not separate way, in another way also. It's a easy way or something like shorter way, we can say it shorter way with the that is nothing but called as arrow functions. Let's see with the old functions how we will be representing in the JavaScript. So we have one function with name function, and I will write console.log hello. So now I will try to call the function. Now if I try to call the function, I got the output as hello. This is the old way of representing the function. So as you already know in my previous videos how I have declared the functions in my old videos. Now let's write that one in a newer way in the ECMAScript format. So new kind of representation. Now what I will try to do is, I will declare one variable. Okay, I will remove this name and I will keep is equal to and greater than symbol, and now I will check the output. So this is the newer way to represent the function. If I run the output, I am getting hello. So this is also the newer way how we can represent the function. Now if you see here the explanation of this one, so the clear explanation. So here we have defined a variable with function, and we have written open and close parenthesis, and here we have written is equal to and greater than symbol, so arrow mark. So we have opened the curly brace so that this all comes under the function body. Now here I have written only one line only. Now one line, using this one line, what we can do is, if there is only one line in the function, we can remove these curly braces and I can write it directly like this. So that means open and close parenthesis and this arrow function and directly one line if there is one line. Now let's check the output what it will be. If I check the output, then also I am getting hello. So then what is this parenthesis for? So this parenthesis is for passing the arguments. For example, if I have 3 comma 8 or some 3 comma 6 or something like this. I can pass it using a comma b. Okay, now I want to send the output. Okay, so how we can send is return a plus b. Okay, written a plus b. Now what I can do, I can console.log this function. So we are returning the value, right? So that is the reason I am consoling.log here. So if I do the console log and I got the output as 9. And here also what we can do is, if there is only one line, and we can remove these curly braces again, and we can keep this one here, so that there is no need to keep the return function. If there is only one line, there is no need to keep the return function. Automatically the end result will be returned. So now if I check the output here, then also I am getting the same output as 9. Okay, if you have 2 or more lines of code, so then what you can do is, so you can keep the curly braces here. For example, if I have any variable, something like let c is equal to 30 or something like that, then you need to add the return function here, a plus b plus c, if you want right here, and if you check the output, you'll be getting 39. So if you have more than one line, you need to keep the curly braces, and don't forget to keep the return value. If there is only one line, so then no need to keep the return value. Now if I pass, if there is only, for example, C, what I can do is I can remove this one. Okay, I can do like this, so that I can remove the C variable. So this is the actual way of representing. Now I have removed one variable B. Okay, so I have made it constant here. Now let's see what could be the output. If I see the output, then also I am getting it as 8, a plus 3 plus 5 8. So it is ignoring the second parameter. So now here also the shortest method of how we can write is, if there is only one argument, if you are trying to send only one argument, so there is no need to keep the parenthesis. Okay, there is no need to keep the, so this might look somewhat crazy or different, but trust me, this is the simple way and also the easiest way, shorter way. If you are get accustomed to this one, so you will not leave this type of syntax. So this one will be very easy, shorter characters, so you will be writing less code, and here the representation will be the more thing will be the representation. So now I can remove the parenthesis here. If there is only one argument is there, you can remove the parenthesis. Now if you run here, then also I am getting the same output. If there is no parameters or only more than one parameter only, you can keep this parenthesis. If there is only one parameter, you can write it in a shorter way, something like this. Okay, so this is the arrow function. So another representation way, new way of representation of functions in the ECMAScript. So now you can think that in the previous videos we have written set interval. So we have used set interval. In this one we have declared anonymous function like this. Okay, with for every 1000. So just console.log hello. That means it will console for every 1 second. It will console. For example, let's see. I will keep it for 2 seconds. For every 2 seconds, it will console the output. Let's see. Let's run it. So if you check the output here, for every 2 seconds, it is firing. So now if I keep it 1000 here, okay, now what I want to do is, so we can also change this one to the latest way of representation of the representation. We can change it there one. So now we will remove this function, and we will keep it this arrow like that only, parenthesis like this only, and we will keep it parenthesis here. Okay, is equal to and greater than, we will keep it. So here there is only one line of code. So let's check the output. So I am clearing it off and I am writing it again. I am running it again. So here see, you will be able to see again the same output you are able to see, right? Now what I will try to do is, so here there is only one line of code. So you can remove this parenthesis also. Okay, now you can remove this parenthesis, and the semicolon also you can remove, and you can keep this like this. So this has become very, now if you run again, the same output it will be coming. So now this lines has become very short and very easy and readable, so that you can write lots of code with this function with only single with only shorter characters and the shorter words we can use it. So this is the arrow functions in the JavaScript. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends. In the previous video we have seen how we can represent the functions in a shorter way. So like this we have seen in the previous video. Now we will see how this keyword will behave in this shorter syntax. Okay, so now let's write our old function. So what we have seen in our previous videos about this keyword. Now what I will try to do is I will try to print the this. If I try to print the this, now I will try to call the function outside. Now if I try to clear it and if I try to run, now if you see, you are getting the, you try to check this all the output, this is nothing but the window object. You go top, you will be getting the window object. If I go top, you will be getting the object window object, you will be trying to get the object window. Okay, that is the reason. So we are getting the object window. Now what I will try to do is very long one. Okay, yeah, here we saw the window object. Now I will try to write another one, that is shorter way of writing the syntax, that is nothing but var function2 is equal to, okay, what I will try to do, just I will try to print the console.log this only. So here what could be the this will be, I will stop this function one. Okay, now I will try to check the this in the shorter syntax. Here if I see here, this one is also printing the same thing like syntax, arrow syntax only. If you go here, so we are getting the same output as object window. So that means the old way of representing the function and the new way of representing the function, so this behaves similar way only. But here now what I will try to do is I will show you different scenario. Let's say I have added here one button. Okay, click here or something like this. I have added a button. Okay, now what I will try to do, so I have added here the button. I will try to take that button. That means, so where button is equal to document dot, I will be using query selector of button. So these are all query selectors we have seen in the DOM object model of the previous videos of JavaScript complete. And now button, now what I will try to do is, so btn button dot add event listener. So I am adding a event listener to listen to the click event of that button. Whenever the user clicks on the button, I want to listen the event. Now what I will try to do, I will keep it down so that you will be understanding easily. So instead of calling this one, I will write it here. Now what I will try to do, I will try to call the first function. Okay, I'll try to call the bold function. So that means bold representation of the function I will try to call. So now if I check the output here, so run with JS. Okay, I will clear this one. I will try to click here. If I click here, now here see, if you see the output here, you see the output, you'll be able to see that one is not a object window. If you're able to see here, sorry, you're able to see this is not an object. So this is not the object window object. You're able to see here, if you go top, this is the button element. So that means whoever has called this function, so it is taking that one as this element. Now what I will try to do, I will try to call the function 2 here. Okay, now run with JS and I will click here. So if you see here in this one, you see here, this one is nothing but what we can say, this one is a window object. Okay, in the old representation of the function, that this is taking as the button, so HTML button. Whoever has called this function, it will take that one as this variable. But here in this short syntax, it will maintain as the superset. This will be maintained as the superset only. So in the previous JavaScript courses, we have seen there is no need for calling that function using bind or call or apply. So to pass that this to that function, so that the whatever the this is there outside the function, so take that this only inside this function also, like that. There is no need to call with bind or call or something like that for the shorter way of writing the syntax. Okay, so this is the main difference between writing the older way of writing the function and the new way of shorter syntax of writing the function. So this is different when compared to the older function, and this is different when compared to the newer function. So this one is the main difference. If you think another difference I told you, right? So shorter way of representation, that one will be nice only, but the main difference is the handling of this keyword in the both the functions. So in this function, whoever has called this function, so that caller guys will be taking caller, that guy will be taking as a this here, but here it will take only the superset of the this only. So we here whatever the this it will be having, so that this only will be maintained here also. Okay, this is the main difference between the calling this keyword in the older function and the new function. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see the default parameters, how we can send the default parameters in the arrow functions. So this behavior is applicable to the old function, to the traditional way of writing the functions, and also for the arrow functions also. So let's check that default parameter. For example, I have a function. Okay, so name by name compare. Think number 1 and number 2 I will be sending. So it will send return number 1 is equal to number 2. Okay. Now what I will try to do, I will try to compare 10 comma 10. I will do this type of comparison. So if I check the output here, what could be the output? Now if I check the output, we got, no surprisingly, we got true. Fine, 10 is equal to 10. Now what I will do is, I will make this variable as a default one, so that we will just print this console.log number 1 and console.log number 2. What could be the output? Just we'll check. I check this one, console.log number 1 and number 2, and I am removing this variable here, and I will try to check the output. So what could be the output here? I will be passing only 11. Now if I check the output here what I am getting, so number 1 is printed as 11, and number 2, if I didn't pass it also, it took the value default as 10, then it returned as false. Now what I will do is, I will try to send the number 2 variable also. Now what could be the output? So here the variables both are 11 and 11, and we got the result written as true. That means here number 2, if we didn't pass any value in the second argument for the function, so it will take the default as 10. If you pass anything as a second parameter, it will take that value. So you can have like this, and also you can maintain default parameter for the first parameter, default value for the first parameter also. Now I will not send anything. So now if I try to check here, so the both values are 10 and 10. Why? Because number 1 and number 2 I assign default as 10. If nothing is passed to this function, take that value as 10, I passed it. So number 1, number 2, it tries 2. Now I will try to do as 12 and 20. Now what could be the output? Let's check. So here 12 and 20, it has become, the return value is false. So in this way we can assign the default parameters with default values for the parameters. Now what I will try to do, I will try to assign default parameters for this number, and I will try to remove this here. Okay, so what could be the output? So if I try to check the output, yeah, where I am passing two values, 12 and 20 is fine. Now I will pass it only one value. Why? Because here the compulsory argument is only number 2, right? So I will pass only one argument. So now if I check the output, here I got it as undefined, number 2 as undefined, and number 1 instead of having 10, it changed it to 12. So now you can understood that the alignment, so not alignment, correctly we can say is the priority, the ordering of the arguments is also very important. So you are sending the first argument 12 means it will be assigned to the number 1 only, it will not assign to the number 2. It cannot think that function number 1 is already having the value, the user is trying to send it to the number 2 value, it will not think like that. So the ordering of the values also, arguments also important. So number 1 is assigned as 2 and number 2 is they didn't assign anything, so that's why undefined is printed. So that is the reason you need to always declare required parameters always at the first. So whatever the parameters after that required parameters, so you can maintain it as the optional arguments, or otherwise you can maintain it with the default values. So at least one parameter should be required parameter. If all the parameters, if any argument is having required means it should be declared at the first instead of declaring in the middle or last, something like that. Okay, so this is the way how we can do. Now see, I can also do, instead of writing like this, I can also do number 2 is equal to number 1 like this also. So if I check, if I remove and if I run, so here see number 2 12 has been came and we got the, so that means we can assign the arguments here like this also. For example, if I want to assign number 2 here and if I want to assign here number 1 is equal to number 2, okay, if I assign is as 10, so that means number 2 is 10 and we are assigning number 1 as number 2. So now if I try to check the value, you are getting an error that cannot access number 2. Why? Because here number 1 before initialization only it is trying to assign number 2 value into the number 1. So here also the ordering of is very important. Okay, so it is nothing but a execution of the line by line, it is going and it is checking that number 2. Up to now it didn't came across the number 2 variable. So number 2 will be initialized after this declaring of the number 1 only. So that is the reason error is coming. And also we can write something like 10 by 2 the logical operations also here. So if I send any 12 from here and if I try to run, here I am getting 12 and 5, 10 by 2 is 5, so that is the reason got the 5. And also you can also assign some values also, let x is equal to 100 or something like that, and also you can assign this x value also here. So if I try to run here, so I am getting x as 100 here. So this is, in this way we can assign the default values for the function, for the arguments in the function. So why? Because I am explaining you these all things means this will be very useful while writing the dynamic functions. So while declaring dynamic type of functions you are using, so you can declare these many types also, you can declare the default arguments for this one. If you have any doubts or anything, please post the comment below the video. So if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, up to now we have seen about the functions, how we can represent the functions in a new way in the ECMAScript as arrow functions, and also how we can handle this variable, and also the default arguments, how we can pass the default arguments for the functions we have seen. Now we will move on to another concept, that is objects. How we will be representing the objects in the ECMAScript. So in the ECMAScript objects, there are some new additions has been added for declaring the objects. Previously in my previous videos, if you see my object, if you see here, now let's take one object variable, okay, and I will be having name is equal to Leela. So same bold type of representation only I am using. So age is 30. Now if I try to print the object, what it be the output? So we will be getting the unsurprisingly we will be getting the object. Now this is the old representation of the JavaScript, the common representation, how we can represent the object in both in ECMAScript and the JavaScript, we can represent like this. Now in the ECMAScript, so ES6, so new type of new additions has been added. So let's see the additions. So for example, I have two variables, like let name is equal to Leela, and another one let age is equal to 30. So I have two variables with name and age. Now how I can do is, I can write here, okay, name and age as age here. So that means name keyword has the value of the variable name, and also the age keyword has the value of this variable. So now if I try to check the output, I am getting name and age Leela. But here if you see name and age, these both are looking one and the same only. Here representing the key name and here representing the variable. So it will hold the value. So value of this variable. So now we can shorthand notation, we can remove this one and we can remove this one and we can use like this. Now let's see what could be the output here. If I try to check the output, same output I am getting as name and age. So here what it is having, if the key and the value representing the variable representing that value is both the same, you can write it in single name and age like this. If both are different means, for example, I don't want to mention this name, I want to mention my own means, you can mention your own something like this, or otherwise you can give name age, so that age will have this variable. So if both the things, both the key and values are different means, you can use like that. If both the key and property is the same means, you can use like this. This is one new way of representing the object. In the same scenario, so previously we used to have hello, we used to mention like this function, something like this we used to write. So we can remove directly like this, and we can remove directly, we can add it like directly here, and I can write console.log this dot name plus comma something like this and plus this dot age. I can also use this, represents the here the this. So if I try to call this object dot hello, so let's see what could be the output. If I try to print here, I am getting Leela comma 30. So y is getting undefined means I am not writing anything. So that is the reason console.log it is returning the undefined. So okay, you understood, right? So we can write here in the new notation hello like this. And also if you want to use this variable here, you can also use something like what we can say, let hello field or something like this you can use, and you can give hello something like this, and you can take this one and you can keep it in the square brackets like this. Okay, you can also use this like this, then also you will get the output as Leela comma 30. What is the thing I am writing here? I am storing the value, not the value, the function name in one variable. I am using that function name here. So in order to use the variable with the function name, you need to mention like this in the square brackets. So here I am calling the function name. If you want here, you can directly use this one hello field and you can directly call like this. You check the output, you will get the same output here. Now here in the same thing, what way you can have with the space and all those things also you can represent. So nothing, no problem will come. Or otherwise if you want to do mention like this means, you can also use hello me or something like this, so that you need to mention here hello me or something like this. Okay, then also the same output will come. I think you understood the thing, how we can represent the object, how we can do. And here also if you want, for example, age thing, so here I can have let age field is equal to what I can say, age. Let's see. So here I can do age field, okay, represents the age. So here age field, so if you keep the square brackets, the property will be taken from here age and representing the value of this age value. Now if I run and if I clear, so then also I am getting the same output. Okay, if you try to console.log object, console.log of object, if I try to print the object, then also I will get the same output as same object I will be trying to print. So this is the overall way of new representation way of using the objects in the ECMAScript. So if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see about the REST operator. So what is an REST operator? REST operator is a new concept introduced in the ES6. Let's see what we can, how we can use the REST operator in the JavaScript. So for example, we have one function sum, and it accepts array of data. So what it will do is it will add the total array data. Let's write the simple logic. I will write it as result is equal to 0, and I will loop over the array I less than array dot length, and I will do I plus plus, and I will do result plus is equal to array of I. Simple logic. And what I will try to do is I will try to return the result. Okay, I will try to return the result. So is the simple logic. What I will do here, I will try to send the array of data 10 comma 20 comma 30, something like this. So now if I try to check the output, I will try to print it. Now if I try to check the output, I got 60. So 30 plus 20 is 50, 50 plus 10 is 60. Fine. So I am sending the array of data. Okay. So instead of this one, I will send it as 10 comma 20 comma 30. Okay. So if I write it, I am getting it as 0. Why? Because it is taking that way, it is expecting the data as array. So you can tell that you can do it in another way, something like previous videos we have seen in the argument function arguments, we have seen that one. So we can take what we can say arguments dot length, so that we will be getting the arguments, total number of arguments we will be getting as an array. So now you can check the data, everything. So you can tell that you will be getting the 60 like this directly. So this is the one way of doing that then in the old method. Now in the ES6, JavaScript offers another new operator known as REST operator. So if you don't know these, how many parameters are you sending? So if you don't know how many parameters are you sending, you want to do some logic behind this parameters and all those things, you can use directly, instead of using array, you can use 3 dots before the variable. Okay, so if you use 3 dots before the variable, so all the parameters which are passed into this array, into this function, will be converted into the array. So we can use directly, instead of arguments, you can use directly like this. Okay, now if I try to check the output, I am getting the same output here. Okay, so this is how we can use the spread operator, sorry, rest operator. Spread operator is another one, in another concept, we will see it in the video. So this is how we can use this rest operator. So in order to know the arguments, number of arguments for a function. So if the number of arguments are passed dynamically, so you don't know how many arguments will be passing, so you can use the rest operator like this, so that this variable will be converted into the array of the number of arguments of that function. This is the rest operator. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen about the rest operator. Now we will see the spread operator in the ES6. So we will be using most of the time the spread operator rather than the rest operator. Why? Because the rest operator, I have shown you the alternative for that rest operator also. So if you want to use if you have dynamic arguments, you will be using that rest operator. But most of the time in the ES6 or latest JavaScript code, when you are writing in the frameworks, you will be using most of the time the spread operator. So let's use this spread operator. Let's see this spread operator how we can use. For example, I have one array numbers of 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4. I want to get the max value of this number. Previously how we have did, so console.log math.max of, we have sent the numbers like this. Okay, so in this one it will try to send you the values. Okay, so it has given you the greater value. If I have written like this, and if you see, it will give you the written value. Now what I will try to do, I will try to send these numbers. Okay, so now if I try to send the numbers, I am getting it as none. Why? Because numbers variable is an array. So in math.max accept only the list of numbers, not the array of numbers. So in order to send the list of numbers, what we have to do? So we cannot. So previously we used to write some concat join the comma join with the comma, and like this we need to write the logic and all those things. So in ES6 we can write directly using the spread operator like this. So you can use 3 dots here, and if you see the output now, again I am getting the max value. Here remember this one we are using these 3 dots in the function call, not in the function declaration. The function declaration, it will convert that one into an array. In the function call, the array, it will be split into the list of numbers. Okay, so there will be difference between the function declaration and calling in the function. Okay, if I see console.log, what is happening here? If I see the numbers, if I try to see the numbers here, if I click on this one, you'll be able to see it is being spread. So you want to spread the numbers. If you want to get the list of numbers from an array, so you can use this 3 dots of spread operator. So like this way also we can use, and in objects also it will be very useful. How it is useful is, for example, I have one object as name as Leela, okay, age as what we can say 30 or something. Okay, now I have another object with obj1 is equal to name as John and age as 20 or 20 or something like that. Okay, now I need to get a situation that I need to merge these two objects so that same names, if same properties, if they are available, so it should be override with this John or age 20. So whichever is for example, if you want to override this one, you will keep this object one as first and object as second, so that John will be replaced with Leela. Or otherwise you want to replace the names with this second object, so you can replace this one in the second place, so that last one will be taken as a priority. So I want to merge these two objects so that equal the same names can be, same properties can be overridden, and other properties which are available. For example, here I have available as gender as male. Okay, and here I have available here for me available, so hobbies or something like this as something cricket or something like this. Okay, now these different properties should be merged. So how can I do this one? So we can do console.log using the spread operator dot obj. Okay, first one I will convert the I will spread these all the things, so that if it is present in the object, it will be splitted, and also I will also spread this obj1. Okay, so that both these objects are splitted as a list here. Now I will combine all those things as an object now. Okay, now let's check the output. If I try to check the output, so you got the output as a new object combining all the values. For example, see here name here it is present, and here it is present. So John has been replaced. Why? Because we have mentioned the object one at the end of this. So this one is taken as a priority. So left right it will take. And hobbies, it is not present in the second one. It is present in the second one, but it is not present in the first one. So hobbies has had printed. Now here gender. So gender is present in the first one. It is not present in the. It didn't get overridden. So age we got. So in this way, we can combine the two objects using the spread operator. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends. In this video, we will see how we can loop over the array and also the objects using for loop in the ES6. So what are the new additions of the for loop has been added in the ES6? Let's see here in this video. Now here let us assume that I have an array numbers is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So previously in the old videos of JavaScript for the beginners, if you have seen, we have loop over this array of data using for loop or for each loop, like that we have looped over array dot for each, something like that we have used. But in ES6, so a short notation of this for loop also has been introduced. So we can use like this for loop. So previously we used to write let I is equal to 0, I less than some numbers dot length I plus plus, but there is no need to use like that. So we can use let number of numbers. Okay, you can use the of function of keyword here, and you can directly print the number. Okay, you can directly print the number. Okay, now if you want to run it here, you can run and you can check the output. So here this one is the for loop for the, what we can say, for the arrays. Now for example, if I want to loop over the object, so for example, if I have an object, and here what I will try to do is I will try to have a declare an object. So name is equal to same bold object what I have, I will declare, and age is equal to 20. Okay, so here is an object. Now I want to loop over this object. So how I can loop over this object? So in the same scenario, we can use the for loop let property or anything. Okay, here we need to use it as in instead of off. So in will be used for looping over the objects, off is used for looping over the arrays. Remember, of object, okay, I can print the prop here. If I try to print the prop, let's see what could be the output. So here I got the name and age. So if you want to get the value of that one, so you can directly print obj of prop. Okay, so if I try to get the obj of prop, I will be getting the Leela and 20 here. So in this way we can use the for loop in and off, for off and for in, for looping over the objects and the arrays. So remember that for loop off is used for array looping and for in is used for looping of the object. If you want to know complete information about this one, you can search in for loop, for in loop in the Google, and you can check this all for in and for off in the JavaScript. Mozilla development and all those things you can check here in the Mozilla development network. You can check the documentation of the for off loop. Okay, so if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see the how we can represent the complex text, complex string. So while writing the complex string, how we can represent that one in a easy way in the ECMAScript. So we will see what is the addition it has been added in the ECMAScript. So previously what we will be doing in the JavaScript in my previous videos, how we have it. For example, if I have one name variable is equal to something like Leela. Okay, so don't think I mention it as a var here, we can also mention it as let also. So now I want to do some, I want to prepare some text. Okay, so what previously what I have done, hello, my name is something like this I used to write, and here I need to keep plus here, and I need to keep here the name. And if I want to print the text here, so if I check the text, so if I clear it out, if I run here, I will be getting the output. But tomorrow, for example, let's think I have another age is equal to 30. Now here again I need to represent this one is, so I need to keep again plus, and I need to keep, and my age is, so again I need to keep, again I need to plus, and again I need to keep the age. Now here if I try here, so now I will be getting the, but here if you see, this one is looking something like complex using the plus and all those things, so it is looking like complex. For example, if I want to if I want to mention I am, if I want to mention like this, so again it gone, so we need to mention it as a backport like this. So it looks like something like complex when you want to write complex strings or something like that. It's looking somewhat difficult for us to represent complex strings like this. So fortunately what is happening is ECMAScript provided from some easy way of writing this one. For example, if I see, if I want to represent this one in a new line, okay, so if I want to represent new line something like this, then also it will become, it will get error. So ECMAScript, in ECMAScript you can write in easy way this one. So how we can represent is, so we need to use the backticks instead of the single quote. Okay, we need to backticks. Okay, in this backticks, whatever you want to write that string, you can write it. For example, here I can write hello, my name is, and I am. So you can write single quote, double quotes, whatever you want, and I am. So I can go to the next line also, and I am. So you can go to the next line. You can, if you Leela and my age is 30 something like this, I can directly mention the layer. So if I want to print the text here, I can directly print the text. Now here what I want to do is I want to replace this Leela and age to the variables. So how I can replace this one? We can use directly dollar curly brackets name, and here I can represent dollar curly brackets age. So using this dollar curly brackets I can use here directly. So here you can see, hello, my name is, sorry, I need to my name is, and I am Leela, and my age is 30. So okay, fine, you can use this like this. Also you can use the variable. So here in the template reference, okay, so in easy, so this one is, this one, while looking, this one looks like a easy way how we can represent the string in the ES6. So and also what you can do is, so if you want to add any something, any, you can add like this also, say an exclamatory marks, or if you want to add any text in between this one, what I can say is in between the variable declaration. So you can also use that one. So if I see here, you can use Leela like this. Okay. So like this also we can be able to use that in the template reference. And if I don't want to use this variable, I want to print this one as it is, means you can use simply backtick. Okay. So if I print here, sorry, backtick, right? So if I print directly here, you can get directly the output like this. Okay, instead you don't want to convert this one into the variable, I want to print as it is, means you can use the backtick like this, so that it will be print as it is, it will be printed like this. So this is how we can represent in easy way the complex strings in the ECMAScript. This type of things you will be able to see in the template engines, something like in the frameworks Angular, React.js or Vue.js and all those things. You'll be able to see like this type of using the mustache brackets and all those things. You'll be able to see in the template engines and all those things. So this is nothing but this type of concept only they'll be also using in the template concept in the template engine parsing. Okay. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see another new feature introduced in the ES6, that is destructuring of arrays. I will show you the example here. So let's assume I have one variable, let numbers is equal to 1 comma 2, let's assume. So if I want to take this value and store it in a separate variable, and also this value to store it in a separate variable, how you will be doing? So we will be doing something like let a is equal to numbers of 0. We will do the thing so that first value will be stored in the variable a and the second value we will be storing in the b. Okay, this is the normal procedure how we can get the blind logic, what we can get in our mind. So if you want to do this type of scenario, so now if I try to check the output, so what you will be getting, the output is 1 and 2. It's fine. Now in ES6, so in a new feature has been introduced here, nothing but what we can say it as destructuring of arrays. Okay, for destructuring of arrays, how we can do is, I can write let as an array a comma b. I can write the variables which I want to get the value same. So what I have done previously, let a, let b, I have splitted, right, the code. So now here I am writing in the same line. You can write in the updated to advanced code, ES6 next generation JavaScript code, and the Webpack will take care of compiling that one into the vanilla JavaScript, which could be understood by all the browsers. So I think you understood the Webpack setup and also the Babel setup in the project. So in the next videos we will see, using this project we will see how to write the ES6 code. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, welcome back. Now in the previous videos we have seen how to set up the project using Babel compiler and also using the Webpack. we have set up the project, basic project with the webpack and all these things. Now here you will be able to see the project. Now I am removing this all the code, okay, just for checking purpose. We have seen whether the ES6 is compiling with the Babel loader and it is copying in the main.js folder or not. We have checked that one. So we have successfully made the project setup. Now we will come to our ES6 features again. Now one feature we need to know is about the ES6 modules. So what is this ES6 modules? So in the previous videos before setup, we have seen that. So if you want to use the key value, so we have we need to import two scripts so that each files will be so we can use the variables from first file and the into the second file, like that, right? So now in this video we will see how we can set up the ES6 modules in the project. Now here I have the basic file here. So I will create one folder. I will name it as components. Okay. Now here I will write it using variables.js. Okay, I have created a new file, variables.js. In this one I am creating a constant, not constant, a variable with value 1000. Okay. Now in the index.js I need to use that value. So in the index.html, if you see here, we are using only the distart and we are using only text slash JavaScript only. Okay. So the thing we are using like this only. So now what I will try to do is I will try to execute this code. Okay, let it execute. So after executing, so now we will try to, so I am closing this dist file. Okay, so that for us there is no need for us for that one. So now, okay, fine, it has been executed. Now I will try to execute the code here. If I try to execute the code, it is saying that key value is not defined. So why is this key value is not defined? Why? Because we are importing only the, in index.js we are importing only the main.js file. So that means index.js file only will be compiled and it will be dumped into the, or we can say in the dist folder of main.js. Now somehow we need to maintain a link for this one. So somehow we need to import the variables.js code. Okay, so why? Because in the variables.js code only the variable key value is present. So now how we can import that one is using the import. So what I want to import, so we are importing from components slash variables. Okay, if you see here, I can get the variables, right? Okay. Now what I want to import, so whatever the things you want to import it here, you need to keep export for that one. So we will keep export here so that this variable will be imported anywhere. Now I will import in this flower brackets. Okay. Now I will try to execute the code. If I try to execute the code, now I got the 1000C. So whatever the value, the key value is holding, so I am getting the value here. Now we will write some other function here. Okay, so I will export that function also. Okay, so I am writing test here. So what I will try to do is I will console the tested or something like this. I will try to write. Okay, now I will use this test folder here. So what I did, I used this test, I have exported this function test, right? So I will try to use this here. So I will import the test here. Okay, test from again components slash variables. So I can import the test here. So that I can use that test method here directly. Now we will try to check the code. Okay, so here I am getting the function also getting executed as tested. So here we are importing two different variables from the same file. So we can remove this one and we can keep comma. Okay, we can keep comma like this so that same output will be presented. Okay, now let's say I will do something. So when we call this test function, I will update the key value to 2000. Okay, so now let's check what could be the output here. So after executing this test function, I will again execute the key value. So what could I get the output? Okay, so now here if I test, I am getting 1000 tested and again 2000. Why? Because in this function we are updating the key value variable. So that means, so if we import that key value variable, so it will not directly get the value and it will not copy into this file. It will take the reference of that file, so that if it is updated anywhere, automatically the value will be getting update all the places. Okay, not all the places. When you are using it again, we will get the update value only. So when we are getting 1000, after getting updated, we cannot expect that we will be getting again 1000 only. Why? Because we are taking that import will take only the reference, so that it will be updated dynamically. Okay, if you want to here, if you can also use the common another syntax also. You can remove all the export here, and if you want to export directly, you can write here export. Okay, export, you can write here what we can say, key value, okay, comma, and we can write the test also. Okay, we can write it like this also. So if I do it here and if I try to execute, I'll get again the same output. Okay, so we can write like this also, the export thing. So if you want to see whether it is executed or not, I can change it to 3000, so that you can get the 3000 value here. Okay, so like this also you can use export for each variable, or otherwise you can write the export directly down here. Okay, so this is the ES6 modules in the ES6 JavaScript. Okay, if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen how to import a file into the another file. We have seen in the previous video. Now in this video we will see in how many ways can we import and export the variables in the file. So here, coming to the code, here in the first part we have seen the export key value and the text. Here we have seen, right? So here we have seen import key value and text. Okay, fine. So we can also write, for example, I have one variable something like ab is equal to 10. ab is equal to 10. I can also use export default ab. So what is this default? So default means, so default means default, it will export the variable ab. So that means, so when we are using default, for the variables, when we are using default, we need to write like this without flower brackets, import ab from /components variables. So default variables can should be used without flower brackets. So now if I try to use console.log ab, and if I refresh it here, I'll get the output 10. Okay, so I'm getting directly the output 10. And also you can use whatever, I can use whatever variable you want. I can change that one import to a. So if I do the same output, I will be getting. Why? Because the default value will be imported into this variable. Okay, so in this way we can use the default variables. We can export the default variables like this using default. And also we can use the aliases also. So here I am using key value. Why? Because here it is exporting the key value. Now I can use the alias value something like key value as key. So if I use key value as key, so instead of key value I need to, so for example if I refresh it here, I'll get an error that key value is not defined. Why? Because so we have made the alias as key, so we should be replacing that one key value with key. Now if I refresh the code, I'll be getting the output again. Okay, so this is the way we can use it as the aliases also. And here you can use this one directly like this also you can use. Okay, I can remove this import, and here I can refresh the code. So this is also the way how we can import. For example, and here if you see each, now here we are having only 3 variables we are exporting. Tomorrow you will be having lot of variables or lot of data you need to export to the other file. So you cannot go on write each and everything as a comma 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 like this. We cannot write ism. So we can use some other method, something like star. So that means I need to import all the things, whatever the variables is exporting, I need to import all the things and place it in the variable and place it in some variable. So I am mentioning that one as variables or otherwise data or otherwise variable data, something whatever the name you want you can use that name. So now if I try to console.log variable data, so what could be the output? If I try to check here, I got the entire object. See, if you see here, default value is 10, key value is 3000 and the test is the function. So now if I want to do, if I want to use this all the things, how can I use variable data dot key value? You can use something like variable data dot key value. Now if I try to refresh, I got the 3000. If I want to execute the method, so sorry, if I want to execute the method, I can use console.log variable data dot test. I can use direct variable data test. So there is not be console.log, that why? Because we are not writing anything, so that is the reason we are getting undefined. So now the method also get executed. So you can also import everything and also you can store it in a alias variable, so that that variable data will contains all the exported as an object. So in this way we can export the data and also we can import the data. So you are, I think you understood the default value, default variable also. So default means nothing but, so defaultly it will be exported, so that whenever we need to access the default data we should not use flower brackets here. We can directly use the thing what we can have here, what we need to have we can use directly. Okay, so in this way we will be importing and exporting the data. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, so please post the comments below. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, up to now we have seen about the ES6 modules in the JavaScript code in the next generation ES2 to ES6. Now we will be seeing another new feature that is present in the ES6, that are classes. So previously in the previous videos while setting up the webpack and all those things, we have written the code class and all those things, right? So now we will see elaborately what is this class, how we can declare a class in the JavaScript code, we will see. So now I have opened JS bin, so we will see how we can write the class. In the previous code, something like what we can say is my JavaScript course for beginners, if we see, we have learned about the prototypes, how we can mention how we can declare the prototypes. That for example, see, if you mention how constructor functions we have seen, so how we can create an object using function. So now I will show you again how to create a function object with the function, then we'll convert that one into the class. So here let's see, I have a function person. Okay, so this is the function. Now if I want to have let person is equal to new person, okay, so I can create like this. So if I want to check the console.log person, okay, so now if I want to check the output here, I am getting an object. Okay, we can have default values, something default values. If you want, you can have the default values also. So now if I check the output here, I can have name is equal to Leela. So previously in the ES5 code or JavaScript code, in the vanilla JavaScript code, we have seen the representation of this one. So when we create an object for the function, it will be converted, an object will be created for that one. Okay, now in ES6, so same this type of notation we can represent this one as a class. So backend, when while compiling through the Babel compiler or back everything we compiling, it will convert into like this code only. Okay, now I will try to convert this one into the class so that you will understand. So now we can remove, so in the class notation, if you want to represent this one in the class notation, I will remove this one and I will add the class person. Okay, so this one is the person and I can remove this code. Okay, and this is the basic version of the basic blueprint for the class. Now if I want to check the output, if I check the output, so the same output I have get. So now if how to represent the properties. So if I want to represent the properties, how can I represent? First of all, well, before representing the properties, we will write a method. So if you want to mention any methods into this one, so we can mention methods something like hello, and I can console.log. Okay, I can do hello world, I can write like this. Okay, if you want to check here, you can write directly person dot hello. If I want to check the output, if I check the output here, I got it as hello world. So that means, so with the class, in the methods, we can declare it as like this. So now in the class we also have constructor. So that means in the functions we have directly written this dot name is equal to name, right? So those are default nothing, but when we create an object, those are initialized automatically. So here, in order to initialize those things, we will be using constructor. Okay. So now here, if I want to declare any properties, here I can declare this dot name is equal to Leela. Okay, now if I want to use it here, I can use it here directly. We can use the template literal type of notation, something like hello world, this is, so we'll be using dollar like this, right? This dot name I can use directly like this. Okay, if I want to check the output here, so I am getting hello world, this is Leela. I'm able to get the output here. Hello world, this is Leela. I am able to get the output. So this is the way how we can represent. So now if I want to send any data from to the class, to the constructor, we can also send. For example, I am sending the Leela from here, so that I will take this name here and I can assign it to the name. Okay, now let's check the output, what it will be having. So again, I'm getting the same output. So for example, if I write it here total something like John or something like this, if I want to check the output, again I'm getting is John. So in this way we can represent the class notation. Okay, so this class is nothing but what we can say is previously how we have written function person, and we have, so constructor notation we have written, right? So here we will be passing the name. Okay, and now so for example, I will show you this dot name is equal to Leela, and you are using something hello means nothing but what we can say here, this dot hello is equal to function of, so like this you will be writing, right? So in the same scenario, so you will be using this same console.log here, and you will be using the template note with the single quotes you will be writing. So I think you got it. If you want to know more about this function, constructor functions, how to create an object, you can go to my previous videos, JavaScript course for beginners. In the prototype section, you can see this type of representation. Now here, this is the class version. So we have understood that how we can represent this one, or create an object using the class we have seen. Now I want to see what could be the prototype of this class person. Okay, we will be seeing what could be the prototype of this person. Let's check console.log. Okay, person dot underscore proto. Okay, proto is equal to object dot prototype. Is this belongs to object dot prototype or not, we will see. So if I check here run, I am getting false. So that means it doesn't has the object dot prototype, it doesn't belong. So let's check if it belongs to object. No, it doesn't belongs to the object also. Let's check if it belongs to the person. Okay, person dot prototype. So if it belongs to the person prototype, false. This one is also not. So let's check if it is a person or not. If we check here, this one is also this one is also not getting. So let's check prototype. Let's see here. So it's still I am getting false. So why? Oh, sorry, I have written here proto as the capital, right? So we will check it proto here, and if I try to check, I am getting it as true. So that means it belongs to the person dot prototype here. We will check again old ones, object dot prototype, if it belongs to object. So these are it doesn't belong to the object here. If I check it here, it also doesn't belong to the object here. So same as the constructor functions only. So same as the constructor functions in the previous videos we have seen, right? Same as the constructor functions, these person prototype also belongs to the same function class person prototype only. So so this is the new way of using the function prototypes as a class. Okay, so if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen the how to create a class in the JavaScript. So now in this video we will see how we can implement inheritance in the JavaScript. So here, if you see here, we have the previous example only what we have discussed earlier. Here I am having a class person. So now I will create another class by name Leela. So it extends the person. Okay, it's common. So we are inheriting. So person is the parent class and Leela is our class. Now what I will try to do is, so if I go down, okay, why is that not available? Let's try this. Yeah, so if I go down, if I check here the code, I am trying to remove this code. Okay, now I will try to create let Leela is equal to new Leela. I have created object for the child class. Okay, so now what I will try to do is I will try to send the value, okay, as Leela, or otherwise just we will try to console.log. Okay, we'll check it Leela.hello. I am trying to call the hello method. Okay, instead of doing the console.log, we will just, I'm trying to call the parent class hello method. So here parent class hello method is there, right? I am trying to call this parent class hello method. Let's check the output. If I check the output, I am getting hello world. This is undefined. So why is getting undefined is we are not sending the name. So we will try to send the name here. Okay, so what I will do, I will try to send the name. If I try to send the name, now I got it as hello world. This is Leela. Okay, fine. So that means here I tried to create an object for Leela. Automatically the constructor is automatically called by sending this parameter to the base class, that is nothing but the parent class. So now let's assume that I have here a constructor for the child class. Okay, it takes the age. So what I will try to do, this dot age is equal to age. I will create a property in the child class, so that here and my age is, so we will try to use like this dot age. So I am trying to use directly like this, and now we will try to call the new Leela of something like this. We will try to send 27 only. Why? Because so the Leela child class accepts only age only. So now we will try to call Leela.hello. When we try to execute this one, we are getting nothing. So we are getting nothing. So now if I check the out, if I check here, so if I try to run here, I am getting nothing. So some problem has came. So what could be the problem here? Okay, so what could be the problem? The problem came. So here it is calling only this constructor, but the parent constructor it is unable to call. Okay, so in order to call the parent constructor also, we need to write it as super, and we need to send the parameter for that one. Why? Because base class accepts a parameter. So we know that that class Leela has default one as Leela only, the name. So I will send it as Leela. So now if I try to run it again, so now I got the output. See, hello world, this is Leela and my age is 27. So Leela is passed and this dot age, so it directly took it from the base class. So sorry, child class. So in this way we can call the parent class constructor using the super. Remember that if you don't want to, if you are creating a constructor in the child class, and you need to compulsorily use that super, so that parent class constructor also will be called. Okay, you remember that one. Now just think, I have another method here. Okay, I have another method here. So now I have another method here, something like hello, hello twice or something like this. Okay, this one what it will do, it will call this dot hello, okay, and this dot hello. So now what I will try to do, I will try to call this dot hello twice. So what could be the output here? So I am calling Leela.hello twice. So that means it will call in the child class Leela.hello twice. Why? Because hello twice is present in the child class. And this dot hello, it is calling that here the parent class, the method. So let's check the output. If I check the output, I got 2 times the output is displayed as 2 times. So let's assume that I have hello here. Okay, hello method is present here in the child class. So what I will do, I will do the console.log only hello, I will print it. Okay, in order to see the output, so I am printing only the hello. Now let's check the output. So what could be the output? Let's check. So if I check the output, so if I clear it and if I get, so I am getting only the hello hello. So that means already the hello method is present in the child class, so that's why the child class is executing automatically. If I want to execute the hello which is present in the parent class, if I want to execute means I need to write it as super. Okay, so you remember this one, super. So if I clear it and if I run it again, now I got the parent class method is got executed and I got the output from the parent class. So in this way, if you want to call the method in the parent class, so if the class is if a parent class, if you want to execute the method, if the method is already present in the child class, you need to call it as super. If you call with this, it will search in the child class, or otherwise if it is not present, then it will go to the parent class. It will not so if you use super directly, so it will directly take the method from the parent class member. So in this way we will be using inheritance in the JavaScript, or nothing but next generation JavaScript ES6. Okay, the super, so you have to remember that super should be used when we are using the constructor in the child class. All the time super should be used. So this is all about classes and its inheritance. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen about the class inheritance and how we can use the super keyword in the class. Now we will see another feature, that is static method. So how we can use the static method in the class. Here let me decrease this code, okay, so that everything will be visible. Here, so let me remove this class also for the time being. Here I can tell that, for example, I have one class by name helper. Okay, now I have one method something like get message or something like this. Okay, so if I send the message, it will console.log that message. So that means it will console or it will push it into the database or anything. So just for the time being, we will be using that like that. So we will be sending an AJAX call, that message thing. So some whatever the thing you want, you can do it. So I have this one method something like helper. Now whenever I want to use this method, what I need to do, I need to create let helper. I need to create a helper something like new helper. I need to create an object and I need to call the method using that variable. Okay, using that object I need to call that method. So if I try to print the output, if I try to print the output, I got the, okay, I need to send the message. Okay, hi or something like this, I'll send. Okay, if I try, so I got the message as hi. Okay, fine. So now we got it, but here uh, so creating an object and calling the method with that object, it's look like somewhat uh, not needed for me. So to create an object for this one, if it would be nice if I call directly something like this. If I don't create an object, and if I, it would be nice if I don't create an object and I can directly call that method using that class. If it will be better. Why? Because there is no need for me to create an object for that one. So if I try to call this here, so we got that helper.get message is not a function. So right, so this is not the way how we can call the class method directly with the class thing. So we need to instantiate that class, and then instantiating the class only we need to call that method. So in JavaScript, so just like all the programming languages, so we have static method. So if you want to call that one, call the class without calling without creating an instantiate that one, so we can use static for that method. Okay, so if we use static for this method, and if you create a class, if you execute it, now you got the output as high. So whenever you want to use some helper method something like that, so that no there should be no need for creating an instantiate, so that we will be calling directly, we should be calling directly with the class name. So we can use the method for that method as the static method, so that we can call directly using the class name. So whatever the class name helper we have, you can call it with this one and the method name. Okay, so these are the static method in the class. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, so please post a comment in the video, and if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see another feature in the ES6, that is getters and setters. So we have we have also the options of adding a getters and setters in the ES6 classes also. So let's check that one in this video. So I am removing this all the code. Okay, I am clearing here, so that now I will create a class person, same thing, and now I will write the constructor. So now here constructor will take the name, and instead of adding this one, I am adding that one in the underscore name, so that it is a private variable. Okay, now I will be using get name. If you use get name here, what I will try to do, return this dot underscore name, and also I can use set name for setting the variable name. Here we will be taking name, and here I can set the name to name. Okay, if you want to say, if you want to send any or custom names or anything, if you want this, you can send it like this. This is nothing but what we can say is uh, encapsulation. So we are controlling the data, so we are controlling the flow of data. So whenever the user can whenever they want to get the name of the user, get the name of the person, so we will be sending the name only with the uppercase. So we are controlling that. And also if you want to set the name here also, we can control it. For example, if I have we will take it this one as a value, so that it will be no confusion. If value dot length greater than 2 only, I will try to save this name. Okay, or otherwise just I will print that not saved or something like this. Okay, so we can control the data, so for saving and also for getting. Now what I will try to do here, I will try to create the object for this one. Okay, so if I try to create an object here, let person is equal to new person. Okay, I'm trying to send Leela my name. Okay, Leela my name. So now I will try to print the console.log person. So if I try to print the console.log, now if I try, I am getting here underscore name Leela. So the variable property underscore name is created Leela. Now what I will try to do, I will try to get the name. If I try to get the person dot name, so the name, remember that underscore name is only present in that object, but name is not present in that object. So now I will try to print. So here I am getting that one as uppercase. So that means here it is executing that get name. And also if you want to set the name, here you can set the name using person. I will try to decrease somewhat. Yeah. Now person dot name is equal to, I will try to save with only, I will try to send the name only 2 letters. So let's see what could be the output. Okay, console.log person dot name. If I try to run it, we got it as not saved, and we got the old value only Leela as this one. So now what I will try to save, I will send it only 3 letters. Now we will see whether it will be saved or not. If I try to save, I am getting that one as JSBin output. Let's check why this one is getting as JSBin output. Person dot name we have printed. New person of Leela we have printed. Okay. Okay, this JSBin, it is taking from the, what we can say. So we are getting here JSBin output. Let's check what is the problem we are getting here. Yes. So sorry, we are saving that one value. We forgot to change the name here. So now if I try to check the output, now I am getting the output as Lee here. See, I am trying to get the updated variable. If I don't want to, if I send only L, if I try to run it, now I am getting not saved and I am getting the old data one. So here, so in this way getters and setters can be used to in order to update the data. And also if you see, now I will try to access person dot underscore name here. Okay, so what could be the output? So still I am getting the Leela. So that means underscore name is not private. So in JavaScript, you will not be having true hiding of the variables. So just not 100% private and all those things hiding. So this is the way of representing the getters and setters in the ES6 JavaScript, so that we can use this feature also while representing the code. Okay. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, so please post the comment in the below video. And if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see how we can extend the built-in objects also. So ES6 comes with another feature that we can also extend not only the custom class, but also we can extend the built-in class, built-in objects also. So for example, what we can say is array object, array class, and object, math object, everything we can extend with the class also. Let's see one simple example with array. For example, I have one class. Okay, I have one class with name extendable array. Let's assume, and I am extends array. So I am extending the array. So now here what I will do is I will write one method, something like multiply by 2 or anything, any method. Now what I will try to do is, so I will try to create one variable with the array, and what I will try to do, I will try to for loop these all the methods. So why I am using this is, so array, in this array built-in method we already have these all for each method and all those things. What are the array methods what we will be using for the array things, we can use all the things. So here that is the reason I used this dot for each. We can also use array dot for each also. So but we are already extending that array, so I am using this dot for each, this dot for each. So for each value take the value, and what we can do, we can return array, we can push it, okay, by multiplying into 2. So this is some type of logic I have written, basic logic, and what I will do is I will return that array. So I am taking the current array and I am doing some modifications and I am returning that array. So I am taking the array, I am doing some modifications, multiplying by 2 or appending any value other than that one. So we can do any whatever the things you want to do, and I am just multiplying with the 2, so that we can do. So now what I will try to do is, so this is the basic array. So basic class. What is that class? Class is extending the array. So that means whenever you create an array or anything in the JavaScript, you can use this multiply by 2 method, so that you can automatically use for the arrays this one. So now in order to use this method for the arrays, what we need to do is, I will create array is equal to, instead of new array, okay, instead of creating new array, what you will do is you create extendable array. Okay, so what we have used this class, we will be creating like this. Okay, now what I will try to do, array dot push of 1. So I will try to push the some values into the array. So we can use whatever the methods we want, how we will be using for the array methods. So we can use all the array methods for here also. Now what I will try to do, so we will be having one extra method. So what we have written, array dot multiply by 2. So if I do array dot multiply by 2, what could be the output, we will see. So if I try to run here, I got 246 here. So we can also use some extended functionalities for the array object or anything. So you can also math object you can write. So any built-in objects present in the JavaScript, you can use those methods. Built-in objects you can use, extend as well to the custom classes, so that you can write your own custom methods for those built-in objects. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comment for the below video, and also if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see about the symbols. Symbols are the new feature that has been added in the ES6. So what are these symbols? Symbols, what we can say is it is a new primitive data type that has been added in the ES6. Just like numbers, strings, booleans, these type of database are there, right, in the JavaScript. Same like that, only symbols is also one new data type that has been added in the ES6. So what are these symbols and why it is useful? Symbols, what we can say is it is something like unique identifier. It is an unique identifier. It represents the unique identifier in the code. So for example, if an object is there, you have list of properties. Okay, so for each object, if you want to have a unique identifier key, you can use that symbol, so that if any changes happens in the object, if any key is removed or anything, if you are using that key as a unique identifier for that object, so you will not be able to access that object, right? So this symbol, if you use it as a unique identifier, that symbol cannot be removed, so that you can use that symbol as an unique identifier. For example, if you have an object, okay, you have an object, and in that object you have an ID as a key, and you are making use of that ID as the unique identifier. So now in the code, while going on, if the ID is changed or if the ID is removed or anything, so you cannot be able to access that object. So with that ID, why? Because the ID key is not there. But if you have a symbol in the object, so you will be able to access that one using by that symbol. Why? Because that symbol cannot be deleted, and also that symbol, if you add that one in the object, in the for loop, you will be not able to access that symbol. Okay, so in the object you will be not able to remove that property or remove that key, that symbol, you will be not able to remove that key. And also by looping the object, you will not get that symbol in the looping also. So this is the very advantage of the symbols in the ES6. Let's see example. So in the ES6 code, so here I have opened JSBin. Now you can write let symbol is equal to, so you will represent by using symbol. Okay, so this is how we can write the symbol. We can create a new symbol. So remember that there is no new here in this while creating the symbol. Okay, now let's try to print the symbol. If I try to print the symbol, I am getting something like object as a symbol. Okay, so let's convert it into toString. If I convert that one into toString, I am getting as a just symbol. Okay, here we can also pass a unique you can also pass text also, string also, so that you can identify that symbol also. For example, I can write something like debug. For debugging purposes, you can pass some extra optional parameter, so that you can use that one. Now here, if I try to print this one again, I am getting symbol of debug here. See, let's try to check the type of that symbol. What will be the type of that symbol? If I try to print type of that symbol, so what could be the output? If I try to check the output, I am getting it as symbol. Okay, this is one type of new data type. Now we will try to create another symbol. Let another symbol is equal to, another symbol is equal to, I am creating the symbol with same name. Okay, so now I will try to check whether this symbol and this variable is same or not. So now if I try to check symbol is equal to another symbol. Okay, so see here, remember I am using double equal to. Why? Because these two are of data type symbol only, so these both are equal. We need to check whether the value is not equal or not. If I check here, I am getting false. So that means if I create a symbol, so a unique identifier will be created, that will not be created again. Okay, so if I write the same symbol with debug, another unique identifier will be created, so it will not create the previous identifier. If I check it with the triple equality also, it will return with false only. Okay, data types became same, but the value both are having, the symbol having is different. Now where could be this, where this will be useful? So we will check here, we will have an object. Let's create an object. Okay, let's create an object and I have a property with name Leela. Okay, so now in this object I want to add a unique identifier. Okay, if I want to add a unique identifier, so I am adding the symbol. So square bracket, remember what we, so in order to introduce in order to use the property as a variable, so dynamic variable we will be using as the square bracket. So I am writing some number 22 here. Okay, now what I will try to do is I will try to print the object. Now I will try to print the object. Okay, if I try to print the object here, see I am able to see only the name Leela. I am not able to see the symbol. So now what I can do is if I want to get that symbol, I can directly use object of symbol. Okay, if I want to get that symbol, I can get directly object of symbol. But in this object, if you are trying to print the object, you are not able to see the symbol here, so it will not be visible in the object. But if you want to access that symbol where property, you can use directly object of symbol, the dynamic thing like this, so that you can be able to see the symbol. Okay, now see what I will try to do is I will loop the object. So for example, if I loop over the object, let key in object. Okay, I am taking each key and I am placing that one. So I am trying to print the key here and I am printing the object also, object of that particular key also. So here what I am trying to do, I am looping over each property in the object. So I am looping over each property in the object. I am trying to print that key and also that value. So let's see whether this symbol also will print or not. Why? Because that symbol is also there in that object, right? So in the for loop, if I try to loop over the for loop, this symbol also has to be printed accordingly, normally according to our coding. So now if we see here, I am able to see only name and Leela. So in the for loop, I am not able to access the symbol. This is the benefit of the symbol. So you will be not able to access the symbol with the for loop, so that you will be not able to change that symbol thing. So this one will be, we will be using it as the unique identifier for this object, so that with using this unique identifier, I can get over to this object and I can change anything I want. So this is the symbols. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comment below to this video. And if you like my video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen how we can create the symbol in the ES6. That too, when we are using the symbol, the same symbol of debug and symbol of debug, we are getting two different unique symbols, so that we can use it in the objects. Now you can also, there will be also a scenario that you can generate the same symbol instead of unique symbol also. There is also a provision to generate the shared symbols. Shared symbols is nothing but you can create the symbol which you have created at the first time also. You will be able to create a symbol. So how to create that one, we will see. Now here let's see, I have symbol 1 is equal to, now instead of using symbol of age like this, so we need to use symbol dot for. Okay, so we are creating a symbol for age. So this one is the, what we can say, identifier or debugging thing. So we have created a string, that one. So now I will be creating, let symbol 2 is equal to symbol dot for of age. Again I am creating another one. Let's check whether these both are equal or not. Previously when we use symbol, so those both are not equal. So now let's see whether these both are equal or not. If I try to run, now it returned true. So that means the both symbol dot for of age and symbol dot for of age, so using this for, so it generated the same unique identifier. Now what I will try to do is, so now I will create a object with, let person is equal to, I have my name. Okay, so I have my name. So here what I will try to do is I will create a function. Okay, so that make age or anything. So I will try to add a symbol with this function. In this function I will try to add the symbol to the person object. So what I will try to do, so here I will try to create a symbol. Okay, symbol is equal to, again I will use the symbol dot fur of age. So see here I am again creating the symbol in this function. So that means I am using the same syntax here. So that means I will be getting for this symbol variable also same unique identifier which is having in the symbol 1 and symbol 2 also. So now what I will try to do, I will try to insert that into the person. Okay, symbol is equal to, I will give some age. Okay, now what I will try to do, I will try to call this method. Okay, now I will try to print the person object. If I try to print the person object, so if you try to get the output, you will be getting only object name as Leela, but we are not able to get the symbol. We know already in the previous video you have seen that symbols will not be displayed directly. So if you want to access the symbol, you can use directly symbol, but here the variable is inside the method, so we cannot access the symbol variable. So how we can access the symbol thing, we can directly give the symbol 1. Why? Because symbol 1, symbol 2 and the symbol are both having the same unique identifier. Why? Because so we have created using the syntax symbol dot for. So if we create symbol dot for with the age thing, so if you have again create with the symbol dot for with the age, you will be having the same unique identifier. So here also if you check the function make age, in that one also we have created symbol dot for of age. So that means that symbol variable also will be having the same unique identifier. So I can directly use this either this variable or this variable directly. So if I try to use this variable and if I try to print here, I am getting 30. So what I have in here, so I can use it direct here symbol 2 also. Okay, I am getting this one. Okay, so in this way we can share the unique identifier between the objects or anywhere you can use. For example, you can see that I am creating symbol for the age. If you have age here 27 or something like this, so how would be this one? So now I will try to console the person of age. Okay, person dot age or person of age. Why? Because this one is a string, right? So we can use. So now if I try to print, so the symbol age and the property age both are different. So you will be created with a unique identifier. So the property, you cannot assume that symbol property also will be the same like age only. You can think something like age only you will be thinking, but it will not create the symbol for, if you use symbol dot for of age, it will not create the property with the string directly age. It will be having a long unique identifier. So big string something like that will be created as a property. Okay, these are the shared symbols. So how you can share the symbol between the code. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comment below this video, and if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see some of the built-in symbols that are available already in the data type, such as object, arrays and all those things. Up to now we have seen how to create our own symbol, and using that one in our objects or arrays we have seen. But objects itself has some built-in symbols. So these symbols will be used for that for some of the methods and all those things. So we can also override these symbols. So with these built-in symbols we can also override. So these symbols are called as well-known symbols, and these symbols will be accessed using the static properties. So let's see some of the examples how we can override the functionalities of these symbols. Let's see, I have a class here person. Okay, if I create an object for this person, if I create an object for this person, if I check the console.log person, and if I try to run this one, I am getting as object and object. So here if you are able to see here, we are getting the output as object, but here we have created an object of a person. So it will be better if it displays object person instead of displaying it as object object. So for example, if I convert it into toString, okay, if I convert it into toString, sorry, if I convert toString, if I check the output, I am getting it as object object only. So we can override the default, we can override this functionality to override the default description of the object. So how we can override that one? So we have a static property available, symbol dot to string tag. So we can use this static property and we can override the object description. So whenever the user uses that person dot to string, we can override that one. So here if I want to override person dot prototype of symbol dot to string tag. Okay, to string tag you can use, and you can override your own functionality like this. And if I want to check the output, I can check the output here, object person. And also now we can see these all type of static properties if you type in the Google symbols. Okay, if you type in the Google symbols JavaScript, here you will be able to see all the static properties that are available for an object or anything. So here if you go here, static, these are the static properties. So here if you see iterator, so whenever we are using for off loop for the object, so this method symbol.iterator will be executed so that you can override the for behavior for the object. So these are all the strings you can use. So we have used two string tag, right? So now I will show you another example, two primitive. So how we can use this one? For example, I have let numbers is equal to 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, so I will try to print the numbers. If I try to print the numbers, let's assume what could be the output. I am getting 1 2 3. So if I do plus 1, so what could be the behavior? So numbers are converting into the strings and 1 is appending to this one. So now we can change the behavior of this primitive type. Okay, so now how we can change this one is, so numbers of symbol dot to primitive. Okay, so this one we will be having, so in this one you will be having one of the index of this known as symbol dot proof to primitive. So it will execute a function. Okay, and we can return whatever the thing you want, you can return here. Okay, so it will return 99. So now if I try to execute the output, what could be the output here? Here I am getting 100. Why? Because numbers is returning for me 99 and here it is returning plus 100. So if I try to print numbers here, so what could be the output? I am getting 1 2 3 only. But if I am trying to add anything to this one, so this one will convert into 99 and this one will print 100 here. If I check here, so I am displaying the 100. So you can change any default, what we can say, any arithmetic operations you are applying for this one, you can change this one to the primitive thing so that you can apply, you can add the or the subtract, these are the arithmetic operations you can do. So these are the already present symbol static well-known symbols present in the object or arrays. So here we have used it to primitive. So in the same things, symbol dot to split. So if you are using any split operation, split method for this one, if you want to change the behavior of the split, you can change using symbol dot split. So in the same scenario, symbol dot replace match, iterator. Iterator is nothing but when you are using for loop, if you want to change the behavior of that object. So when you are looping over the array of object, so if you want to do the custom logic, so you can use this one. So these are the static properties or the well-known symbols present in the ES6. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comment below to this video. And if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends. So in the previous video, we have seen about the symbols thing. So and also the static properties available in the symbols. So we have seen about the symbol dot to primitive and also symbol dot to string tag. Okay, fine. Now we will see in this video about the iterators. So what are these iterators? Iterators are nothing but what we can say is whenever we are using for loop for any iteratable objects, nothing but array or object or anything. So we will be using for loop, for off, for in we will be using, right? So for off loop when we are using, so the underlying code what it will be executed is nothing but the iterator. So if you want to write custom code for the for off loop and all the things, you need to use the iterators. So let's see actually what is this iterators is. So if you see, I will take one variable, okay, array as 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, so let's try to print these numbers. Okay, let's try to print these numbers. If I try to print these numbers, I am able to get the output as 1 comma 2 comma 3. So now in these numbers we will be having one static property, nothing but as two primitive how we are having. So like this we will be having symbol dot iterative, which is responsible for iterating. So symbol dot iterative. Okay, so if I check here, undefined, sorry, symbol dot iterator. Okay, if I check here, I am getting function of values. So it is returning a function. Okay, so what I will try to do, I will try to execute this function. Okay, so like this. So if I try to execute this function, I am getting object of array iterator. So it is returning the object of array iterator. What is this array iterator? If you search in Google array iterator JavaScript, okay, so we will be going to the Mozilla Firefox. See, sorry, Mozilla developer network will go, and here you will be seeing that it is a part of the iterable protocol. If you see this iterable protocol, and here you are having only one property with next, so that too next is a function. So that means what we can expect here, this array operator consists of a property of next, which is a function. So what I will try to do is, I will try to save this one in one variable. Okay, iterator function, I will name it like this. Okay, so now this contains iterator function contains the array iterator. Now array iterator, as we saw in the documentation, that it consists of one property next, that is also a function. So what I will try to do, I will try to print that it function dot next. Okay, let's see what could be the output. If I try to print here, I am getting one object as done false and value is 1. This value 1 is nothing but what we can see is first value, and done false, why it is telling is, that means the numbers, what the data what is present in the numbers array is not yet completed, so you need to get the data. So now again if I print next here, okay, now if I do again, I am getting another one done as false and value, second value I am getting again. If I paste this one, now I am getting again third one as the value 3, and again still it is done false C. So that means the for off loop, when you think, so this is the underlying logic what it will be doing. So now if I print, if I write it again, now if you see here, done is true. So that means done has done, that means the total number of data present in the numbers array is completed. So done true will. So then only the for loop will exit from there. So now what I will try to do is, let's try in this code, we will try to implement our own custom iteratable thing, so that if you use the for loop, it will execute that logic. So okay, so now I will remove this all code. Okay, now I will remove this all code and I will write new function. So something like here I will go. Okay, now what we can do is, so I will remove this one also, numbers of, okay, symbol dot iterator. Okay, I am overriding the function. So function, we are writing our own function. Okay, so now what we can do is, so it has to return an object. So that is nothing but array iterator, it has to return the array iterator. That means array iterator, what it will consist of, it will consist of next thing. So that is also a function. Okay, array iterator next is also a function, and this function also returns an object which contains of done. So false and true we need to maintain, and I need to return what I can say is value. Okay, value 10. So now if I do this one, if I write this one, and if I try to execute this one using what we can say, let it function is equal to, so numbers of symbol dot iterator. Okay, if I try to execute this one, and if I try to console.log itfn.next, if I try to do itfn.next, what could be the output? So if we try to check here, I am getting 10 as output. Why? Because so I have overridden the I had overridden the function symbol.iterator, so that it is returning the next function with done false and value is 10. Okay, it will, if you go on writing the thing, it will go on giving you the done false until and unless it becomes true. Okay, so now we will write some logic so that it will become true somewhere. So I will create one value, let next value is equal to 10. Okay, so now here what I will try to do is, so I will try to do the next value plus plus. Okay, now here I will try to do if next value is greater than 15 true or otherwise return false. So the until up to then, so now here I will try to do the next value. Here I am getting the output like this. Now what I will try to do is, so I will try to check the output here. If I try to check the output, I am getting 11 12 like this I am getting, right? So now what I will try to do is, I will remove this one. I will loop over the numbers. Let value of numbers, okay, console.log value. I will try to print the value here. If I try to print the value, what could be the output here? Here, see the output what I am getting is 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. How I am getting this one? So it is looping over one by one numbers array, and it is calling this next function in the present in the symbol.iterator, and it is going next value is initialized to 10. Each time it is next value is incrementing, and it is becoming greater than 15, true is returning. So that means it is completed. Then you can exit the for loop, it is saying. So in this way, so the for loop will be exited, and we are getting printed 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So in this way you can write your own custom logic, custom iterator logic for the for loop, for the arrays or any object or anything, so that your custom logic will be executed in the place of common logic. Okay, so this is the iterators in the ECMAScripts. Iterators, actually it is a powerful tool where you can use to write custom logic, custom coding and all those things. If you want to change the built-in behavior of the iterators, you can use the symbol.iterator like this. Okay, if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comment below to this video, and if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in the previous video we have seen about the iterators concept in the ES6. Now in this video we will write one of the custom iteratable object, so that whenever you are using the for loop, so this custom iteratable object will be executed. Let's see one example for the custom iteratable object. Okay, so now what I am trying to do is, I am trying to remove this all the code. Okay, I will create one object. Let's say old one only, like this person. I have named as Leela. Okay, so now what I will be having is, I will try to create my custom iterable. So that means custom iterable, how I can write symbol.iterator. So we can use person of symbol of iterator like that also, but in the object only I am writing like this. Okay, it will be having one function. Okay, now what it will return? It will return an object, and in this object what it will do? It will be having one next. Okay, so this object will be having, it is an array iterator, it will be having next, and this function, it is also a function, and this one will be having return done of false or something, and I will return value as 10. Okay, so this is a basic iteratable thing. So don't think of this all the things, you will be get accustomed. This is but easy only. This is nothing but the syntax of the iterator. So here what we are trying, we are writing a function, and this function is returning the array iterator. Array iterator is nothing but it will consist of only one property of next, and next is a function which consists of two values, done and value. Why? Because the done and value is checked by this for loop. So this is the function. Okay, right now what I will try to do is, I am having one hobbies. Okay, so I can have this one as sports, okay, and cooking. Okay, so I am having hobbies as a property, and I am having an array of hobbies. Now what I will try to do is, whenever the person whenever the user wants to loop over this person iterator, wants to use this iterator, so let's return the now hobbies, total hobbies, let's return. So what I will try to do is, I will try to create this hobbies in the here. I will try to save this hobbies here. Okay, what I will try to do, I will keep I is equal 0. It's a some simple logic only, no need to worry. So hobbies, I am taking this dot hobbies, I am storing in variable, and here I will be trying to send this one. So for example, here if I is greater than hobbies, okay, I is greater than hobbies dot length, then return true or otherwise false. Okay, now here I will try to send hobbies of I. I'll write an hobbies of I, and here I will try to do I plus plus. Simple logic only. What I am trying to do, I am taking all the hobbies. The next function I am incrementing the I, and I am sending that if I is greater than hobbies dot length. So if it reaches the length of the hobbies, so it's just done as true. So that means completed, and return the hobbies of I. So now what I will try to do, I will try to loop over let value or hobby, anything, whatever the thing you want. Okay, person, and what I will try to do, I will console.log, I will do the hobby. Now let's see what could be the output here. If I see the output, I am getting cooking and undefined. Why I am getting undefined? Here hobbies, we have assigned this into the hobbies, and I have initialized the I is equal to 0. In the next I am taking the length and hobbies of I. Okay, fine. So here I am incrementing that one before using this. So what I can do is I can store this in the before incrementing, I will store this value in this one, and I will send this value to here. Okay, let's check the output again. Now I got the sports and cooking. See, if I use this as an in operator, I will get the properties only, name and hobbies. These are the name and hobbies is present. But if I do the off is nothing but iterator. So when I'm trying to do the iterator for this object, now symbol.iterator will be executed, so that we are writing our custom logic for this iterator. So if I try to run here sports and cooking, I am getting. If I remove this one, for example, if I remove this all symbol.iterator, and if I try to run, off will not be work. Why? Because object doesn't have the iterator thing. So object will be, it's not an array, it's not an iterable. So I am adding the functionality, iteratable functionality for this one, so that when you use the for loop, this iterator functionality will work. I think now you got the exact use of this iterators in the here. So whenever you want to apply iterator, you want to add a iterator functionality to any object or any variable or anything. So you need to use this symbol.iterator. If you remove this symbol.iterator, so what we have seen, for off loop will not work. Why? Because there is no iterator present in this one. So array has a default iterator. We have overridden the iterator for in the previous video, but here we have added a new custom iteratable for an object, so that whenever we use the for off loop, we can each time this one will be executed. So in this scenario, we are printing the hobbies, total hobbies we are trying to print. So now if I try to run, I am getting the sports and cooking. So this is the concept of iterators in the ES6. So in this way, we can add the custom iterable functionality to the any variables or any objects or anything. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comment to this below video. And if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see about the generators in the ES6. So previously in the previous video we have seen about the iterators. How we can create the iteratable custom iteratable objects we have seen. So what is these generators then? So generators are used to create iteratable objects. So previously when we used to create custom iterable, so we have written a function, and in that function we are returning the iterator object, right? The next as the property, and next consists of the function which will return again the object of done as false or true and the value. So the generators will generate that array iterator object, so that you can use that generator as for the custom iterators or anything iterators. So let's see that one with a simple example, so that you will understand how these generators work. For example, here let's think I have a function with name select. Okay, so I have a function with name select. So in order to make this function as the iterator, okay, in order to make this function as the iterator, as the generator, so a little bit of confusing will be there between iterator and generator. So as the generator, we will keep star. Okay, so we will keep star for the generators. So now this function will become a generator function. Now in this one I will write yield 1 and yield 2. Okay, yield 1 and yield 2. I have written yield 1 and yield 2. So yield is nothing but what we can say is it is something like return statement. So function is generating these two values. Okay, so you can say that function has only one return statement, but this is something like return statement but not return statement. So you can have multiple yield. So this generator will generate two values 1 and 2. Okay, now what I will try to do is I will try to create one function, okay, one variable, and I will call this function. Okay, now I will try to console.log iterator dot next. If I print this thing, what could be the output here? Here you can see I'm able to see the output as done false, and also I'm able to see the value is 1. This value 1 is nothing but the value of the here yield first value. And now if I again try to paste it, and if I again try to write the console.log id of next another one, now I will be getting an output of one value as 1 and the value as 2. So that belongs to both the yields thing. So now if I paste it again, what could be the output? We'll see. So if I try to run the code here, I'm able to see the output here as true, and now I am getting that value as done as true. That means the iterator has completed. So in this way we can create the generator, and we can create a iterable object using generators. Okay, previously what we have written, so we have taken symbol.iterator, and we have created function and all those things here we have written, right? So with this function generator we can create an iterable object. So let's see another example in the object. Okay, so I have one function as star gen. I will create generator. Okay, I will create the same yield 1, okay, yield 2. I have created two things, yield 1 and yield 2. Now what I will try to do, I will create an object here. So in this object I am creating symbol.iterator. Okay, so that this object has the capability of iterable functionality. Okay, now I will call this gen method. Okay, I am not calling with the parenthesis open and close parenthesis. Why? Because I am not directly calling the generator, so it refers to the generator function. So this generator will give the iterable object for this one, symbol iterator. Now what I will try to do, for let element of object, I can console.log element. So now if I try to loop over this all for loop over this object, what could be the output here? As you expected, 1 and 2 will be the output. Why? Because we are creating an iterator of 1 and 2. So previously we have used the hobbies, so here I can use sports, and here I can use the cooking or something like this. Okay, now I can do the, here I can call it like this, and I can get the output sports and cooking. See, with this generator we are creating an iterable object, so that this iterable object can be used in any object or any area or somewhere. So to create a customer iterator like this. Okay, and using this for loop, so we are able to create the iterable thing. So we can loop over the iterable objects like this. So these are the generators. So this is the way how we can generate a iterable object using generators, and how we can create a customer iterators like this. Okay, so if you have any suggestions or any comments, please post the comment below this video, and if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, in this video we will see some of the other methods in the in the iterators other than next. What we will see about the throw and return. What is this throw and return will do in the iterators, we'll see. Here I have one function, let's say it's a generator. Okay, I am having the same thing, generator. It will accept some value, okay, end value, and I will loop over that one. Let I is equal to 0, I less than end, okay, I plus plus. So I will be generating the yield of I. So that means, so here if let iterator, so I need that iterator, so I am sending 2. So that means I am sending 2 means, so it will loop over the generator in that one up to the end. That means 1 2, and it will generate, and it will yield 1 and 2. Now I will try to print console.log it.next. okay, it.next. So if we see the output, what will be the output? As usual, what we can see, then 0, we are getting 0. Okay, so now if I loop over another one, if I keep another next, I am getting 1 and done is false. And if I am loop overing this one, and if I loop over here, I am getting object done as true and undefined. So that means the iterator is completed. Okay, now what I will try to do is I will write 3 here. Okay, now if I write 3 here and if I check here, I am getting 0, 1 and 2, and done is not false. So if I keep here, now at the last one done, I am getting as true and undefined. So in this way dynamically I have created a generator. Now here in between this one I will write the throw. Okay, I want to throw an error. So here error occurred or something like this same. So if we use throw here and if I try to run here, so we got an error and it stopped the in between the iterator, it stopped in the middle of the execution only. So after executing the throw, so remaining 2 next is not getting executed. So if you want to do here, we can write here try. Okay, I can write here try in the yield thing and I can catch it here so that I will console that error. Okay, so console that error means that E. Now if I try to execute this one, here if you see the output, how it is coming is first time I am getting done as false and value is 0. Second time when I am throwing this error, so I am getting it as error. Okay, so again immediately it is getting executed that nothing has happened. Okay, so that it maintaining the state. So after 0 an error occurred, again it executing. Okay, then after I am getting 2, I am getting it as undefined. Okay, if you are able to see the output, so it is maintaining the states. If you observe this one, it is trying to maintain the states. Okay, so it is not, if an error occur, it is not again starting from 0. It again starting where it has been ended. Okay, so this is the throw in the iterable. And also we have another one, something like return. Okay, what is this return? So if I add this return, so if you see here, we have changed the value here. Automatically we have changed the value and we got the 0, and when we return the value, we immediately got it as true and the iterator has been ended here. So we got that all the remaining 2, we got all the remaining 2 next, we got it as undefined. Okay, you understood? So throw means it will throw an error then, and then next it will continue again afterwards, but it will not it will maintain the state like that only. So if where the iterator has been ended, it will start from there only. If you use the return here, immediately the iterator will be end at that time only, it will be ended at that time only, and again you will be getting all these things as undefined. So we will get done true and the value what you have been sent into the return statement, it will be displayed there. So this is the throw and return in the iterators. So if you have any comments or any suggestions, please post comment to below to this video, and also if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, up to now we have seen about the concepts of symbols, iterators and generators we have seen. So now we will move into a new concept called promises. So promises, as you already all of them have been aware of this one, if you are coming from the JavaScript platform. So the promises are very popular thing so in the JavaScript. So what are these promises? Actually these promises are natively doesn't support in the ES5 in the JavaScript. So these promises will not be supported natively in the ES5. So in order to support that one in the ES5, so we will be using polyfills or jQuery or otherwise like Q libraries. So we will be using that things to achieve the promises thing. So what is this promise? Actually promise is nothing but the name itself indicates that it's a promise. So that means when you are performing an asynchronous calls, so you don't have the data, so you right now you will be not having the data, so it will return a promise that when I get the data, so I will return a callback to you so that you can execute the code whatever you need with the data. So the promise is nothing but it will return a promise whenever it gets the data from the asynchronous call. So mostly promises will be used to make a call to the server side, and to get the data from the server side we will be using these promises. So actually we will see with a simple example about the promise. So here I am writing the creating a variable with promise is equal to, I am creating a new object promise. Okay, so like this we will be creating a new promise. So the promise takes a function as an argument, and this function consists of two arguments. One is resolve and reject. Okay, we'll go up to this one, resolve and reject. Now I will make I will keep the set timeout. So now I will keep the set timeout, and I am writing the function here. Okay, so after 2 seconds, so the code will be executed. So for example, you can write resolve of done. I will call that one resolve of done. So I am calling this method resolve. I am sending some data to this one. So here resolve. Okay, so here what I am trying to do is I am creating a promise object. So promise takes a function, and that function has two arguments, resolve and reject. So in order to make the server call, so normally we will be making server calls or asynchronous call we will be making. So for making that asynchronous call, for getting success, it will take some time, right? So that is the reason I kept the set timeout, so that it will take some time to resolve this one. So whenever we get the data from the server successfully, so we will be calling this resolve, and we will be sending the data into this one. So right now I don't have the data, I am sending only just done as the data. So whenever the data gets back from the server, we need to call this resolve, and we need to send the data what we get from the server. So I am calling resolve, I am sending it as done. Okay, so after 2 seconds I am doing. So now here how can I call this promise? So promise, so I will be using this this variable promise. So when we can know that this set timeout function has been successfully, resolve has been done. So when we can know is we will be calling this one as then. So promise then means when this resolve has been done. So then you will be having a function, and you will be getting the data here. Okay, so I will be printing the console.log data. So now if I try to execute here, so we need to wait for 2 minutes 2 seconds, and then I am getting the done scene. So that means, so I got the then executed after the set timeout has been done. So and also another thing you can see is, so it will not wait until the set timeout is completed. So now you can write here console.log hello world or something like this, and if you try to check the code here, hello world is printed. After 2 seconds done is printing. So that means it will not halt the execution. So it will not wait for the callback that need to be succeeded. So when the callback is success, then it will go to the when that promise is success result, then it will go to the callback, and it will execute the callback necessary callback. And here for example, if you got the error, so for example if see asynchronous call server call has been failed, if it is failed, so we need to send the reject. Okay, so let's see how we can do that, how we can do this one, reject hello world, and after 2 seconds also we are not getting executed. Why? Because that then will execute only when the resolve method is called. When this resolve method is called only, then method will be executed. So if the reject is done, so if any server call or anything is failed it, so where I can get that data? So you will be having another function, another argument like function. Okay, you will be getting this error in this. So now here I can console.log error or something like error I can print, and let's check the data. If we try to check the data, see here after 2 seconds I am getting error done. So that means it went to the failed part. So in this way you can use the promises, and you can use the resolve and reject, and these things you can use like these promises. So these are the basic introduction with the promises, and we can see where we will be finding more easily is chaining of promises and all those things. It will be very easy. So we will see in the next video about the chaining of promises. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please comment to this below video, and if you like this video, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you.